At the start of the story, a man was seen surrounded by many workers. The man was none other than the protagonist, Chen Luo. All the workers were telling him about his delivery, as they had delivered the ordered items on time. The first worker came with 100 portions of fried chicken buckets. Similarly, others had brought 100 portions of roasted duck, sweet and sour pork ribs, and braised crucian carp. Hearing this, Chen Luo responded with an okay and told them they could all go. Everyone agreed to leave since the delivery was completed. As they left, all the workers murmured and discussed Chen Luo, making sarcastic comments and gossiping about him. One worker asked if Chen Luo had brought so many dishes because he was a hungry ghost. Another responded that rich people could do anything. However, the first worker did not agree and sarcastically Jianand that Chen Luo was nothing but a rich idiot. While they were all leaving, Chen Luo stood silently. Once they were gone, he slowly opened the back door of the truck. Seeing the cartons of food, he felt dazzled, as it was a very pleasant feeling for him to be surrounded by such food and delicacies. Chen Luo then wondered who would have thought that he was starving and suffering amidst the apocalypse just 3 days earlier. Now, the main question arises. What was Chen Luo talking about, and why was he storing so much food? As if we were there, we wouldn't be able to stop ourselves from eating it. Slowly, Chen Luo stored all of his food magically in some type of void. Here comes the actual story, as Chen Luo shared that in 27 days, the world would be struck by an apocalypse. At that time, 80% of humans would turn into zombies, and at least 90% of the remaining humans would die at the hands of zombies. A small portion of the survivors would gain supernatural powers. He also shared that there were different types of powers. Some gained physical power, while others gained elemental or psychological superpowers. However, he was the only one who obtained a very rare space attribute superpower and became known as the Void Sovereign. Ever since Chen Luo mastered the ability of void traveling, a skill that excelled in both offense and survivability in battles, he thrived in the apocalypse like a fish in water. Despite his immense power, he always acted pitifully, constantly hiding until all the other survivors eventually died. The world was filled with increasingly absurd monsters, and Chen Luo couldn't find a single human. Eventually, he grew too lonely, and he no longer wanted to live. But here comes another twist. Chen Luo was so lucky that he got reincarnated, or perhaps sent back in time. To his surprise, after sleeping, he found himself back in his home when he woke up. Upon checking, he discovered that he had been transported 27 days before the apocalypse arrived. He was indeed fortunate. First, he obtained a rare power that allowed him to survive, and now he had been reincarnated. But it wasn't the end. Despite all his powers disappearing, one remained. The subspace he had created in his previous life was still with him. In the apocalypse, the most important thing was food and resources, as humans needed food to survive. No one could ever live without it. Happily, Chen Luo had his subspace, which could freeze time and keep the food fresh. Realizing this, Chen Luo became incredibly happy and decided to use his subspace with full efficiency. How could he let such an opportunity, granted by the heavens, slip through his hands? When he successfully stored his food, Chen Luo suddenly received a call. Upon picking up, a person on the other end of the phone shouted at Chen Luo, asking him to come to the office immediately for a talk. Surprisingly, Chen Luo smiled and said that he wouldn't be so naive this time with his uncle. It was indeed a call from his uncle, and Chen Luo was determined not to repeat the mistakes he had made in the past. The scene then shifted to Chen Luo's office, indicating that he belonged to a wealthy family, which explained why he never had financial problems like in other stories. In the office, Chen Luo's uncle named Chen Jianan shouted at him, demanding to know why he sold shares worth more than 3 billion for 1 billion. Chen Jianan continued to question why Chen Luo hadn't informed him and whether Chen Luo didn't consider him as his uncle. But Chen Luo remained calm, simply listening to Chen Jianan's words without reacting. Chen Jianan then told Chen Luo that if he was being threatened by someone or facing any problems, Chen Luo should tell him or just blink his eyes, and his uncle would take care of everything. Hearing this, Chen Luo wondered if his uncle was really acting, as he had personally heard from his cousin, Chen Fei, during the apocalypse, that his uncle was the one who planned his parents' death. It was revealed that Chen Jianan had schemed the car accident that killed Chen Luo's parents, and had even embezzled the original shares of the organization that his parents had left for him. Frustrated, Chen Luo realized that he could have remained in the dark for the rest of his life, believing that Chen Jianan was a good person. So, Chen Luo responded to his uncle, saying that no one had threatened him. He simply had a hunch that the price of pork would rise significantly again, reaching 50 catty per pork, which wasn't like a dream. Therefore, the 1 million worth of pork he had bought would increase in value to 5 million. He suddenly got excited and shared that he thought it could be sold at 100 catty per pork, which he didn't consider an impossible task in the future. Hearing all that from Chen Luo, Chen Jianan became furious and frustrated. He started wondering if Chen Luo really believed in such a ridiculous dream, and if it wasn't essentially madness. But Chen Jianan decided to set aside his frustration and asked Chen Luo why he hadn't sold him those shares for 1.5 billion. Chen Luo tensely denied, apologizing and explaining that he had already sold them and the contract had been signed, making it impossible to buy them back from that young master. Hearing this, Chen Jianan fell silent and didn't know what to say. Suddenly, Chen Luo's phone rang, so he apologized to his uncle and said he needed to pick up the call. Frustrated, Chen Jianan, despite his caring personality in front of Chen Luo, wasn't able to do anything. He told Chen Luo to pick up his phone, saying it wasn't a problem for him. As Chen Luo left the cabin, Chen Jianan wondered how Chen Luo could do something like that. He decided that he must teach Chen Luo a lesson. On the other end, Chen Luo picked up his phone and asked who was calling. The person on the other end replied that they had found the dog Chen Luo entrusted them to search for. It was a black-haired dog with one ear missing, and they had sent a photo to him. The person asked Chen Luo to confirm if it was the lost dog. Excited, Chen Luo wondered if it could really be that dog. He responded with an okay and said he would check it right away. Chen Luo then shared that just after the apocalypse, some busybodies who were bored ranked the super ability users. So naturally, Void was first, which was him, and Fire was first, held by a person with the title of Scarlet Rose. As for Lightning, the first was a dog called Lightning King. Chen Luo agreed with the ranking, acknowledging that any creature that didn't turn into a zombie had a chance to develop an ability. However, he hadn't expected it to be a dog. When there was no food in the apocalypse, that dog was a fresh find for them. Many people had their eyes on the dog, but all failed except Chen Luo, who was the only one cunning enough to eat it. He knew it all too well. Suddenly, while sharing the memory, Chen Luo's mouth watered as he remembered the taste of it. When Chen Luo saw the photo, he became assured that it was indeed the same dog, as the notched left ear was proof. Chen Luo thought that now he had infinite food for this life. So why didn't he make the dog his companion? He would treat the dog well, and they both could enjoy good food and drinks together. Chen Luo then asked the person to send him the address of the dog, as he didn't want to waste any time. He moved forward towards the location, thinking that the dog should wait for him. He hoped that the dog would acknowledge him as its master, as he intended to treat it well. Before going, Chen Luo met with his uncle Chen Jianan and told him that he had some work, so he would leave early. Chen Jianan responded with an okay, and asked Chen Luo to meet as soon as possible again. While leaving, Chen Luo smiled, feeling pity for his uncle, as his uncle wouldn't get another chance to meet with him again because on the day when the apocalypse occurred, Chen Jianan and his son both died. So Chen Jianan left fully, as he wanted just for the time being. The scene then shifted to 1 hour later at Dog Meat Hall, where Chen Luo saw a dog kept in a cage. The dog was making a very pitiful face, seeing which Chen Luo wondered if the dog knew its own appearance during the apocalypse. Chen Luo moved forward toward the dog and smiled, saying that the dog shouldn't worry, as his brother had come to save him. He then furiously turned his face back and asked where the shop's boss was. Chen Luo shouted for the boss to come out as soon as possible. The owner of the shop, named Pasha, came out and politely asked Chen Luo why he had come to find him. Chen Luo pointed his finger toward the dog and asked if Pasha still dared to question why he had come, accusing Pasha of stealing his dog. Chen Luo said that if he hadn't discovered it in time, his black dog would have become food by now. Chen Luo also mentioned that, initially, he remembered the black dog was a stray and didn't have an owner, so he adopted it. He then asked Pasha again if the dog had purposely come to trouble him. To this, Pasha responded that he bought all of them from official channels, and that dogs almost looked the same, so he thought Chen Luo was mistaken. Hearing this, Chen Luo smiled and asked if Pasha really said official channels. Chen Luo warned Pasha again, asking why he didn't call the police to verify if Pasha really got the dogs from official channels. Chen Luo said this because he believed there was no business without fraud and was confident that Pasha wouldn't allow the police to investigate the shop. And as Chen Luo thought, it happened exactly as expected. Pasha furiously moved toward Chen Luo, shouting that he couldn't do that. Chen Luo laughed and asked if Pasha wanted to fight, adding that since Pasha was brave, he would teach him a lesson. Saying this, Chen Luo grabbed Pasha's hand and kicked it, causing Pasha to fall to the ground. Chen Luo smiled and thought to himself that he had trained so much during the apocalypse, so he didn't need to be afraid of Pasha. Pasha howled in pain from Chen Luo's attack. Chen Luo then asked how Pasha felt now and if he still wanted to fight with him. Surprisingly, Pasha began begging Chen Luo to leave him alone, insisting it was a big misunderstanding and that he truly didn't know it was Chen Luo's dog. Pasha started taking out the dog, saying that he would go and teach a lesson to the person who sold him the black dog. He also told Chen Luo that he could take his dog back for free, without any payment. Chen Luo responded with an okay, acknowledging Pasha's good attitude, and decided to let him go this time. Deep down, Chen Luo was happy because he was even willing to pay all his money for the black dog. However, as everyone knows, free things are liked by everyone, so why would Chen Luo deny an offer like that? Finally, Chen Luo got the dog, and Pasha also asked Chen Luo to take the dog and leave his shop with ease. Chen Luo then named the dog Blackie and asked him to come as they were going home. While inside, Chen Luo wondered if, judging by the expression of the dog, it should have spirituality and be able to understand human language, right? Chen Luo was right. Blackie could hear and understand his words. Blackie was shocked and wondered who Chen Luo called Blackie, but still, he thought that since Chen Luo saved him, he wondered if he should go with Chen Luo. Seeing that, Chen Luo became happy as the dog really had spirituality, so he got himself a Lightning King so easily. After the dog and Chen Luo got settled inside the car, Chen Luo told Blackie that from now on, he would call him Dharma King and he would live with him. At this, Dharma King barked with a happy face. While they were heading back home, Chen Luo contemplated about nurturing their relationship with each other. So he told Dharma King that he would first go and get some supplies for him. On their way, Chen Luo saw a guard and stopped before him. Standing there, Chen Luo wondered about the guard named Sudhaju. He was happy that he got to meet Sudhaju again. Chen Luo then shared that in his past life, before he grasped the void ability, Sudhaju used his body to block the mutants so that Chen Luo could escape, and Sudhaju was killed in the process just to protect him. Chen Luo looked towards Sudhaju again and smiled, deciding that in this present life, he would ensure that Sudhaju had a good life. Chen Luo asked Sudhaju if he wanted to go out with him after he got off from work. Sudhaju responded with a no, explaining that his mother always said boys shouldn't wander and become bad. Hearing this, Chen Luo asked Sudhaju what else his mother said. Sudhaju responded that his mother said there was nothing to show courtesy to, as it was either bad things like robbery. Chen Luo was stunned hearing this from Sudhaju, as Sudhaju was comparing a night out party to robbery. Chen Luo didn't know how to respond, and deep down, he was wondering that according to the timeline, he and Sudhaju weren't familiar enough. However, it didn't matter, as Sudhaju would be on duty when the apocalypse occurred, so when the incident happened again, they would definitely become brothers. The scene then shifted to sometime later, where Dharma was looking very shocked. Actually, Dharma was shocked to see the pool Chen Luo had in his house. Chen Luo took Dharma towards the pool and told him that for the time being, it was his house, and first they would take a shower. In the pool, Chen Luo was washing Dharma's body with a scrubber and soap, and while washing, he was wondering that after being reborn, he didn't want to live like his past life. Also, he didn't want to be the only one who survived. Chen Luo then thought of a general idea. Since supernatural beings would be able to show their talents in the future, why didn't he build a gathering place? Just like what he did for Dharma King, he would do the same for the rest. Chen Luo was even using a blower to soak the water from Dharma's body, and Dharma was impressed by it. He also thought that it was nice, as he could make up for the void ability not specialized in head-on combat. If Chen Luo wants to build a gathering place, he needs more resources, including staple food, fruits, salt, vegetables, seeds, generators, medicine, utensils, and more. Most importantly, water, as all water sources were polluted after the apocalypse, and the viruses contained in them cannot be purified by any means. Chen Luo also shared that if someone wants to drink pure water, then he or she has to wait for the rain. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead, making a weird face, which shocked Dharma, who wondered what happened to him. Chen Luo then shouted that he forgot he firstly needs to prepare a batch of high-voltage electric batons too. Hearing this, Dharma got scared and looked tensely towards Chen Luo. Chen Luo patted his head and asked Dharma not to take tension, as it was for the zombies and not him. Chen Luo then thought that in the starting of the apocalypse, the electric batons were like godly weapons. Excited by the idea, Chen Luo decided to buy a few sets of alloy armors. Hastily, he started scrolling his phone to book the order, while thinking carefully to choose wisely when placing the order. The scene then shifted to some time later, where Chen Luo and Dharma were eating their food. However, Dharma was eating so hastily that Chen Luo asked him to slow down. Otherwise, he would choke. After finishing their food, Chen Luo told Dharma that they had plenty of stockpiled food, so Chen Luo promised him that they would eat delicious food in the future. While talking, Chen Luo casually disposed of the leftover chicken bone. Seeing Dharma doing the same, Chen Luo felt happy as Dharma was copying him. However, Chen Luo was still lost in thought about something when suddenly, to his surprise, someone came to his door and began knocking. When Chen Luo opened the door, there was a beautiful lady standing outside his home. Seeing her, Chen Luo asked who she was. The girl introduced herself as Lady Mayu. Hearing the name, Chen Luo was stunned, as she was the cooking teacher he had hired for himself. Chen Luo apologized to Mayu for forgetting about the cooking class lesson and smilingly asked her to come inside. On the other hand, seeing Chen Luo like that, Mayu wondered that Chen Luo was giving her 50,000 wen just for teaching him cooking, so he must be a rich person. She was also happy that it seemed to her like she didn't have to worry about the employer using any tricks. But after seeing Chen Luo, she felt relieved. She also wondered, given Chen Luo's conditions, how many beautiful ladies outside couldn't be seduced, and whether Chen Luo had thoughts about her. Inside the kitchen Chen Luo showed Mayu that the utensils and ingredients she had asked for were already ready in advance. But deep down, he was wondering that in order to prevent all kinds of uncertainties in the apocalypse, he couldn't just have supplies but also needed cooking skills. Therefore, he needed to spend a lot of money to hire Mayu as a chef. Mayu then got ready and shared that first she would teach him how to cook sweet and sour pork ribs. Chen Luo responded with an okay, but deep down, he was happy, because he knew he only had to pay Mayu's salary for 1 month, a time that would definitely not come in the post-apocalyptic world. Chen Luo was making the food, and Mayu was instructing him on what to do. Mayu asked him to cut the ribs into smaller pieces and blanch them in a pan with cold water for a while. Then she asked Chen Luo to pour oil, but surprisingly, he was pouring too much. Seeing this, Mayu asked if his oil did not cost any money and why he poured so much. Again, when it was time to use salt, he mistakenly used sugar, causing Mayu to shout at him, asking why he couldn't differentiate between sugar and salt. At last, the dish turned out so pathetic that Mayu gave it to the dog, but even the dog wouldn't eat it. Mayu told Chen Luo that he finally made some improvements, but Chen Luo was tense and sad that the food he cooked wasn't even eaten by the dog, so she didn't need to comfort him. Dharma was also barking furiously at Mayu, as he had no grudges against the owner and wondered why she was trying to poison him. Mayu then clarified her motive by saying that at least the kitchen Luo didn't get burned during Chen Luo's cooking. Chen Luo, hearing this, was stunned and didn't respond. Instead, he thought that he was really not fit to cook and that he could only rely on a royal chef. Mayu then said goodbye to Chen Luo and left his house. After Mayu left, Chen Luo started wondering about her skills, realizing they weren't bad. It was such a pity they didn't know each other in the past. He also wondered what happened to her after the apocalypse occurred. Chen Luo was actually thinking about her because he was considering recruiting her as his chef. But in the end, he just hoped for her luck to be good. The scene then shifted to some time later, where Chen Luo was taking a walk. Suddenly, he saw someone and wondered if it was really them. Next, it showed that he saw a duo of sisters named Millie and Milling. Chen Luo shared that these sisters weren't simple. After Milling awakened her fire ability, she became the first person with such an ability, and was called the Scarlet Rose Spirit Flame Princess. What's more amazing was her younger sister Millie, who was a light element ability user. Even though her combat skills were weak, she was a strong support healer. Chen Luo also shared that he heard she could use a revive technique in the later stages. Chen Luo then got serious, thinking about them. He believed that while only kids make choices, he would get his hands on them no matter what. So he made a call to a person named Raka, who had previously found out about the dog. Chen Luo told Raka that he was giving him 3 days to find out information about a pair of sisters, including what they like to eat. He emphasized that this was very important because he believed in the saying that if someone wants to capture a girl's heart, food is the best choice. Therefore, he decided that whatever they liked to eat, he would stock up on it. As more days passed, the scene shifted to 5 days before the apocalypse occurred. Chen Luo noticed that Milling liked Sichuan cuisine, and her favorite fruit was grapes. Meanwhile, Millie liked braised pig's trotters, and her favorite fruit was watermelon. This reminded him that classic dishes tasted very good, so he should stock some as well. The next day, Chen Luo was checking an armor he ordered for himself and Sudhaju. After wearing it, Chen Luo shared that it wasn't bad, as even though it was heavy, it could guarantee his safety. Now, Chen Luo was thinking about the way of sending the second armor he brought to give it to Sudhaju. With only 3 days left before the apocalypse occurred, he was holding an electric baton. The dealer told Chen Luo that the high-voltage electricity released by the electric baton could stun a person instantly, and it could even incapacitate a person within a few seconds, so Chen Luo needed to use it very carefully. Chen Luo was happy holding the baton because he was thinking that he could easily kill hundreds of zombies with it. The scene shifted to the next day, where Chen Luo was asking someone about a truck as he wanted to buy it. The owner responded with an okay as he would soon tell the price to Chen Luo. The scene then comes to the night just before the apocalypse would occur. Here, Chen Luo was trying to sleep on the bed, but he was tense and thinking of so many scenarios, which made it impossible for him to have a peaceful sleep. Actually, he was wondering if he had been reborn. Would the apocalypse still come? If it didn't, then the stocked resources would be a big loss. But soon, he hoped that the apocalypse wouldn't occur so that he could sacrifice himself for the benefit of the whole country. This shows how good and generous Chen Luo was as a human being. After that, he thought that even after the loss, he would still be rich. So wasn't it good to enjoy life in a peaceful world? Why experience a dangerous and inhuman apocalypse? The next day, just 1 hour and 20 minutes before the apocalypse would occur, Chen Luo called his uncle Chen Jianan and apologized for disturbing him early in the morning, but he had something he needed Chen Jianan's help with. Chen Jianan happily responds with a yes and asks Chen Luo to tell him what problem he has, as he would definitely help him no matter what. Chen Luo then explains that he thinks the virtual currency would rise, possibly increasing by 8 to 10 times. Chen Luo also tells Chen Jianan that, as Chen Jianan knows, he used the money to buy pork meat. So, he wants to mortgage all of his hoard, which was worth 1 billion to him, but he only wants to borrow 500 million. He assures Chen Jianan that when his 500 million becomes 5 million, he will definitely pay him back with interest. Chen Luo then asks why Chen Jianan didn't wait for him at his home, as he would personally go find him to talk about it, and it would be nice if his brother Chen Luo Chenfei would also be there to join them. Chen Jianan responds with an okay and asks Chen Luo to come as soon as he could. While going out of the house towards Chen Jianan's house, Chen Luo smiles and shouts that he told them that on the day of the apocalypse outbreak, they must die. On his way, when Chen Luo reached near Chen Jianan's house, he asked Dharma to wait in the car as he was going to handle some personal business and requested for safety's sake not to run anywhere. Dharma responded by barking and shaking his head. Just as Chen Luo started going forward, he saw Sudaju and thought that even though Sudaju lived well in his last life without his help, it was a matter of fate, so he decided to help a bit. So he goes near Sudaju, and seeing Chen Luo in the car, Sudaju asks Chen Luo if he was leaving. To which Chen Luo responds that he came there to tell him one thing. When he woke up in the morning, he had a bad feeling that something massive was going to happen, so when it would be 9 a.m., Sudaju needs to be careful. He even asks for a promise from Sudaju. Sudaju responds with an okay, promising him to be careful. The scene then shifted to some time later at Chen Jianan's house, where Chen Fei and Chen Jianan were discussing Chen Luo. Chen Jianan told Chen Fei that Chen Luo actually wants to invest in the virtual currency, which shows that Chen Luo really wasn't afraid of it. Chen Jianan then shared with Chen Fei that he was shocked by Chen Luo's decision, because he could tell that even though that thing was rising rapidly, it had no realistic value. Hearing all that, Chen Fei was confused and asked Chen Jianan how there could be any reason not to do the money-making business delivered to their doorstep. Chen Jianan responded that Chen Luo knows he was going to trick him and asked Chen Fei if he thought Chen Luo would do a trade that was profitable for them but not for him. So Chen Jianan wonders whether it was a scam planned by Chen Luo for them. Chen Fei shares that he understands the psychology of speculation in virtual currency. He even gives an example of it by comparing virtual currency with Chen Jianan's gambling habits, as Chen Jianan always rushes to use money in gambling. Chen Fei also points out that similarly, Chen Luo would be in a hurry, and there was no one like Chen Jianan who could give 500 million at once. So, that was the reason why Chen Luo came to them. Suddenly, someone knocks on the door, and upon hearing it, they got serious and decided to be careful all the time. When Chen Luo enters the room, it was already past 9 a.m., and still, they didn't know anything because they were inside a closed air conditioning room. Chen Fei, without greeting Chen Luo, told him that he would have also joined him if he was as brave as Chen Luo. Chen Fei also sarcastically said to Chen Luo not to forget him if he earns money from that. To which Chen Luo responds with an okay, stating that of course if he earns the 5 billion, then he would definitely gift Chen Fei a super sports car. Hearing this, Chen Fei goes and hugs Chen Luo, sharing that he would remember Chen Luo's words. Chen Fei also tells Chen Luo not to go back on the words of giving him a sports car, and that dinner was ready, so they should talk while eating a bit. Chen Luo feels frustrated while hugging Chen Fei, but on the contrary, he is ready to eat with full power. At 9:15 a.m., he is eating food like a beast, indicating that he never had that type of food before. Both Chen Jianan and Chen Fei are confused about what happened to Chen Luo, but suddenly, to their surprise, they hear an anonymous type sound from outside of their room. Chen Jianan asks what kind of sound it could be, as it seemed to have come from the maid's room. He asks Chen Fei to go and take a look at it. Chen Fei agrees and goes to check, while on the other hand, Chen Luo gets serious because he knows that it is none other than the indication of the arrival of the apocalypse. Chen Luo also stands up and tells his uncle Chen Jianan that he would also go and take a look, just in case the maid was injured, so he could help Chen Fei send her to the hospital. But deep down, Chen Luo is happy, because he is thinking that it looks like his uncle Chen Jianan and Chen Fei would die a painful death. Here, when Chen Fei opens the room, he is shocked to see a zombie in the maid's room, and the maid is already dead. The room is full of blood. He gets startled and falls to the ground, but soon, seeing that the zombie is approaching towards him, he forcefully tries to close the door. But the twist comes here, or it could be said that Chen Fei's nightmare comes true, as Chen Luo stops Chen Fei from closing the door, saying that they came to check what's going on and to interpret the situation, so why was Chen Fei closing the door? Chen Fei, confused and stunned, surprisingly asks Chen Luo what he was doing and why he was not letting him close the door. But before he could complete his sentence, Chen Luo attacks Chen Fei with the electrifying baton, stunning him and causing him to fall to the ground. Chen Luo laughs and says that he wouldn't let both of them die so easily. Actually, he made that comment to Chen Fei because he wants Chen Fei to be wiped out by the zombies, experiencing a painful death. With that intention, he opens the door and lets the zombie come outside, attacking Chen Fei. Chen Jianan saw Chen Luo doing all that, and so Chen Jianan was furiously coming towards Chen Luo, asking what he had done and vowing that Chen Luo had to die by his hands. But as it happens with every lead role, Chen Luo was ready with his baton to attack. Chen Luo happily asks Chen Jianan to come forward, and the moment Chen Jianan advances, Chen Luo attacks Chen Jianan with the baton. Seeing this, Chen Jianan tries to block the attack with his hands, to which Chen Luo laughs and asks if Chen Jianan really thought he had resistance to lightning, which is why he was blocking with his hands. Che. After being attacked with an electric baton, Chen Jianan falls unconscious. Chen Luo then approaches Chen Fei and laughs at him, making a comment that he knows it hurts too much, as he could feel it just by looking at Chen Fei. Chen Fei is in excruciating pain as the zombie is eating him, causing him to howl in agony. Chen Fei shouts for help from Chen Luo and his father, but Chen Luo tells him to be quiet and not scream, stating that he doesn't have a worthless son like Chen Fei. Despite the pain, Chen Fei manages to drag himself towards Chen Luo to apologize by touching his feet, hoping that Chen Luo will help him afterward. Chen Luo, being cold-hearted due to past life incidents, sternly tells Chen Fei not to come towards him as his father lies on the ground. Despite Chen Fei's attempts to shout and curse at Chen Luo with some choice words, he is interrupted by another wave of pain, indicating his deteriorating health. Witnessing Chen Fei's worsening condition, Chen Luo's demeanor softens slightly, and he Chen Jianans to Chen Fei that he can't bear to watch the thrilling scene alone and needs a partner. With that comment, Chen Luo touches the baton to Chen Jianan again, causing him to regain consciousness from the shock. As Chen Jianan regains his senses and sees Chen Fei's condition, he becomes tense and approaches Chen Luo, touching his feet and pleading for help to save Chen Fei, as Chen Fei is Chen Luo's cousin. However, Chen Luo remains unresponsive. With no other option, Chen Jianan starts admitting that he was the one who secretly cheated on his shares, but neither Chen Luo nor Chen Fei knew anything about it. Chen Fei was an innocent person. Chen Luo then asks Chen Jianan if he didn't think he should apologize more to him. Hearing this, Chen Jianan is stunned and wonders why Chen Luo is saying that. He wonders if Chen Luo knows about the matter too. However, Chen Jianan still refuses to apologize for killing Chen Luo's parents. Chen Luo then asks Chen Jianan if he had thought about his answer, as Chen Fei didn't have much time left and couldn't hold on much longer. In response, Chen Jianan furiously demands that Chen Luo save Chen Fei immediately and promises not to call the police if Chen Luo does so. Chen Jianan warned Chen Luo that if he calls the police, Chen Luo's future would be in danger and it could also be doomed. In response, Chen Luo said that he had already given Chen Jianan a chance, but now he wouldn't give him another. Hearing this, Chen Jianan became furious and started shouting, calling Chen Luo an ungrateful bastard who wants to betray his own cousin and uncle, stating that Chen Luo was even worse than a dog. Off which Chen Luo feels frustrated and responds to Chen Jianan that he is the one who is ungrateful. Chen Luo slaps Chen Jianan and tells him that his father saw Chen Jianan fail and never succeeded anything, yet still introduced Chen Jianan to the Chen Luo organization. But what did Chen Jianan do in return? Chen Jianan plotted against his parents. Chen Luo couldn't comprehend how Chen Jianan could utter such shameless words. Until Chen Fei died, Chen Jianan got sad and angry. He responded to Chen Luo that he was Chen Luo's father's brother, and he even contributed to the company. Yet, in response, what did he get? Chen Jianan furiously asks if Chen Luo's father saw him as a beggar for only giving him 10% equity in the company. He questions if that's why he deserved to die. Chen Jianan even scolds Chen Luo, saying that he cannot escape with the current technology of the police. Chen Luo, hearing all that, gets pissed off and points out that during those times, shares also had value, as 10% share was worth 1.5 billion. He asks if a worker would be able to earn 1.5 billion worth of shares. Chen Luo, realizing Chen Jianan's evil heart, throws him towards the zombies. Deep down, he feels a sense of satisfaction, knowing that his father was too kind-hearted for helping someone like Chen Jianan, and it was the only thing he could do for them. Chen Luo even sheds tears as he thinks about his parents. After some time, a zombie also comes to attack Chen Luo. Seeing this, he realizes that, as he expected, after becoming a zombie, it was no longer possible to have other emotions besides wanting to eat people. So, the moment the zombie comes close to him, he uses the baton to give it an electrifying shock. Chen Luo shares that even though zombies don't experience fear, they can still feel pain, and paralysis and stunning techniques work on them. After stunning the zombie, he takes out the sword and strikes between its head, explaining that killing zombies isn't too hard as they just have to pierce the body part between the eyebrows. Chenluo was smiling at that point and pondering that even though killing someone was disgusting, piercing that part was amazing because it revealed a hidden treasure known as the core crystal. After collecting the crystal, he stores it in his void and Rechen Jianins that it happened exactly as he thought. At the beginning of the apocalypse, the crystal was of low rank. Chenluo then wonders that at the start of the zombie outbreak, whether it's an ability user or a zombie, a crystal will be born between the eyebrows. The energy contained inside the core crystal could not only help the awakened speed up their recovery, but also assist the awakener in becoming stronger. In short, it was a valuable treasure for Chenluo, and he decided to collect as many as possible. Chenluo shares that the crystal's size and color would change according to the target's ability and combat prowess. For example, the crystal of a fire-type ability user or zombie would be red in color, while that of a wind-type ability user or zombie would be green. Lastly, he mentions that the crystal of a space-type ability user or zombie would be transparent in color. Chenluo then recalls the time when he obtained the lightning core crystal from the Lightning King's head, noting that it was a dark purple crystal about the size of an egg. Upon getting out of the house, Chenluo encounters a zombie. Seeing it, he laughs, Rechen Jianning that the zombie was very lively. This implies that the zombie was someone who had definitely tried to help his uncle very much. The zombie attacks Chenluo, who then takes out his baton and uses it on the zombie, making a sarcastic comment to come, as his uncle would give him a good treat. The zombie gets stunned by the baton, and then while taking the crystal, Chenluo again sarcastically asks if taking a reward for helping the zombie, as his uncle did, wasn't too much. Chenluo was taking everything lightly and in a fun way. On the other hand, the Dharma King was shocked to see Chenluo wiping out the zombies so harshly and wondered why Chenluo was so cruel. Chenluo approached the car and told Dharma that he felt they would awaken soon, so it wasn't safe for them to stay outside. He also informed Dharma that he needed to come with him to his house for a while, and after awakening, he could leave. Inside the house, there were many zombie dead bodies killed by Chenluo. Seeing this, Dharma started panicking and barking. Chenluo asked him not to panic, assuring him that he would get used to it slowly. After that, Chenluo was silently peeling an apple and eating it, while Dharma was experiencing a strange sensation in his body. Suddenly, Chenluo noticed that lightning-like rays were emanating from Dharma. Seeing this, Chenluo panicked a little because he didn't know what type of effect Dharma's awakening ability might have. As Dharma was awakening his lightning ability, Chenluo got scared and hid behind a sofa, wondering what was going on and whether he would be the first one to get hit by Dharma's lightning strike. But to his surprise, Dharma didn't attack Chenluo and instead relaxed from his lightning awakening position. Chenluo then stood up and shared that whether a talent was strong or not mainly depended on two aspects. The first was the earlier the awakening time, and the second was the faster growth of the ability. Chenluo then got a little sad, realizing that the Lightning King Dharma was probably at the peak of his lightning talents. He felt jealous of Dharma, lamenting that he was worse than a dog. He was feeling a bit downcast by the fact that the dog was more powerful than him. Suddenly, out of nowhere, apples fell to the ground. At first he acted a little scared, but soon he smiled weirdly, saying that it seemed he was quite talented like the others as well. Chenluo then stood up again, and this time he looked very serious. He raised something like a ball in his hand and, out of nowhere, he attacked the wall with it. The wall got a hole in it, and seeing this, Dharma was stunned and couldn't believe it. But Chenluo wasn't happy, as he thought it was very bad that his void ball attack took 25% of his ability power. Additionally, his attack couldn't even instantly wipe out the lowest rank zombie. He decided that his first step would be to absorb a core crystal and quickly level up. In his past life, Lightning King Dharma and Ling Yangji were both of king rank. He also shared that in his past life, his body was also of king rank. But after he absorbed Lightning King's core crystal, he leveled up to another rank. Also, during that time, he didn't know the use of it because with no food, no drinks, and no one to accompany him, life was meaningless. So it was better to die. So, like that, he thought a lot, and the scene then shifted to 5 minutes later, where Chenluo was still pondering. This time, he was thinking that according to the progress, if he absorbed around 20 core crystals, he would become a rank 2 ability user. Chenluo then yawned and told Dharma that he had to use his ability somehow. So, Chenluo commanded him to try to condense the power in the body to the throat and accumulate it, then spray it in the direction he looked. Following the command, Dharma did the same, and the lightning strike that came from his mouth was massive. Seeing this, Chenluo felt happy and patted Dharma's head, calling him a smart and good dog. Chenluo then asked Dharma to accompany him to the cold storage first, as the first thing was to store the goods they had stocked. Dharma happily agreed to go with Chenluo. After that, Chenluo went to the Super Chen Jianane, and standing in front of it, he happily asked Dharma to look at the size of the Super Chen Jiananet, as it was so big, indicating there would be many resources inside. He then sarcastically said that everyone says no one should leave empty-handed, implying there would be many good things inside, and they couldn't let zombies take them instead. Chenluo asked Dharma what if they fought the zombies and took all the things, of which Dharma responds with an okay and happily asks to go and begin it. Chenluo takes out his armor and weapon, then tells Dharma to attack if he could, and not fight head-on, but use his agile body to dodge the attacks. Dharma responds that he understood, so they started fighting together and were easily defeating them, but suddenly when Dharma struck a girl with his lightning power, he got stunned to see that there wasn't any scratch on her body. Dharma was wondering what was wrong with her, but Chenluo comforted him by saying not to take tension, just to lure them away. Dharma understood and started fighting with them to lure them away from the Super Chenjiananet. Seeing Dharma easily defeating them, Chenluo asks Dharma to be careful as he was going inside the Super Chenjiananet and would come back soon. Inside the Super Chenjiananet, seeing the high-quality things and materials, Chenluo got happy as he was right that the Super Chenjiananet in front of the villa would have such quality products. Chenluo then opens his void and starts absorbing everything of use inside it, laughing and shouting that it was all his now. Slowly, Chenluo absorbed everything, even taking out the crystals from the zombies' heads. While doing all the work and absorbing the foods and crystals, he came out yawning happily, as the ability space was big, and it was great when everything was free. He then told Dharma that it was time for them to leave, but when he looked up, he saw that Dharma was running from a zombie for his life. So Chenluo went and saved Dharma very easily by defeating that monster. After which Dharma was sobbing, wondering why his master could kill zombies so easily while he couldn't. So Chenluo patted his head and asked Dharma not to be upset, reassuring him that he was already very good. He just had to work hard, and after some time, he would be the best and coolest dog. Hearing all that, Dharma got happy and was smiling as if he had received something big. Chenluo then asked Dharma to, let's go to the cold storage. As they were going towards the cold storage, someone in the way asked them to stop from behind. It was a random person who saw Chenluo alive, so he asked Chenluo to wait for a moment to talk. The boy asked Chenluo if he knew what was happening because he called the police, but no one was answering. Chenluo very calmly responded that it was obvious that it was an apocalypse and a zombie outbreak. Hearing this, the boy got scared, pondering the situation. But soon, he happily asked Chenluo to be companions with each other, suggesting they could take care of each other in the apocalypse. Chenluo directly denied the offer, saying that he didn't need it and moved forward. The boy kept shouting for Chenluo to wait, but Chenluo didn't stop again. After going from there, Chenluo was wondering that he planned to accept some underlings, but only elite ones. So, he didn't blame him for being so cold-blooded, as even if he had many resources, they were not infinite, and he needed to be cautious. Suddenly, in the way, he saw something and stopped the car. Actually, there were so many zombies blocking the road. Chenluo wondered that he remembered they could only reach the cold storage by that specific road, but it was blocked by the zombies. Hence, it seemed like he had to kill them all. Chenluo then got out of the car and told Dharma to go and stroll around while being protective. They started fighting the zombies, and Chenluo was using electric batons to kill them one by one. Some zombies even tried to sneak attack him, but Chenluo was smart, so he outplayed those zombies. Also, one zombie bites off his biceps, but surprisingly, Chenluo just throws the zombie with his hands and shares that his armor was made of alloy, so how could low-level zombies like them break it? He then sarcastically made a comment that there was no dentist in the city to fill up their teeth, and if they lose their teeth, in the future they could only rely on their tongue to lick. But suddenly, he laughs, telling them to wait, as there was no future for them. Suddenly, to Chenluo's shock, his electric baton got discharged and stopped producing electricity. At that moment, Chenluo was stunned and tense, unsure what to do next. The zombies came and started snatching the baton from Chenluo, so Chenluo tensely gave them the baton, saying they could take it if they wanted. Surprisingly, he was just trying to buy some time. The reason he needed time was that he had to take out a new baton from his void. So after taking out a new baton, he started wiping out zombies. After defeating them all, he collected all the crystals from inside them. The scene then shifted to some time later, where Dharma also came and stood beside Chenluo, looking at him confusingly, wondering why they weren't going to the cold storage, why they were holding and waiting, and where they were. Chenluo then asks Dharma to come and shows him a truck, sharing that the heavy truck was more amazing than alloy armor and an electric baton, as he had kept the truck there for the day of the apocalypse. Hearing this, Dharma got impressed and looked happily towards Chenluo. Chenluo asks Dharma to get up on the truck as he would drive it. He then moves forward, and a closed door was coming. Seeing this, Chenluo asks Dharma to look at what he was going to do. With a truck like that, there wasn't any need for them to get outside and open the door. so he easily broke the door with the truck. Seeing this, Dharma was stunned, whereas Chen Luo was feeling amazing, as it looked like a heroic stunt to him. Upon going further, they met with hundreds of zombies, and there Chen Luo shared that he already knew that those hundreds of zombies would take a long time to kill with the electric baton, also wasting his electricity. Chen Luo then, without wasting time, hit zombies with the truck and slashed them away. Being in an act like that, Dharma was shocked and sobbing, thinking his master was so cruel. On the other hand, there were two boys named Fang and Leng, and one girl named Mia on the second floor of that cold storage. Seeing Chen Luo from above, they were impressed. Leng said that he thinks Chen Luo's truck was much stronger than other vehicles in their cold storage. Mia suggested to Fang and Leng that they should ask Chen Luo to take them out from the cold storage. Fang asks that Chen Luo was unaccompanied, so why would he take the risk for them? Was he their father? Fang also said that he thinks Chen Luo was a ruthless person. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to do what he just did, and Chen Luo probably knows that their cold storage had resources. So Chen Luo came to take the resources, and once he got those resources, he would leave and wouldn't care about them. Fang then suggested that instead of asking for help, they should try to help themselves, and they could snatch Chen Luo's truck, as it was the most reliable means of transportation, with the truck in their own hands. Leng asks them to look that Chen Luo seems to be wearing armor. Fang again said that they just need to snatch the truck, and they would be safe. So what did they think about it? Leng also furiously agrees with Fang, as Chen Luo came to steal resources from the cold storage, which was unforgivable. So, after some seconds, when Chen Luo was extracting the crystals from zombies, Mia came close to him and thanked him for saving them by killing the zombies. Hearing this, Chen Luo started wondering why they were thanking him, as it seemed like they would ask him to bring them out of the cold storage safely. Chen Luo then asks Mia whether they were the only survivors there. Mia responds with a yes, as only the three of them survived. While Mia was keeping Chen Luo busy by talking with him, both Fang and Leng came from behind and put their hands on Chen Luo's shoulder, by which Chen Luo understood that they were going to try to snatch his things, so he wondered whether it was real that a few moments ago they were trying to thank him, but now they were going to snatch his items. Fang asks Chen Luo not to fight back and not to worry, as they weren't going to harm him. By their act, Chen Luo got furious and wondered that during the harsh environment, it would really magnify the ugliness of human nature infinitely, and kindness was the least valuable and most harmful thing during the apocalypse. Suddenly, to the surprise of Fang and the others, a dog came towards them barking. Seeing this, Fang asks where the dog came from. Leng responds that he thinks the dog wasn't infected yet. While they were distracted by the appearance of Dharma, Chen Luo got the time to open his void, as now he didn't have to worry about exposing his void ability in front of them. So, sneakily, he took out the baton and attacked them with it. Lastly, he said that they didn't have to worry because dead people didn't speak at all. After he killed both boys, Mia got scared and started asking Chen Luo not to kill her. Chen Luo wondered why he wouldn't kill her just because she was a girl. Mia started running, shouting for help. Seeing this, Chen Luo said that she looked like she ran very fast, so he told Dharma that she was his target. Dharma then wasted no time and attacked Mia from the backside. Mia fell to the ground and Chen Luo approached her, stunning her with the baton. He said that it was the reason why everyone says that the one who strikes first has the advantage. After killing them, he asks Dharma to get ready for storing everything. So they got seasoning, seafood, chicken, duck, various types of meat, pig trotter offal, instant vegetables, fruits, and what was even more surprising was that everything was in amounts of more than 9999 tons. Lastly, Chen Luo shared with Dharma that they got 60,000 tons of resources from the cold storage. While going back, Chen Luo told Dharma that they were going home for some rest, and then they would go to the grain storage to loot more. Chen Luo then wondered how Sudaju was doing. Suddenly, Chen Luo saw a boy in front of his truck asking for help and offering him a ride. But Chen Luo noticed that the boy was hiding many things underneath his shirt, and it probably wasn't a good idea to give him a ride. Actually, Chen Luo was taking precautions because his law of survival didn't allow him to let any threat arise, even if the threat was small. Seeing Chen Luo not stopping, the boy continuously asked him to stop, but Chen Luo had already decided that if the boy didn't get aside, he would drive over him. Seeing the truck coming, the boy got scared and moved aside, then started shouting furiously that Chen Luo dared to hit him, and now Chen Luo would regret it because whenever he got the chance, he would definitely retaliate against him. Hearing this, Chen Luo got angry and wondered that in the past, holding a grudge might lead to saying something bad behind someone's back or trying some scheme. But now, in the apocalypse, after awakening with abilities, everyone had the chance to kill people. So Chen Luo asks Dharma, the Lightning King, if he heard that the boy said he wants to eat dog meat. Hearing this, Dharma said that even though he didn't understand human language, he believed that the boy didn't say dog meat, As Chen Luo stopped, the boy went towards him furiously, intending to retaliate, but suddenly he got shocked to see a dog coming towards him. The boy saw that the dog was going to attack, so he tried to attack back with a rod. But Dharma was on the other side, thinking that he didn't care if the boy wanted to eat dog meat or not. If Master said that he wants that boy dead, then the boy must need to die. So, without wasting time, Dharma used a lightning strike on the boy, and the boy became unconscious. Hearing this, Chen Luo asked Dharma to ensure that the boy was dead, so not just to use lightning. Dharma looked confusingly towards Chen Luo. So, Chen Luo responded and made Dharma understand that in battle, if he showed any hesitation, he would die. Only if he adapted to the apocalypse, then he would safely survive. Hearing this, Dharma angrily bit the boy. Seeing this, Chen Luo happily responded that it was what he was talking about. Chen Luo praises Dharma for defeating that boy alone and easily. After that, Chen Luo asks Dharma to go back home. Upon reaching the villa, Chen Luo tells Dharma that the road to the villa is too narrow, so it won't be easy to park the heavy truck. So Chen Luo asks Dharma to get out of the truck to help him lure the zombies away. He also tells Dharma that he will stop the truck by the side of the road. Dharma agrees and gets out of the truck to lure the zombies in the opposite direction of the truck. Seeing this, Chen Luo was very happy because he thought that as Lightning King Dharma lures the zombies away, they would eventually come back. During that time, the zombies would act as free car-watching laborers, preventing other survivors from approaching or damaging his truck. He also takes a sigh of relief, thinking that luckily his rebirth didn't have a butterfly effect and that Sudhaju didn't become a zombie. He should be safe. Suddenly, a zombie tries to attack Chen Luo, so he uses an electric baton to defeat it. While Chen Luo was fighting, Sudhaju arrived at the villa with a girl. Seeing Chen Luo fight like that, Sudhaju praised him. The girl Rechenjianand that the electric baton was so strong that Chen Luo wouldn't be scared even if he encountered a zombie, explaining why Chen Luo was so brave. After the fight ended, Sudhaju shouted and told Chen Luo about his place. Seeing Sudhaju alive, Chen Luo was happy as it was what he expected. However, he was also surprised to see the girl, and he identified her as Chen Luo Jing. Both Chen Luo Jing and Sudhaju started discussing something with Chen Luo. Chen Luo asked them not to talk about it openly and to move quickly, as it would be troublesome if they encountered zombies. Hearing this, Chen Luo Jing didn't look very happy and made a weird face. Even while making a weird face, Chen Luo Jing responded with a yes. However, deep down, she was thinking that she needed to increase her affection for Chen Luo. With both Sudhaju and Chen Luo protecting her, she could stay safe and wait for rescue from the country. So let's see what actually happens from Chen Luo's side. Just when Chen Luo entered the villa and started fighting zombies, he was wondering about Sudhaju. Chen Luo wonders if Sudhaju fled to the interior of the villa area during the zombie outbreak, or if Sudhaju climbed over the wall and hid in a villa. He then feels very frustrated that he couldn't recall which villa Sudhaju might have hidden in, as he only remembers the surrounding area. Chen Luo then decided not to think too much and use that trick. Suddenly, he started shouting Sudhaju's name, asking if Sudhaju could hear him, and if so, where he was. Seeing Chen Luo like that, Dharma got stunned and wondered what his master was doing, as it would lure zombies out. On the other side, Sudhaju was hiding in the villa, and upon hearing the voice, he realized it was none other than Chen Luo. Chen Luo Jing asked Sudhaju not to go, as Chen Luo was acting crazy and not afraid of luring out zombies. She believed Chen Luo not only wanted to die, but also wanted them to get killed. Hearing this, Sudhaju also wondered, with brother Chen Luo's smart brain, did Chen Luo not know that it's dangerous to shout? And why was Chen Luo using that method to find him? Chen Luo again shouted Sudhaju's name and asked about his whereabouts. Sudhaju had no choice but to get out and meet with Chen Luo. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo Jing said she would also come with him and pleaded with Sudhaju not to leave her alone. The moment they got outside, they saw Chen Luo fighting with zombies. Chen Luo Jing again tried to provoke Sudhaju. Then came the moment when Sudhaju praised Chen Luo, and Chen Luo Jing was shocked to see Chen Luo like that. So, actually, what Chen Luo really thought after seeing Chen Luo Jing was how could he forget about this girl? As in his previous life, she was a burden and almost got them killed. Chen Luo also shared that Chen Luo Jing was very scheming. He remembered from his previous life that the water wasn't pure, and she was scared of drinking tap water. So, she always used Sudhaju as an experiment by offering him the water first. Even after when Chen Luo got partnered with Sudhaju, Chen Luo Jing tried to show affection to both of them in various ways. First, she went to Sudhaju and told him that she felt very safe beside him, unlike brother Chen Luo. Then, when she went to Chen Luo, she said that she felt Chen Luo was very sincere since she first saw him, unlike brother Sudhaju. Chen Luo also shared that during the time of distributing food, Chen Luo Jing always hid a portion first, then acted hungry and pitiful, tricking Sudhaju into giving his share to her, treating Sudhaju like a clown. Lastly, Chen Luo thought that if Chen Luojing still dared to be so shameless again in this present life, then she wasn't someone to blame him for using her to let Sudhaju understand that people's hearts are sinister. Chen Luo then offers Sudhaju to come to his house so they both could take care of each other, to which Sudhaju thanks Chen Luo. Chen Luojing interrupts them and introduces herself to Chen Luo. She even tries to create a connection with Chen Luo by mentioning they have the same surname, suggesting they might have been from the same family 500 years ago. Surprisingly, while Chen Luojing was talking with Chen Luo, she got attacked by Dharma. Dharma jumped and tore out her bag, causing many resources to spill out from inside. Even Chen Luo got stunned to see so many things, and wondered why Chen Luojing was protecting her bag so fiercely. He thought that perhaps she had snacks hidden in it, and was planning to enjoy them after they left. Chen Luo then decided not to care about her and opened a can of cold drink to drink. He told Chen Luojing that he was hungry, so he was taking it. Chen Luo even gave Sudhaju some snacks, telling him that he must be hungry too. After eating, they could go to get some resources. Seeing this, Sudhaju got furious and wondered. He had risked his life to save her last time, then successfully saved her. But what about her? She had food all the time, yet she still dared to lie to him, saying that she didn't have any. Sudhaju realized that she planned not to share with them, so he decided to not care about her anymore. Chen Luojing got tense seeing them eating, and with a tear in her eyes, she approached Sudhaju, asking that he couldn't be allowed to eat as it was her food. So Sudhaju put it down and gave it back, but Chen Luo used his leg to make her fall down on the ground. After falling down, she howled in pain and shouted that bullying a poor girl, were they guys still considered as men? Hearing this, Chen Luo smiled and wondered aloud, let this girl go and ask the zombies whether they care if someone is a guy or a girl. But he also thought that exposing this much wasn't enough to make Sudhaju understand human nature, so he needed to make her expose more. Chen Luo smiled and asked Chen Luojing why she needed to cry, as they would only have energy to find food after they ate, right? So, this time she didn't have to come with them, as they had eaten her food. And when they come back, they will give her double the amount of food they had taken. Hearing this, Chen Luojing thought that no matter what, she couldn't make Chen Luo and Sudhaju her enemies, so she had to accept it. Afterward, Chen Luojing apologized, saying it was her fault as she had just reacted instinctively. When she was younger, she had starved a lot, and she didn't really mean to do whatever she just did. Hearing her story, Chen Luo got frustrated as Chen Luojing was really good at making up stories. Chen Luo then asked Sudhaju to go to the Super Chenjiananate together, as he would go first and make some preparations. Sudhaju agreed with Chen Luo, sharing that he would listen to him. So Chen Luo goes to Dharma and asks him to go outside and lure some zombies into their house. Hearing this, Dharma got shocked and wondered whether his master was joking, as he could understand luring the zombies. But luring them into their house was so confusing. Seeing Dharma's reaction, Chen Luo understood his confusion, so he told Dharma not to worry too much as he would understand when he comes back. After that, Chen Luo took out some garlic from the void and chuckled, knowing that the show was about to start. Chen Luo then went towards Sudhaju and Chen Luojing with the garlic juice. He asked them if they had rested well, and now they should check out this garlic juice. Chen Luojing got tensed from the smell of the garlic juice. Even Sudhaju confusingly asked Chen Luo why he made so much garlic juice. Chen Luo responded that they didn't know, but when he came back from outside, he saw someone imitating a scene from a movie where the person hung a string of garlic from his body. Chen Luo also mentioned that he even saw with his own eyes that the zombies were so scared that they kept backing away. Chen Luo felt happy that they believed his story, but deep down, he thought it was a pity, because they both didn't know there's a difference between movies and reality, as the smell of garlic would actually lure zombies even more. After that, Chen Luo sadly shared with them that it was a pity his house had so much garlic, which was only enough for 2 people. So he asked Sudhaju to let's go to the Super Chenjiananate and try to find some more garlic there. Suddenly, all of them heard some weird sounds, which made Chen Luo smile. He asked them if they also heard it, as it seemed like a group of zombies were coming close to them. Chen Luojing got scared upon hearing it. Now, Chen Luo was wondering about Chen Luojing and waiting to see if Chen Luojing was going to choose to resist with them or snatch that life-saving garlic juice. Chen Luojing heard some more sounds and tensely asked if it was the sound of the iron door being destroyed. Chen Luo quickly asked Sudhaju to use the bowl of garlic juice. Surprisingly, Sudhaju hesitated to use the garlic juice because he was thinking that even though he hated Chen Luojing, she hadn't done something guilty enough to die. With so many zombies around, if he used that bowl of garlic juice, wouldn't she die? Here, Sudhaju was thinking of giving it to Chen Luojing, whereas on the other hand, Chen Luojing was looking at the bowl of garlic juice, thinking that there was only one bowl of garlic juice, which meant only one person could survive. Here, Sudhaju was going to take the bowl and give it to her, but seeing him coming close to the bowl of garlic juice, without thinking twice, she snatched the bowl from the table and poured it all over herself, deciding that she should be the one to survive. Seeing her do that, Sudhaju got pissed off as he had even thought of giving it to her, but from now on, he wouldn't think about her. Chenluo came there and asked Sudhaju if he saw that or not, so it's better not to treat people well in the apocalypse because some people were not fit to be humans. Hearing this, Chenluo Jing understood Chenluo's motive and asked if Chenluo tried to set her up. Chenluo smiled and asked her if he set her up. Didn't she make that decision herself? Or did he force her to pour the garlic over herself? Chenluo then laughed and told Chenluo Jing that zombies were very sensitive to the smell of garlic, so she was now dead for sure. Hearing this, Chenluo Jing got tense and started shouting, asking Chenluo if he lied to her about the juice and whether there was something wrong with her just wanting to live. Chenluo responds that it wasn't wrong to want to live, but she was wrong to use people's kindness and bully him, especially when it came to Sudhaju. He also asks her that just as she said they also want to live, so sacrificing her for that, whether it was wrong. After that, Chenluo started taking out armor and weapons from his void, thinking that Chenluo Jing would be dead soon, and dead people wouldn't reveal secrets, especially talking about Sudhaju, so he would tell Sudhaju himself that the ability he awakened was void. Seeing Chenluo taking out the armor, Chenluo Jing got stunned and asked about it. She realized that Chenluo had prepared it a long time ago, which was the reason why he didn't pour the garlic on himself. Chenluo then told Sudhaju to go and find a room to hide, as he would only be a burden to him. Sudhaju responded with an okay and left to hide. Even Chenluo Jing came close to Chenluo and, in a romantic gesture, she asked Chenluo to let her off this time, promising that in the future, he could do anything he wanted with her. Now that Chenluo Jing had no choice left, she was trying to seduce Chenluo using her charm and body. To her surprise, Chenluo was like stone-hearted and told Chenluo Jing that he only wanted her to go and die, as once she was dead, he would let her off. Chenluo Jing got furious and called Chenluo a bastard, saying that she didn't offend him, so why had he made things difficult for her since they met? Suddenly, she was attacked by the zombies, and while dying, Chenluo Jing shouted that Chenluo would die a miserable death. The scene then shifted to some time later, where Chenluo had defeated all the zombies. There, he admitted it was a miscalculation on his part, as he had lived in that house for more than 10 years. But today was exceptionally lucky. Sudhaju came there and seeing Chenluo Jing dead and about to say something. But Chenluo told Sudhaju to stop, as they didn't have time for expressing emotions, since there was no way they could stay in such a messy house. Chenluo asks Sudhaju to help him quickly move all the corpses outside. After half an hour, they successfully remove all the corpses outside. Now he had a problem. There was a bloodstain which he had to clean. He realized that if he had a maid, it would be easy for him to wipe those bloodstains. Chenluo then recalled Mayu, as she wasn't that bad, looked good, and worked hard, so he wondered if Mayu was still alive. While Chenluo was thinking about Mayu, Sudhaju interrupts him and asks him to go to the Super Chenjananet. Chenluo smiles and tells Sudhaju not to worry because he has better food with him, and suggests going upstairs to enjoy the meal. When Chenluo takes out the food and drinks, Sudhaju is shocked that the food seemingly came out of thin air. Sudhaju asks Chenluo about it in shock. Chenluo, in response, asks Sudhaju if he felt any changes in his body. Sudhaju explains that his head was hurting in the afternoon, but now he feels much stronger. Chenluo shares that this type of change often occurs before an apocalypse, and he has experienced it himself. Chenluo also informs Sudhaju that everyone experiences different types of changes. Since Sudhaju's change is related to strength, Chenluo speculates that he himself might have a change related to the void. Chenluo shares with Sudhaju that he suddenly realized he could grasp some void power, and he feels that there might be a disaster happening soon, so he has stored some resources. Sudhaju responds with understanding, indicating that he got the message. Chenluo feels relieved, thinking that this explanation is much better than something as crazy as reincarnation, which Sudhaju could easily accept. He then tells Sudhaju that he has a feeling they are going to become brothers, so Sudhaju shouldn't hesitate, and they should start eating. Sudhaju mentions that there is too much food, and they couldn't finish it all, suggesting they save some as just 2 or 3 dishes were enough. Chenluo responds that it's fine because even after they finish eating, Dharma, the Lightning King, hasn't eaten yet. Hearing this, Dharma asks not to mention it as leftovers, recalling his days as a stray dog when even getting some swill to eat was considered lucky. He thanks Chenluo but sadly asks if cleaning bloodstains was now a dog's task. In reality, Chenluo had asked Dharma to clean the bloodstains. After eating, Chenluo tried to create a void sword, but it disappeared just 5 seconds after being generated. While lying on the bed, he laughs, thinking about how he observed 42 core crystals, which wasn't a joke, and he even managed to create a void sword. Chenluo shared that in his past life, he could only grasp the void sword when he was at level 7, and according to his current progress, in his past life, he only grasped the void passage at rank 9, so he might be able to use it when he reaches rank 4 now. He also wonders if the elemental blade he used when he was at the king rank could be accessed earlier in his present life, which feels great just by thinking about it. In the next morning, Sudhaju happily tells Chen Luo that whatever Chen Luo said really worked, as he feels much stronger after absorbing 7 core crystals. Even Dharma barks 9 times in front of them. Seeing this, Chen Luo smiles and asks if Sudhaju really ate 9, Richin Jiananing that it wasn't that bad. He even makes a sarcastic comment that luckily it wasn't 99. Otherwise, Dharma would be shouting for a long time. On the other hand, Sudhaju is shocked that a dog absorbed more crystals than him. Chen Luo then opens his void and takes out an armor to give to Sudhaju, asking him not to look down on Dharma as he is very talented. He suggests trying on the armor after eating breakfast, because afterward, they have to go to the grain storage. Sudhaju responds with an okay. The scene then shifts to sometime later when they head towards the truck. Seeing the zombies walking around the truck, Chen Luo gets happy, as zombies are really free laborers who help him guard the truck. Sudhaju, seeing the zombies, asks Chen Luo about wiping them out, but Chen Luo stops him, saying that those zombies are free laborers, so Lightning King Dharma will lure them away. Just as Chen Luo speaks, Dharma starts luring away the zombies, to which Sudhaju asks why he feels like the dog has more use than him. Chen Luo responds by asking Sudhaju not to compare himself with a dog, as there are things that a dog can do that he can't, and vice versa. He reassures Sudhaju that they all have their own usefulness. Hearing this, Sudhaju surprisingly asks Chen Luo if there really was some work that a dog can do, but he can't. Chen Luo responds with a yes and asks if Sudhaju dares to eat feces, just like a dog would. Chen Luo says it as a joke, but hearing it, Dharma gets stunned and furiously turns away, shouting that it's slander as he didn't eat anything like that. The scene then shifts to the grain storage, where Chen Luo is slashing away the zombies by hitting them with the truck. Seeing this, Sudhaju praises Chen Luo for taking the truck. Chen Luo shares that he feels strange because there were quite a few staff members in the grain storage. They shouldn't all be dead. Also, the sound outside was so loud, so why did no one call for help? Sudhaju also suggests that it's a big place, so there might be an underground basement, and people could be hiding there, which is why they didn't hear anything. Hearing this, Chen Luo finds it knowledgeable. He stops in front of a passage and shares his thought that it might be the passage leading to the basement. Chen Luo asks Sudhaju to go together and check it out. Upon moving further, they find a skull of someone. Seeing this, Chen Luo is stunned because while normal zombies gnaw on humans, they wouldn't eat everything until only one bone is left. Chen Luo wonders if some zombies got mutated inside and tells Sudhaju that he wonders whether it was an ant or a rat. Chen Luo thought that both were gregarious, so they should be in such large numbers. Due to this, he couldn't take the risk as life was important. Suddenly they hear some sounds, and when Chen Luo looks carefully, he is shocked to see a whole group of rats. Chen Luo asks everyone to run as fast as they could. The horde of rats is rapidly approaching Chen Luo and the others directly. When Chen Luo and Sudhaju are trying to run, Dharma is trying to stop the horde of rats. Seeing this, Chen Luo asks Dharma to take care of his own safety, so Dharma also runs with them. Surprisingly, a slightly mutated rat appears, and upon seeing the humans, it becomes excited, considering them delicious food. It jumps towards Chen Luo for an attack, expressing its desire to see how they could escape. Due to the sudden attack, Chen Luo falls to the ground. Seeing this, Sudhaju helps him up and expresses his belief that they are now doomed. Chen Luo, realizing the severity of the situation, asks Sudhaju not to hesitate and to attack the rats. Somehow, they were able to fight off the smaller rats together, with the help of electricity wiping out the rats. However, Chen Luo was tensed about the Rat King, as it was clearly a mutant. Surprisingly, the Rat King was also smiling as it watched them. Chen Luo shared that whether survivors, zombies, or creatures, all combat abilities will grow slowly, but there will always be individual mutants who will overdraw their life potential and make their strength skyrocket. Chen Luo then wonders that even though they grow stronger, their longevity decreases. He even shouts at his destiny, feeling unlucky to encounter one so early. While fighting with the small rats, Sudhaju falls to the ground. Seeing Sudhaju fall, the Rat King thinks it's the best time to attack. Sudhaju tries to use a baton, but the Rat King throws it away, deeming it useless. Then the Rat King starts a continuous attack on Sudhaju's armor. As the armor reaches its limit, Sudhaju gets tense, realizing that just one more attack from the Rat King could puncture it. Chen Luo rushes over and shouts for Sudhaju to watch out. He explains that the Rat King is at least level 3 or 4, so he has no choice but to use normal methods as he can't kill it in such a short amount of time. Chen Luo uses some food to distract the rats with it and wonders that if he hadn't broken through to rank 2 last night, all of them would have definitely died in the basement. On the other hand, seeing Chen Luo with the baton, the Rat King wonders if Chen Luo's electric baton would hurt him or not. If it does, then he plans to first bite off Chen Luo and then bite off Sudhaju. The twist was that the thing the Rat King was understanding as a baton wasn't actually a baton. It was Chen Luo coming with the Void Sword, hoping that the Rat King would be killed by it, as it was his last hope. The moment the Rat King realizes that it's a Void Sword, he gets tensed and wants to run. Seeing this, Chen Luo smiles and asks the Rat King whether he wants to run away, telling him to stop daydreaming. Upon defeating the Rat King, Chen Luo finds a core crystal inside the Rat King, bigger than the others, and feels happy about it. After that, he tells Sudhaju that he thinks the 2 front fangs of the Rat King are pretty good, so it should be easy to make them into a weapon in the future. Chen Luo admits that he wasn't strong enough, so Sudhaju should try pulling it out. Sudhaju agrees with Chen Luo and asks him to move aside and let him try. After struggling for a while, Sudhaju somehow manages to take out 1 fang. Chen Luo praises Sudhaju, saying it wasn't bad, and then suggests they go further into the basement. The scene shifts to some time later, where Chen Luo is storing the grains. Seeing this, Sudhaju is amazed and asks how big Chen Luo's void space is. Chen Luo responds that it isn't as big as the grain storage. After storing everything, Chen Luo approaches Sudhaju and tells him that Sudhaju can't tell anyone about the stocked resources. Chen Luo emphasizes once again that no matter what happens, Sudhaju must remember not to tell anyone. Sudhaju assures Chen Luo not to worry, saying he understands and that even if he were beaten to death, he wouldn't reveal the secret. Suddenly, the lights go out in their surroundings. Sudhaju asks why it suddenly became darker. Chen Luo responds that it should be a blackout, and they should quickly finish what they came there for and go back. The scene shifts to some time later, when they all reach back at Chen Luo's home. Chen Luo says that the fight against the Rat King was too dangerous, so he thinks they should stay at home and become stronger first. He also shares that judging by the speed he absorbs crystals, it would take 2 or 3 days to reach rank 3. So in these 3 days, if anyone gets bored, they could play games and watch movies. Sudhaju responds that he got it, and he has no problem with it. Chen Luo happily agrees, saying, okay, so now it's decided they should go and eat. The scene then shifts to 3 days later, where Chen Luo tells Dharma that it would be good for him to learn how to wash the bowls. Hearing this, Dharma gets tense, hoping that Chen Luo won't be too harsh on him. Chen Luo then shares that he had been training for 3 days, which was quite tiring, and asks Dharma if he reached level 2 last night. Dharma happily responds with a yes. Chen Luo then shares that there's a saying that if someone wants to get stronger, that person needs to train. So he suggests that Dharma should go and find zombies to check if he could train and use new lightning skills. Dharma got a little bit sad and was slowly going to open the door, but suddenly he got stopped by Chen Luo. Hearing this, Dharma got happy, wondering whether Chen Luo was stopping him because he knows that Chen Luo was worried about him, or if Chen Luo was at least going to tell him to take note of his safety. To his shock, Chen Luo arrives with 2 bags of garbage, asking Dharma to throw them out. Dharma, hearing this, gets furious and says that Chen Luo is really a bastard and doesn't understand him as a dog at all. So Dharma takes the garbage furiously, showing his anger. Seeing this, Chen Luo rechen jianans that it's an immature act, as when Dharma can clean, throw rubbish, and handle all chores, then he would be a mature dog. As of yet, Dharma didn't know how to take initiative to do tasks without Chen Luo ordering him to do so. Even Sudhaju, witnessing the incident, thinks that Dharma is pitiful. After that, Chen Luo thinks that he really needs Mayu now so she could take care of their daily life. He then remembers that Mayu lives in a nearby 5-star hotel staff dormitory. So Chen Luo decides that when he becomes level 3, he will go find Mayu. At night, Chen Luo's mind suddenly gets a shock. Upon waking up, he realizes that it took him half a month to break through in his past life. But in this life, he became a rank 3 ability user in only 3 days. He even thinks that Dharma should be happy that he followed him, so he wouldn't get sneakily attacked by him. Chen Luo also notes that the duration of the Void Sword increased from 5 seconds to 20 seconds. Finally, he can go out now. Chen Luo decides that in the morning, they will go to find Mayu and then bring back the core crystals. The next day, near the hotel staff dormitory, Chen Luo is fighting with zombies while Sudhaju somehow finds the dormitory. Seeing the sound from outside, a person emerges from inside the dormitory and asks Chen Luo and Sudhaju to save him. His name is Liu Wenbo, and he was a waiter in that 5-star hotel. Chen Luo is happy to see Liu, as finally, after killing zombies for half an hour, he sees someone alive. Without wasting time, Chen Luo directly asks Liu if he saw Mayu. The scene shifts to Mayu, who is being beaten by a girl named Lin Lie. The problem arises because Lin wants Mayu to leave the place, but Mayu isn't agreeing, as she also wants to live there. She asserts that she is also a living person who needs space. Lin Lie gets angry over Mayu's refusal, so she pulls Mayu in anger. A man named Lilan, the business tycoon, arrives and interrupts them. He expresses concern that the remaining vegetables may not be enough for all of them to survive. He warns that if Mayu doesn't listen, then they should throw her out. Lin Lear agrees with Lilin, stating that Mayu was disobedient, so they should throw her out. The hotel manager, named Harry, tells Mayu that as she can see, they don't have enough space, so for the sake of everyone, they can only sacrifice her. Harry calmly asks Mayu to go by herself and find some other place to hide. Mayu tensely asks if Harry is joking, pointing out that outside is fully filled with zombies, and she questions how she could escape from that. But before she could do anything, the guards start taking her to throw her out of the room. While being dragged away, Mayu says that she knows Harry was clearly asking her to go and die. In response, Harry furiously shouts at Mayu to stop murmuring and just get lost. Mayu gets thrown out of the room. Afterward, Lin Lear says that it's the consequence of someone refusing her. The zombies start coming towards Mayu. At that moment, Mayu makes herself understand that she has to hold herself back and not cry to avoid giving them a reason to laugh. She realizes that she is so angry that she's willing to pay any price to find someone to help her kill the group of bastards. Suddenly, the zombies attack her, and Mayu feels pity for herself as she now doesn't have any chance for taking revenge. Out of nowhere, Chen Luo arrives and saves Mayu from those zombies. Mayu tries to thank Chen Luo, but Chen Luo puts his hand on her mouth, asking her to be quiet. He tells her that after he and Sudaju clean up the mess, they will talk. Chen Luo praises Dharma for defeating that boy alone and easily. Slowly, Sudaju and Chen Luo wiped out all the zombies in the surroundings. Seeing Chen Luo and Sudaju clearing the zombies, Lin Lear became happy as she was finally saved after hanging on for 5 days. When the zombies were defeated, Lin Lear and the others came out. Lin Lear thanked Chen Luo and Sudaju for saving them and introduced herself as Lin Lear. But deep down, Lin Lear was hoping that Chen Luo and Sudaju would become her fans. Chen Luo ignored Lin Lear and asked Mayu what was going on and if she needed his help with anything. Mayu then started crying and recounted what had happened to her from the beginning to the end. Finally, she cried even harder, saying that she shouldn't have saved them. So basically, in the beginning, Mayu saved them and provided a space for them to live, but now they were all ganging up against her. Chen Luo, upon hearing this, got a little frustrated and Reichen Jianand that this was why being kind was hard. To Chen Luo's surprise, Lilin approached him and asked if Chen Luo could send him back home safely. Then, Lilin offered Chen Luo a job at his company after the crisis was resolved, with a monthly salary of 2 lakhs. Hearing this, Sudhaju furiously asks Lilin what he would do if he were rich. Out of nowhere, he hits Lilin with a powerful punch, saying that he hates people who betray others' kindness the most. Seeing this, Liu got shocked and wondered how brave both Chen Luo and Sudhaju were, considering that all those people were big shots. Liu was surprised that they weren't afraid of the potential revenge from those individuals. After receiving the punch, Lilin calmly and slowly acknowledged that he understood they were letting out their anger for what they did to their friend. So, Lilin once again offered them to help him safely return home, and in return, they could mention any condition they wanted. Hearing this, Chen Luo became furious, believing it was pity for all of them. He explained that he followed one principle. If someone was his enemy, he wouldn't let those guys off when he had the chance to eliminate them. Chen Luo then opens his coat to retrieve something and assures Lilin and the others not to worry, stating that even though they offended his friend, he wouldn't kill them. Chen Luo smiles and shares that he would tie all of them up, leaving their fate, whether they live or die, solely to chance. Lilin furiously responds, stating that it was no different from killing, and questions how both Chen Luo and Sudaju could be so ruthless. Sudaju counters by asking if they all had forgotten this issue when they abandoned Mayu, even though she was in a zombie-like state. Lin Lear sits on the ground in front of Chen Luo and starts pleading with him to save her, offering to do anything for her survival. Seeing this, Chen Luo notices that Lin Lear is willing to offer her body to survive. He responds by telling her to get lost, saying she is too dirty. Sudaju starts tying them up, and as Lin Lear is being bound, she mentions that she hasn't taken a shower for a few days, so it's unavoidable that she's dirty. But she asks if he could help her wash her body. Finally, Chen Luo and Sudhaju put a paper ball in everyone's mouth so they couldn't shout. After leaving the dormitory while they were on their way back, Liu came running towards them and expressed his desire to follow them. Chen Luo asks Liu why he thinks he is worth allowing to follow them. In response, Liu hesitates to reply. But before he can articulate his thoughts clearly, Chen Luo offers him a baseball bat and challenges him to kill 10 zombies with it. Chen Luo explains that if Liu is able to accomplish this task, then he would be deemed worthy of following them. Without hesitation, Liu denies Chen Luo's offer, stating that he wouldn't dare to fight zombies with a baseball bat. Chen Luo smiles and thinks to himself that he had already given Liu a chance, but Liu didn't treasure it. Chen Luo informs Liu that he wouldn't let him join the team, but he could offer him some benefits. Chen Luo tells Liu that he is giving him 3 minutes to shop freely, after which he would escort him back to the dormitory as a thank you. Without wasting any time, Liu runs towards the hotel to gather things for himself. While Liu goes to gather essential items, Chen Luo talks to Mayu, expressing that they lack logistics and no one is cooking, so he thought of her. He assures her that instead of washing dishes and pots, he would prefer to fight zombies and guarantees her personal safety. He also promises not to treat her badly, so encountering him was the luckiest thing in her life. Lastly, Chen Luo asks Mayu for her response, if she was willing to go back with him. Without hesitating, Mayu responds with a yes, as she is willing to join. Chen Luo happily welcomes her to the team and tells her that after sending Liu home, they will go back and celebrate with a feast. However, he also tells Mayu that it's obvious she will have to cook for all of them. Mayu's eyes light up, and she responds with an okay. The scene then shifts to night at Chen Luo's home, where Chen Luo is discussing his and Sudhaju's powers. He then asks Mayu if she has felt anything in the past few days, if she has awakened her ability yet. Mayu responds that on the third day, she did have a headache, but she didn't know what her ability is because she had been starving, so she didn't pay attention to it. Chen Luo, upon hearing this, shares that an ability awakened on the third day isn't necessarily good or bad, it's just average. He then asks Mayu to listen to him carefully, as now she had to feel the power inside her body slowly. When Mayu tries to feel it, fire arises from her hand. Seeing this, both of them are stunned. Chen Luo is stunned but happy to see that Mayu has a fire ability, as fire ability users can make cooked food even better and more delicious. The scene then shifts to 1.5 hours later, where we see many types of food served in front of Sudhaju and Chen Luo. They are impressed by the food and very happy, so Chen Luo suggests they start eating without delay. While eating, they feel like they are in heaven because the taste and deliciousness of the food are so good. They feel that finding Mayu was the right thing for them. Now Chen Luo doesn't need to wash dishes anymore. At night, Chen Luo asks Mayu not to rush, as he would be showing her to her own room. While showing her the room, Chen Luo asks her to go in and see if she needs anything. She could tell him. He also told her that she could take a shower if she wanted, but she should be careful not to let any water enter her mouth. Chen Luo then asks if she lost her phone, right? So he gives her a phone and a portable charger, telling her that there are movies and novels on the phone that she can read and watch when she is bored. Seeing Chen Luo doing so many things, Mayu is impressed and blushes at the gesture. Chen Luo again shares that they will not go out for the next few days, as they will stay at home and upgrade their abilities. He tells Mayu that he will inform her about the specific upgrade method later. She happily goes into her room, thanking Chen Luo. More days pass, and the scene shifts to the present day where Chen Luo is happy that he has fully reached rank 3. According to the speed, if he wants to reach rank 4, it would take some more days. Chen Luo then decides to go out and gather some more core crystals, and he also resolves to find the sisters, Myling and Millie. He wonders whether the sisters have experienced the suffering of the apocalypse during the past 10 days. Chen Luo realizes that it's not the right time to help them yet, but he decides to keep an eye on them to prevent others from getting their hands on them. He does this because he believes that since it's a revival spell, people with such abilities should belong only to him. Otherwise, it could lead to trouble. Before going out, Chen Luo has a meeting with everyone, during which he tells Mayu that he and Sudhaju will leave to collect crystal cores. He instructs her that when they are not at home, no matter who comes, she should not open the door. Chen Luo emphasizes to Mayu that even if someone were to die in front of her, she cannot open the door. He instructs her to close the door and windows, not to look outside, and not to go outside under any circumstances, warning her that she would face the consequences herself if she did. Mayu assures Chen Luo not to worry, as she understands. The scene then shifts to some time later, where Chen Luo and Sudhaju are fighting with zombies. Chen Luo asks Sudhaju how many core crystals they have collected. Sudhaju responds that they have collected around 500. Chen Luo decides to call it a day for collecting crystals since they have enough. Afterward, he suggests that they should check on the Mi sisters, as he remembers they live in the area ahead. Chen Luo asks Sudhaju to go back on the truck first, as he would bring Lightning King Dharma for a stroll and finish off the remaining ones. Sudhaju happily agrees with it. The scene then shifts to some time later, where Chen Luo reaches the Mi sisters' house and shares with Dharma that he remembers the sisters live on the 3rd floor in room 201. Chen Luo asks Dharma to go and check if there is someone in room 201. To Chen Luo's surprise, Dharma responds with a yes and gets happy, as finally Chen Luo is assigning something that should be done by a doctor. Suddenly, Dharma starts running towards the bushes and begins fighting with someone, catching Chen Luo off guard. Chen Luo was continuously shouting for Dharma to come back. Surprisingly, he sees a cat coming out from the bushes, realizing that Dharma was actually chasing a cat. Chen Luo feels pity for the cat and considers taking her as a pet. Dharma, however, is biting the cat, so Chen Luo tensely asks him not to harm her. To Chen Luo's shock, the cat also speaks, telling him to tell the stupid dog to let her go. Hearing the cat speak, Chen Luo is stunned and wonders if the cat has acquired the ability of telepathy. He gets excited upon realizing this and decides to make her his own pet. Chenluo asks Dharma to leave, expressing his dismay at how rough Dharma was being with the cat. Despite Chenluo's intervention, Dharma continues to stare at him strangely, prompting Chenluo to go and separate them. After separating them, Chenluo shouts at Dharma, who makes a weird face, accepting that it's his fault. As Chenluo holds the cat, she tells him that she didn't provoke Dharma, nor did she attack him, yet the dog bit her, which was unfair. Chenluo responds with a yes, agreeing that the dog's behavior was bad. Suddenly, the cat sniffs something and confusingly asks Chenluo if he has dried fish, as she thinks he does. Chenluo is shocked to hear this and wonders how the cat knows, whether it's her intuition or something else. Still, Chenluo thinks that he shouldn't mind her eating it, as after eating his things, she would be his cat. Suddenly, a girl's voice comes from above, asking for her rice. When Chenluo looks up, he is surprised to see that it's Millie. Chenluo realizes that the cat's name is Rice, and it belongs to Millie. However, he wonders why he had not seen the cat in his previous life, and why the sisters never mentioned her before. While Chenluo is lost in thought, Millie comes down and asks Chenluo to give back her cat. Chenluo smiles, thinking that it was still worth it coming to her place. Millie snatches her cat from Chenluo's hand and apologizes to Rice for something. Seeing this, Chenluo thinks that it looks like the two sisters didn't stay together because if Milling were there, she definitely wouldn't let Millie come out alone. Millie says goodbye to Chenluo and starts to leave. But surprisingly, the cat starts acting strangely, telling Millie to let her go because Chenluo had dried fish and he wasn't a bad person. Somehow, the cat manages to free herself from Millie's lap. Rice goes towards Chenluo and tells him that she hasn't eaten dried fish for a week already, so please give her some. At that moment, Chenluo wonders what to do, debating whether he should use the chance to persuade the younger sister, Millie, to join him. Chenluo lifts Rice up and tells her that the Super Chinjianane definitely has dried fish, and he will take her there. Then, Chenluo tries to ask Millie why they don't cooperate and search for resources together. Millie hesitates in answering him, but Rice asks her to accept it, as she can feel that Chenluo doesn't have any bad intentions, and they can trust him. Millie is still hesitating, and seeing this, Rice furiously tells her not to agree and to stay alone at home, as she will go with Chenluo. Rice even pulls Millie, saying that she was still the same and should wait for her to bring the food home. Hearing this, Millie feels ashamed and responds with a no, saying it was nothing like that. Lastly, Millie agrees and tells Chenluo that she will go with them, but they have to wait as she has to get something. After a few minutes, Millie comes back wearing a helmet and holding a wooden rolling pin in her hand. Millie tells Chenluo that she's ready, but gets shocked to see Sudhaju and asks Chenluo who he is. Chenluo responds that Sudhaju is his buddy, and according to the game, Sudhaju is equivalent to a warrior. Chenluo even introduces Dharma, explaining that the dog is a lightning king and can use lightning strikes. Hearing this, Millie is surprised that a dog could use lightning, and realizes that not only Rice has a special ability, but other animals do as well. Chenluo then introduces himself as Chenluo, explaining that his ability is equal to that of a void magician. After the introduction, Chenluo asks about Millie. Millie responds that Chenluo should know about Rice's ability, as Rice can communicate with people. Millie then introduces herself as Millie, explaining that her ability is equivalent to that of a priest. Suddenly, Rice shouts that there are zombies coming towards them. Chenluo asks Millie to be careful, to which Millie responds that she can buff them with strength. So Millie uses her ability, and Chenluo feels amazed, as even though Millie was only at level 1, his power increased by 1/3. However, as fate would have it, Sudhaju is fighting, and Chenluo is left wondering about the ability. Due to his distraction, Chenluo wasn't paying attention to the zombies, allowing one to dodge him and go for attacking King Millie. Chenluo quickly reacts, asking her to move back and let him handle the situation. To Chenluo's surprise, Millie responds with a no, stating that she doesn't need his help because she hasn't fought any zombies before. She sees it as an opportunity to train her combat skills, as she knows she will have to face it sooner or later. Chenluo was impressed because Millie seemed weak on the outside, but was strong on the inside. No wonder she survived until the end. However, Chenluo knew that the power of the rolling pin was limited against zombies, so he asked Sudhaju to pass the iron rod to Millie. While passing the rod, Sudhaju shared that he knew she could do it. After holding the iron rod, Millie tried to make herself believe that she could do it and that she didn't need to be afraid. At the moment a zombie put its hand on her, she hit it with the rod. Even after the zombie was defeated, she kept hitting it. Seeing this, Chenluo became tense and wanted to tell Millie that the zombie was already dead. However, to boost her self-confidence, he remained silent. After defeating the zombie, Millie even vomited at the sight of its dead body. Chenluo praised her and gave her a water bottle to help her feel better. Millie responded with a, "Thanks." Meanwhile, the cat, Rice, was angry and wondering why they were wasting time instead of searching for dried fish. The scene then shifted to sometime later on the second floor of the mall, where Chenluo and the others were fighting zombies. After they finished fighting, Chen Luo asked Millie to get a bag and fill it with whatever she wanted, as much as she could. Millie responded with an okay. Rice also came near Chen Luo and asked for help opening a packet of packed fish. Chen Luo wondered why he felt that the cat's abilities should be more than just mental power, as a special ability like telepathy cannot typically be mastered so early in the apocalypse. So he thought of somehow adding the cat to his team. Then, Chen Luo told Rice to eat less of the packed fish because he had fresh ones as well. He also told Rice to come back later, as he would cook him a braised fish at that time. Hearing this, Rice got happy and started celebrating, saying that she would definitely come with him. On the other hand, while Millie was filling her bag with food, she didn't notice that a mutated zombie was coming toward her. But Dharma was quick to sense the presence of the zombie and started barking to alert everyone. Hearing the bark, Millie turned around and was shocked to see the mutated zombie behind her. She tried to retreat, but her feet got stuck in something, and she was unable to move from that spot, with danger looming over her. Even the zombie, upon seeing Millie, became happy because he had been hungry for some time and now had something to eat. Millie threw something towards the mutant zombie to distract it. After distracting the zombie, she tried to run, but accidentally bumped into Chen Luo. Chen Luo had actually come there to see her, but upon seeing the mutant zombie, he was surprised. Seeing the zombie, he remembered that from its appearance, it was a devourer, which he had seen many times in his past life. He shared that devourers had strong strength and defense, and they could also use charge and self-destruct abilities. Chen Luo interpreted that, judging by its size, the devourer was of level 3. He asked Millie not to get scared and to stay behind him for her own safety. Chen Luo began preparing his void sword, but before he could finish, Dharma used a lightning strike on the devourer. Distracted by the attack, Chen Luo seized the opportunity and without hesitation, slashed the devourer with his void sword. With one swift slash, the devourer was destroyed. Afterward, Chen Luo stood in front of Millie, urging her not to look as the corpse was quite disgusting. Trembling with fear, Millie held him tightly and marveled at how Chen Luo had obliterated the mutated monster in a single strike. This made her think of Chen Luo as very handsome and cool. Seeing Millie so scared, Chen Luo asked her to hold his hand as he led her out of the area. After a few seconds, when they were safely outside, Chen Luo told Millie that they had reached their destination and that she could open her eyes. Seeing Chen Luo in front of her, Millie couldn't help but blush, thinking that he looked so smart and handsome. She wondered why she hadn't noticed it until now. Chen Luo, on the other hand, became flustered upon seeing her reaction. At that moment, Chen Luo was pondering that he never thought the appearance of a devourer would assist him in the classic hero saves the beauty scenario, but it was still effective. Seizing the opportunity, he asked Millie if they could form a team together so they could take care of each other. With Chen Luo so close, Millie was blushing with embarrassment, and without thinking, she responded with a yes. Chen Luo then suggested that since they had gathered resources, they could go back and eat together. To Chen Luo's surprise, Millie apologized and explained that she couldn't come because she had to go home and wait for her elder sister, Milling. If Milling came home and saw that she wasn't there, Milling would start panicking and get worried about her. So Millie asked why Chen Luo didn't go back first, as she would wait for her sister and then go home. Hearing this, Rice reacted frustratedly, questioning why Millie had rejected the idea. Rice suggested that Millie could leave a note at home so that Milling wouldn't get worried if she saw it. Rice also mentioned that she had a feeling Milling wouldn't come back today. Chen Luo added that he would make braised fish for them. Rice gave an ultimatum, insisting that Millie had to go no matter what because she wanted to eat that braised fish. Hearing Rice's insistence, Millie became confused and wondered what to do. However, upon Rice's insistence, Millie agreed to go to Chen Luo's home. So Millie asked Chen Luo if his place wasn't far away, to which Chen Luo happily responded that she was right. It wasn't far. The scene then shifted to Chen Luo's home, where Millie and Rice were stunned to see the delicious foods served in front of them. Millie even praised Chen Luo, saying that it was her first time visiting his house, yet he had prepared a fabulous meal for them. Chen Luo responded that it was completely fine because they were companions, and he asked her to eat quickly. While eating, Millie got tears of happiness as the fish was much tastier than she had anticipated. After Millie finished the meal, she thanked Chen Luo for the meal, and then apologized, explaining that she had to get back home because she was scared that her sister Milling would panic if she didn't see her at home. Chen Luo then expressed concern, saying he thought it was very late at night, and it would be dangerous for her to stay home alone. He smiled and shared that it didn't matter where he would stay. Chen Luo asked Millie what she thought about Sudaju, himself and Mayu staying at her home. He mentioned that he also wanted to meet her sister, Milling. Chen Luo even suggested another idea, mentioning that there were many unoccupied houses beside hers, so they could move there, allowing everyone to take care of each other. Millie responded with an okay and even tried to correct Chen Luo's mistake by saying that it wasn't just about taking care of each other, but rather it was Chen Luo's one-sided effort to take care of them. Chen Luo happily responded with an okay, as the decision was made. He announced to everyone in the room that they should pack their bags because they were moving to another place. The scene then shifted to some time later when Chen Luo and the others reached Millie's house. Chen Luo asked everyone to be careful once they got off the truck. After they disembarked, Millie hesitantly asked Chen Luo why everyone couldn't stay together at her home, mentioning that her house had 4 bedrooms and 1 living room, so it would be great if everyone could stay together. She hesitated at last, thinking and asking if everyone would feel comfortable staying at her home. Chen Luo smiled, but deep down, he was also happy because Millie had given him a chance to protect her. After some time, at dinner time, Chen Luo was distributing watermelon to everyone. When he offered it to Millie, she started wondering about him. Despite the dangers outside, Chen Luo was protecting her and not only letting her eat delicious food but also giving her light and her favorite watermelon when the power was out. Suddenly, to everyone's surprise, Millie jumped towards Chen Luo and hugged him, expressing that meeting him and her elder sister was the luckiest thing for her. Even Chen Luo got flustered by the hug because Millie's charm was so high that he couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. Millie even shared that they should be friends from that moment forward, and helping each other was what they should do, so there was no need to be so polite to her. At that moment, Chen Luo felt pity for himself because such a cute girl was with him, but he couldn't do anything as it was his first day meeting her, so he couldn't rush, otherwise his true intentions would be revealed. Chen Luo smiled and asked Millie if she was sure she didn't want to eat the watermelon he had in his hand before hugging him. Hearing this, she backed away from the hug, feeling embarrassed and not responding. Chen Luo then asked Millie how they were all going to stay. Millie shared that Mayu could stay in the room whenever her friends came for a party, and for Sudhaju, she offered her sister's study room, telling him he could sleep there after setting up the bed. Lastly, she told Chen Luo that he could stay in her sister's room. Hearing this, Chen Luo was stunned and wondered where Milling would stay when she came back. However, for the time being, he decided not to think too much about it, and agreed to stay first. Chen Luo then handed some crystals to Millie, telling her that he would help her understand how to use them. He explained the process to her and then asked if she understood. Millie, looking confused, responded with a hesitant yes. Chen Luo then asked her to go back to her room and try it out, as he was going to rest. Millie agreed, wishing Chen Luo a good night. However, to Chen Luo's surprise, when he opened the door to his room and entered, he was shocked to see Rice inside, asking him why he came back so late. Even Rice got close to Chen Luo and started acting like a cat, telling him that she would sleep with him that night and with Millie the next night. Chen Luo was happy and began playing with her, knowing that cats enjoy playing with their owners. He told Rice that she was a naughty cat, so he would pamper her for the night, but she had to sleep with Millie next. Rice responded with an okay. In the morning, the scene shifts to somewhere else, where zombies were being attacked by someone with fire abilities. Here, new characters are introduced, 2 boys and Meiling, the elder sister of Millie. The boys' names were Zhang Zhen and Wang Xinwu. They were both classmates of Milling. While fighting zombies, they were getting scared and asked Meiling why she didn't fight the zombies instead of them. Hearing this, Meiling got furious, wondering if they would stop hiding behind her back or not. When more zombies approached, they got scared and hid behind Meiling for safety. Meiling tried to fight them off, but after a while she realized that using the fire ability was draining too much energy. Even though she had become rank 2, she couldn't continuously fight the zombies. The scene then shifted to sometime later at Millie's home, where Milling came back and was meeting with Millie. Chen Luo was happy to see Meiling back, and witnessing the sisters' reunion in front of him made him enjoy the moment. Suddenly, Chen Luo saw Zhang and Wang and wondered who those 2 guys were. On the other hand, Zhang and Wang were discussing with each other in a secretive manner. Zhang mentioned that Milling was the campus beauty, but Millie wasn't any worse than her sister Milling, so they were right to accompany Milling. Wang agreed with his points, suggesting that if they could get both girls interested in them, then it would be very awesome. After which, they looked at Chen Luo and wondered who he was. Wang asks Zhang why that boy is with Millie. Off, Zhang responds that he wasn't sure because he didn't think that Milling had an older or younger brother. On the other side, Meiling also confusingly asks Millie about Chen Luo. Millie then introduced Chen Luo, as when Milling wasn't there for her care, Chen Luo took care of her. Meiling responds that she got it and was thinking that Millie was looking fine, as it seems that Millie had been well taken care of. On the other hand, Wang thought that Milling was hard to interact with since her younger sister was also good-looking. Zhang also wonders if he should change the target from Meiling to Millie and take her down first. So Zhang got in front with a packet of bread and told Millie that he knew she was hungry, so she should take that packet of bread. Seeing this, Wang got tensed and took out a sausage, saying that Millie didn't need to be polite with them, and offered her a sausage for eating. Zhang got furious over Wang and was wondering whether Wang was planning to have a hard time after this. Millie got tensed by their sudden offers of food and told them sorry, as she wasn't hungry, so they could keep their food. Chen Luo was also smiling, thinking that those 2 kids were mad as their intentions were too obvious. So Chenlo asks them why they both don't go up first and catch up with old times later. Millie also agreed with Chenluo and asked Miling to go back home as it wasn't safe for them to stay on the road. Miling, hearing it, thought that she was very dumb to find those two burdens, and she couldn't let them continue being burdens for her and her sister, so it would be nice as they could have a break-up meal. So she also agreed with Millie and Chenluo about going back home. Hearing this made Zhang happy, as finally his cohabitation life with Campus Beauty will begin now. And Wang also got happy thinking that if he and Miling lived together, wouldn't they become closer and his plan would succeed? Both were fully wondering about just being with Miling, as they weren't paying attention to that. They were just being a burden on her by not fighting and getting their respect down in the eyes of Miling. Miling asks Millie whether there was food at their home. Hearing this, Chenluo wonders that, of course, they had food until they followed him. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had to dream about it. So Chenluo came up and asked Mayu whether they had some rice to eat. If yes, cook some. At that time, he was thinking that since Miling was Mill's sister, not giving her anything to eat wouldn't be polite. On the other hand, Mayu got confused and wondered if they weren't going to prepare barbecue. Upon getting inside, Zhang tells Chenluo that it's tough to live for everyone at a time like that, but he's still raising a dog. Wang also agreed with Zhang, saying that he just heard Chenluo say that they only have some rice. So if it's all eaten, what are they going to do? Hearing this, Dharma got furious as he heard that they were both dreaming about eating him. Seeing Dharma like that, Zhang tensely shouts that the dog is so fierce and asks what the dog hurts. Mealing, so they must cook him and eat it. Wang also shows bravery by saying that they should leave that work to him and just get ready to eat that dog's meat. Off, Chenluo told them that it was enough of them and that they didn't have enough food to feed the dogs. But soon Chenluo makes a sarcastic comment, saying that, by a dog, he means both of them, so they get lost. Hearing it, Zhang got furious and asked Chenluo to watch his words to see if he had ever fought with a zombie before. Off, to which Chenluo responds with a no. Zhang, hearing it, smiles and describes Chenluo as a coward who only dares to hide at home. Zhang then goes to Miling and asks if she knows they followed her, suffering a lot, and she even knows how dangerous it was all the way. Zhang also asks, Miling knows how hard it is for a human to live. But still, Chenluo feeds his dog food. Wasn't it a waste of food? Wang also shouts and asks that they staved all along the way, so shouldn't they be the ones to eat it? Zhang clarified that they weren't eating all of it, as everyone could eat together. Miling got angry hearing their shut and asked them to be quiet, as they thought she didn't know why they followed her or how much they had done. Hearing this, Zhang and Wang both get furious and ask Miling to wait, as they will regret it messing with them. At that time, Chenluo pats Dharma and asks him to kill them. Otherwise, he has to handle their corpses. Dharma was happy as he was waiting for such an order, so he told Chenluo to leave everything to him. Miling saw Dharma going towards Zhang, and Wang got confused about why the dog was following them and whether he was seeking death. After that debate, Mayu came to Chenluo and told him that it wasn't any problem, as if she were cooking now, it would take at least an hour. Chenluo responded that it was fine, she should slowly finish dish by dish. Then Chenluo asks Millie to get in the room, as he has something to talk to her about. Millie responded with an okay, as she was coming. Seeing this, Miling got tensed and wondered if a man and woman were entering the same room. Mysteriously, what on earth was Chenluo going to do with Mill? Inside the room, Chenluo takes Millie near the wall, makes her stand against the wall in a romantic pose, and asks her if she is now worried about food and drinks after following him. Millie was feeling embarrassed in that position and was blushing, but still, she responded with a yes. Chenluo again asks that being together with him, she feels safe and not scared, right? She again responds with a yes. Chenluo then goes more closely and asks that because she was good, listened to him, and was capable, he treats her well. But what about her sister, Miling? Whether Miling would listen to him or not. Hearing this, Millie wonders that Miling always had her own opinion and also that she wasn't familiar with Chenluo, so there was a high probability that she wouldn't listen to him. Chenluo then asks Millie what she thinks about him and her sister, who could lead everyone better. Without any hesitation, Millie responds that, of course, it was him, which Chenluo that they must do. Hearing this, she got tense and asked what they must do. At that time, Chenluo thought that it would be very evil to say that to train Miling until she listened. Chenluo said that they should let Miling obey him and treat him as a captain. Otherwise, during critical movements, he and her sister would get into arguments, which would be troublesome. Chenluo again asks whether she got it or not. Millie responds that she got it, as she must have let Miling listen to him. Chenluo then told Miling that before Miling obeyed him, he would not share any resources with her, so Miling could only watch them eat together. And when Miling listened to him, then they would give food to her. He even asks her to remember that they were doing it for Miling's sake. Millie agreed because it was for her sister's good. On the other side, in the kitchen Luo, seeing so many vegetables, Milling asks Mayu why she has taken so many things, how many dishes she is going to prepare, and whether Mayu isn't caring about the future. Hearing this, Milling understood and was told that she thought it was wasteful to talk to her, so she was going to talk directly with Chen Luo. Milling asks Chen Luo to tell Mayu to make fewer dishes as if they were all today. What would they eat the next day? Chen Luo responds that it was the day of Meili and her reunion, and if Meili was happy, then they must celebrate. Milling was still against it, even though making so much food was very luxurious. Chen Luo told her that it was his problem and not hers, so she didn't need to feel tension. At that time, Milling wonders if it was her fault that she ate too quickly. Although she still wants to eat, her stomach wouldn't be able to eat much more. Even though she thought that there were so many dishes, they definitely couldn't finish eating them all. Still, she was impressed by the smell of the dish. The scene then shifted to 1 hour later, when food was ready, and Mayu was serving it on the dining table. At that time, Milling noticed that there were a total of 5 members, but still, there were 4 bottles, and he wondered, could it be that there weren't enough? So she decided that she wouldn't drink the bottle and just eat dishes and drink soup. When Mayu served completely, she told everyone that they could do it, so everyone sits on their respective chairs. But to Milling's surprise, Chen Luo asks her, why did she sit down on the chair? Hearing that, she angrily asks, wasn't it the same place where she sits always? Meili was feeling bad, and deep down she was asking for sorry, but she thought that Chen Luo was a nice person, so for the future, Milling had to bear it. Chen Luo told me that they were going to it and asked that it wasn't appreciated for her to sit, right? He acts stone-hearted and tells Milling that if she wants to watch them eat, she can sit down near them. Hearing that, Milling was stunned and confusedly asked, why did he mean that she didn't have her share? Milling also asks, didn't he say that the meal was for the reunion of her and Mil? Chen Luo responds that he didn't promise to let her join them for dinner, as except for her, everyone was on his side, as he would only let people on his side eat delicacies that he risked his life to obtain. He then asks Mil if she is on his side. Off, Milling shared with Milling that she was on Chen Luo's side. Chen Luo then asks Sudaju and Mayu about their choices. Sudaju told Chen Luo that no matter what, he would always accompany her. And Mayu shares that, from the moment he saved her, her whole life belonged to him. Dharma also barks for saying that he was on his master's side. And the cat named Rice also told me that, with so many delicious foods, she would always be by Chen Luo's side. Chen Luo then asks Milling to see, as around the whole table everyone was on his side, so he was willing to share everything with them. But who was Milling, as he thinks Milling wasn't qualified to eat with them? Unless she would also listen to him and join his side, then she could eat with them. Milling, hearing all that, got furious and asked if he wanted to ridicule her with just a meal. She then stood up, hitting her hand on the table, asking Chen Luo not to go overboard. Milling then told him that she wouldn't eat it as she doesn't eat food that easily. But Milling was thinking that it was just a meal, and Chen Luo was trying to ridicule her. So Milling gets aside and stands there, near them. While she was standing there, Chen Luo started praising Mayu for the chicken, as it was very delicious. He also asks Milito to try the spicy crab, as it tastes great. Meili thanks him for that. After that, Chen Luo gives the braised fish rice, saying that it was the dried, fragrant fish she requested from him. Milling got frustrated hearing all that about food and told Millie that she was going into her room. But Milling got pissed off when she saw Chen Luo's underwear in her room. Milling furiously shouts over Millie, as Millie was so nice that she let that bastard Chen Luo live in her sister's room. So Millie came running towards Milling's room and asked, sorry that she forgot to tell her that while she was away, Chen Luo temporarily stayed in her room. Millie also asks Milling not to worry, as Chen Luo is a gentleman, so she promises that he won't mess up her room. Milling responded with an okay just because he took care of her, so she would let Chen Luo live in her room. Millie then told Chen Luo that Milling could take a shower. She just didn't let water enter her mouth, and if she felt unreformable, she could simply rinse for a while. Milling responds that she got it, so now Millie could go back. Milling then goes for a bath, and while bathing, she thinks that she feels like a loner, as even her sister is with someone instead of her just for delicious food. She also wonders how many things could be kept inside a small fridge, and lastly, she thinks of making Chen Luo see who takes the last laugh. After bathing, when Milling was wearing clothes, she heard Chen Luo asking everyone why they didn't eat some fruits, like grapes. Hearing this, she got pissed off, as out of so many fruits, why were they all eating her favorite fruit, grapes? Milling started getting cravings for grapes, but somehow she made herself rigid against it, thinking that it was the apocalypse, so the grapes must be the frozen ones. They were not fresh or tasty, and she wasn't hungry at all. Milling then comes out of the room and calls Millie. Seeing Milling Chen Luo, he was amazed and was praising her beauty, as even she made him have dirty thoughts for her. Milling came to ask Milito come with her to her room, as she had to talk with Mil. While Millie was going, Chen Luo asked her to come back quickly as the grapes were too sweet, so he would save some grapes for her. Also, Chen Luo said that when eating grapes, no one spits out the grape skin, and when not eating grapes, it spits out the grape skin. Chen Luo was saying that to attract Meiling towards him for eating grapes, and she was even having fun doing that, but Meiling knows that Chen Luo was doing it on purpose, due to which she was getting frustrated with him. In the room, Meiling pushed Millie onto the bed, held her hand tightly, and asked whether Millie hadn't gotten so bold as she was teaming up with a stranger to get on her sister's nerves. Meiling then started tickling and asked Millie to speak about what was going on and why Millie didn't help her at the dining table. Millie started laughing due to tickling and asked Meiling to stop, as she would tell everything. Millie then told me that they had become a team with mutual understanding, and to prevent any disagreement during critical moments, everyone agreed that Chen Luo should be their captain. She continues to say that Chen Luo was afraid that Meiling wouldn't listen to him, so he purposely did that to her. Millie also told her that even though he shared this thing with her beforehand, she thought it was reasonable. Hearing all this, Meiling got tensed and asked whether Meiling got brainwashed. Meiling furiously said that if Chen Luo showed sufficient combat ability, she would naturally listen to him, but he used such a lowly, cowardly method instead. Meiling then laughs and asks Millie, "Did Chen Luo think he could use a meal to make her join his side?" Millie tensely asks what Meiling plans to do, as it wouldn't be good if she continued to go against Chen Luo. Meiling responds that if Chen Luo wants her to listen to him, then he must show strong combat ability, and she would fight against him and see who was going to have the last laugh. Meiling then got ready and started getting outside, seeing which Millie tensely asks, "Where was Meiling going?" "Off." Meiling responds that she didn't dare to eat someone's thing, as she naturally needed to go out to the district to search for food and drinks. Millie tried to stop Meiling, saying that it was too late and that Meiling encountered a danger. But Meiling wasn't hearing, so Millie asked Chen Luo if her sister was going out, to please persuade her. First, Chen Luo asks for a sorry from Millie if he doesn't have any miserable reasons to stop her sister, but if Millie is worried, she could let Rice go with her. As with Rice, Meiling could get alerted to any danger in advance. Hearing which Rice was during that wasn't being with Chen Luo was good. Why was Meiling so willful? Even Chen Luo asks Dharma to follow Meiling, off which Dharma gets annoyed as he doesn't want to go outside on such a hot day. Seeing that Chen Luo is sending the pets, Millie asks whether she could also go to help her sister. Chen Luo responds that she can of course go, but she has to take note of her safety and even asks Melito take a baton with her. While everyone went, Chen Luo was wondering why he shouldn't use such a way to deal with Meiling. Chen Luo then remembers past lives, as in past lives, Meiling always shouted at him for stealing vegetables and even beat him for that. So that's why, because of Meiling kicking his butt in his past life, Chen Luo was taking revenge, which wasn't overboard at all. But soon he thinks that it wasn't good, as he had too quickly made Meiling join his side. The scene then shifted to 10 minutes later, when Meiling came back and shared that she had braised beef cup noodles and 2 eggs for the night, even though it wasn't as great as someone's meal, but she was satisfied. Hearing this, Chen Luo laughs and thinks that the people who don't know would think that there was beef inside the beef cup noodles. So that means Meiling was using that cup as a gimmick for food. Chen Luo then calls Mayu and says that he also wants to eat beef cup noodles, so be prepared for that. Mayu responds with an okay. Chen Luo was doing that to make her pissed off by showing what truly beef noodles look like. Chen Luo then goes to Meiling and tells her not to be so fragile, and let's talk. Meiling got ready for the talk. When they start chatting, Chen Luo first asks for forgiveness, saying he had overdone it in the afternoon. Hearing that, Meiling asks whether Chen Luo came up with new tricks and why he was doing all that. Chen Luo said that his apology was sincere, as he didn't overdo it in the afternoon, but before she could acknowledge her captain's position, he wouldn't be sharing food with her. Chen Luo himself shares that a captain position person must not lack combat ability and strategy, so he would prove to her, no matter which category, that he completely overpowers her. He then said that first of all, they should go for combat ability, and asked, why don't fight after 3 days, and if he lost, he would listen to her. Hearing that, Meiling got happy and asked to confirm whether he was serious and meant that or not. Chen Luo responds with a yes. So Meiling got ready but asked why, after 3 days, they couldn't fight at the present time. Chen Luo told her that he couldn't control his ability well for the time being, so he was worried that he might badly hurt her. But actually, Chen Luo was doing that because after 2 to 3 days, he would reach rank 4 and could grasp his ability better. Chen Luo then tries to make fun of Meiling by telling her not to mention to him that she couldn't even defeat Lightning King. Hearing this, Meiling got furious and asked what nonsense Chen Luo was saying, as he thought she couldn't even beat a dog. Off, Chen Luo told her that it was fine. He got that she was stronger than Dharma, the Lightning King. Meiling was frustrated because she was thinking that Chen Luo was humiliating and making fun of her. Suddenly, they saw that Dharma was growling and barking against the door. An ant was living in the neighborhood of her sister's home. Auntie's name was Maya. Maya was knocking at the door and asking whether Millie and Mealing were inside. Maya again told them that she came to see them and was begging them to please give her something to eat, as she hadn't eaten anything for 2 days. So please give anything. Off. Mealing asks Maya, who said she hadn't eaten for 2 days, which means she ate things 2 days ago. Chenlo got tense to see Mealing answer Maya so naturally, so Mealing asks Maya to get lost, as she also doesn't have food. Millie came near Mealing and was going to ask Mealing about showing pity on Aunt Maya. But Mealing asks Melito remember that no matter how much food they give Auntie Maya, she will finish eating it in 1 day. And if Maya finished eating, what if Maya came back to find them again? Do they need to give or not, even though it was hard enough for them to survive? Chenlo hearing it got him happy and praises Mealing, but Mealing asks him to shut up, as she would see 3 days later that from where he would get that confidence. Chenlo responds with an okay. Suddenly Rice came and started hugging Chenluo, and when Chenluo looked, Rice told her that she felt Aunt Maya had a hostile intention. So Chenluo takes her up in arms, hugging Rice, and tells her that he knows. Chenluo also said that no matter what reason made them have hostile intentions, if they all dared to come, then they would all die. The scene shifted towards Aunt Maya's side, where Maya was getting down the stairs, saying that she had no idea Mealing was so vicious, and so she was so angry at those sisters. Next, it shows that Maya was going towards boys. The boys ask whether she checked it or not and whether Mealing was at home or not. Maya responded that Mealing was at home as she just talked with her, and Mealing was also at home as she was just going in and out with 2 boys. Everyone was happy hearing it, and one boy said that if Mealing wasn't alive, it would be a waste. Another boy told me that every time he needed to take medicine to look up, but when he saw Mealing, he no longer needed to take medicine to look up. They then start praising her body shape and figure, saying that enjoying Mealing was worth dying for. It didn't look like a good thing, as everyone thought it wasn't looking great for the sisters, as it's clear that they want to do romance with both sisters. Lastly, they decided that they couldn't wait anymore, and so they thought of charging at their house and making both girls hostile. Even Aunt Maya was in favor of it, saying that from the start she hated those sisters. Aunt Maya got so devilish and lowly that she asked the boys to torture both sisters after they finished their romance. When they all came in front of their house, Sudaju was watching from the window and shared with Chen Luo that Aunt Maya came back with boys with weapons in their hands, and it wasn't looking good at all. Chen Luo, hearing it, decided to kill them, so he told Sudhaju to go and wipe them, but remembered that everyone should not die in the corridor, otherwise they had to clean up the mess. Sudhaju responded with an okay, and was getting ready with his weapon. Mealy by herself came and told him that she would give some to Sudhaju. Sudhaju shared that he would come back quickly and go outside. After him, Dharma also barks, as he was also coming with him. While Sudhaju and Dharma went to fight, everyone was watching them from above. At that time, surprisingly, Mealing saw Chen Luo from so close and realized that Chen Luo was very handsome. Then she hopes to see that both Sudhaju and Chen Luo will be strong. Downwards on the street, those boys got so happy seeing only a man and a dog as their enemies that now they could also have some dog food for dinner. Suddenly, Sudhaju started attacking, upon which they panicked. But they all tried to attack all together on Sudhaju altogether, and were shocked to see that Sudhaju was unscathed at all. They understood that Sudhaju had awakened his ability. Even seeing Dharma using lightning, now they are all at backup and realize their deaths in front of them. After the boys and Aunt Maya got defeated, Chen Luo asked Melito go and dig out those people's crystals from between their eyebrows. She got a tense hearing and clarified whether he was asking her. Chen Luo responds that in the future she needs to do it, so it's better for her to practice it from now on. Even Mealing supported Chen Luo in this topic because she also wanted Melito get experience. Chen Luo then gave a knife to Mealy and asked her to go freely, as he would by himself accompany her. Mealy was tensed, as now her sister and Chen Luo were teaming up against her. She even tries to pursue Dharma for help, but he denies it. So lastly, Mealy had to do it by herself. Even she vomited in that process. But Chen Luo was happy to share that she would get used to it, so no need to worry. After that, they all go for dinner, and seeing beef noodles, Mealing is shocked that beef noodles could be eaten like that. Chen Luo offers the food to Mill, but she denies it, saying that she doesn't have an appetite. Mealing was frustrated that even she couldn't eat at her sister's place. Similarly, the next day in the morning and afternoon, seeing them eating so much food made me frustrated and wonder how this much food could be stored in their fridge. In the night, Mealing lost her patience and went to check the fridge and was stunned that it was full again. She furiously came and asked Chen Luo about the food, and then Millie shared about Chen Luo's ability. Hearing that Mealing is getting angry over her sister for not telling her early. But still, Mealing again makes Chen Luo remember their duel in 2 days. Actually, Mealing was dreaming of defeating Chen Luo, after which she would use him as a servant for food. On the other side, Chen Luo thought that he should get Tank 4 soon to increase his combat ability. So at the time of sleeping, he thought of using Rat King Crystal as the level 1 zombie's crystal wasn't working enough. The moment he absorbed Rat King's crystal, his head had a weird type of hurt. Seeing his reaction, Rice got scared and wondered whether Chen Luo was alright. After some minutes, Chen Luo was happy as he finally reached rank 4. He gave the leftover crystal of the Rat King to Rice so she could use it to upgrade. Chen Luo then goes to try his new ability, and so he directly spawns in the hall. The sudden arrival of Chen Luo made Dharma startled, due to which he started barking very loudly. Chen Luo asks Dharma not to take tension as if it were him. Dharma also got pissed off as he was guarding the door, even though Chen Luo scared him off. But due to that bark, Mealing wakes up and asks Chen Luo whether he purposely made Dharma bark to make her lose her sleep. Chen Luo laughs at Mealing as she thinks too highly of herself. He then told Mealing that they would fight after eating. Hearing this, I was surprised as the days hadn't been completed. Mealing then confirms the bet, of which Chen Luo asks to add more to it, as at a distance of 20 meters, he would convince her in 3 seconds that she lost. And if he couldn't do that, she would be considered the winner. Mealing was shocked and asked if he was looking down on her. He thought that once the fight started, she would back off, so Chen Luo could never win. She then asks about the prize. Chen Luo, with a weird smile, told me that it's very simple. She just needs to stick out her ass and let him kick once. Mealing finds it very weird, but still she gets ready with the rule that she would do the same upon winning. The scene then shifted outside, where they were both ready to fight and others were spectating them. The moment the fight started, Mealing was happy, as she was overconfident that Chen Luo couldn't defeat her in 3 seconds. Surprisingly, she saw that Chen Luo had disappeared from the front, and to her shock, he came and held her from behind using his void space. Mealing found that she couldn't move herself due to his lock. So finally, Mealing lost herself, realizing that if Chen Luo had a knife in her, she would be dead for sure. After that, she was wondering about the bet, but to her surprise, Chen Luo asked her to let go and eat with them. He also asks for forgiveness for what he did 2 days ago, but now, being comrades, they should know each other. After that, they all ate together, and even Mealing was impressed with their behavior. Chen Luo was also happy that, without any accident, he made his comrade. Lastly, Chen Luo asks that if everyone's dinner is done, then they should be in the living room to discuss their future plans. Chen Luo starts talking as the zombies are getting stronger, so they also need to stick together and work together as a unit against them. Also, the resources were getting hard to get at a time like that, so they should also focus on the trend for survivors. As the trend was of surviving in groups, even their team's combat ability was high, and if they won against a horde of zombies, there were definitely going to be some injuries to them, which he couldn't accept. Chen Luo then picks up the topic of joining another team, so it would be like he was going to be inferior in front of someone, which he couldn't afford. Also, if they get into a group, what if other people start asking Mealing to accompany them to sleep? Mealing furiously responds that she would kill those who have dirty thoughts about them. Chen Luo then gives the idea of making sub-teams to create a big team. Mealy and Sudhaju found that idea great and were ready to do it. Chen Luo then told me that in the city center, people used to hide in shrubs to be safe from zombies. So according to her judgment, there would be a gathering place in the suburbs with many people. Mealing was impressed hearing it and praised Chen Luo, saying that what he said was very reasonable, and even she couldn't think that far. Hearing this, Chen Luo thought that Mealing was convinced, so he wondered whether it was time for him to get what she promised. Even Chen Luo was hoping for Mealing to break her promise so he could kick her more than once in her whole life. But he knows that kicking in front of everyone would be inappropriate. Chen Luo then ends the meeting, saying that they didn't need to rush and asking Mealing to come to his room as he had to talk about something in detail. Mealing confusingly asks why, to which Chen Luo replies that it is a private matter. Mealing understood that it was about their bet, and she couldn't deny her promise. Mealing in the room stands quietly and asks Chen Luo to kick off. Chen Luo asks whether she had any misunderstandings about sticking her ass out or whether she was bad at academics. Mealing hearing it wonders why Chen Luo was so serious about punishment and asks Chen Luo, who couldn't help but change the punishment, adding a kick in the ass as it's fine if it's not overboard. Chen Luo denies it and asks directly whether she is going to fulfill her promise or not. Even getting pissed off, Smiling needs to stick her ass out for letting Chen Luo kick it. Chen Luo was also happy as it was seen, and he could never have imagined that the future war god Fire Fairy would stand in front of him like that. Chen Luo then starts taking out his shoe, seeing which Mealing wonders whether he's going to kick her ruthlessly. She even told Chen Luo to not wait, as she would count to 10, and if he didn't do that, he would never ask again. So Chen Luo wonders whether it was right to kick her ass, as he feels that if he kicks her ass, he's going to be single for his entire life. The time left was only 2 seconds, so without thinking, he slapped her buttocks with his hands. Mealing got embarrassed and asked why he used his hands. Off, which Chen Luo asks sorry as he forgot and asks to let him kick again. Mi-ling, in anger, goes close to Chen Luo, pinches her hand and shares that if he dares to tell anyone, he is going to be killed by her. He then told her that he was going to ask Mayu to cook some of her favorite dishes as a celebration of her joining the team. First, Mi-ling shows anger over him, but later realizes that it is strange because he never asks about her favorite food and thinks it would be possible for Millie to tell her. Ming then eats happily and thanks Chen Luo for taking care of Millie. Chen Luo asks her not to worry, as it is something he should do. He then told everyone that he had an announcement. Chen Luo then shares that for the supplies, survivors could rummage, so for their safety, they need to go back to his mansion. And also that if anyone was good, they could recruit. The next day, while driving home, Chen Luo was wondering about Mi-ling and other training when suddenly he heard someone shouting a name to help them. Chen Luo saw that 4 boys were fighting with zombies, 1 boy fighting for all of them. The 3 boys ask Fang to run away, but Fang denies, saying that if they die, they all would die together. Chen Luo was impressed that even after Oolong got attacked by poisonous zombies, Fang didn't run away, leaving those 3. Suddenly Fang saw Che and asked for help saving them, as he knew you would definitely repay Chen Luo's kindness. Chen Luo asks Dharma to help them. Then, one by one, they introduced themselves. Firstly, Fang Lu introduced himself, as his ability was making his strength and physique stronger. The second boy told me that his name was Yang Xuan, and his ability was ice. The third boy introduced himself as Li Fei, and his ability was lightning. But compared to Damra, it was very low. The last boy introduced himself as Shu Lan, and his ability was sand. Fang Lu then told me that they were all comrades from the same security, and they came out in search of supplies but got into an encounter with poisonous zombies. Chen Luo then asks them about forming a team, as he would be the captain. Fang Lu agreed with Chen Luo about forming a team. Chen Luo then asks them to sit in the truck, and if they need to take something, they could go and take it, and if not, sit in the truck. The scene then shifted sometime later to Chen Luo's villa, where Chen Luo asked Fang Lu and others to temporarily live in his neighborhood house as it was empty. After they go, Mi-ling also praises Fang and the other boys for having the courage to fight. But Chen Luo asks Sudaju and Mi-ling not to guard down, as they first need to keep their eyes on them to be sure. After that, Chen Luo asks Mi-ling and Mi-li to go to the 3rd floor to find a room and tells Sudaju and Mayu that they are going to live on the 2nd floor. Chen Luo asks Sudaju to come with him to check on his neighbor. When Chen Luo went there, he found that they were discussing Dharma, as they might not even defeat Dharma. Chen Luo coughs to let them know about him and asks them whether they know how to cook rice, and he gives them some food supplies. But Fang was so kind that he wasn't taking it because he had yet to repay Chen Luo's kindness in saving them. Chen Luo smiled and told them to take it, as now they were considered his teammates, so giving food was normal. Even Chen Luo asks Sudhaju to give them a communication device. Chen Luo then shares with them that they will stay there for a long time, so they should ensure their health and enjoy the day. The scene shifted to some time later, when Mi-ling was getting angry at Chen Luo, which is why he brought her with him instead of Sudhaju, as she was worried about Mi-li being in a group with someone else. What if they encountered danger? Suddenly, Chen Luo feels someone's presence and asks Mi-ling to hide as someone is coming. A girl came out of the car, seeing which Chen Luo was stunned as it was Mutian Jie. Chen Luo speaks up and wonders how he could have forgotten about her. Off. Mi-ling surprisingly asks Chen Luo whether he knows that girl. Off. Chen Luo responds that she was the CEO and chief designer of a clothing design company, and she was quite infamous. Chen Luo then remembers that Mutian Jie was completely a psychopath, as after the apocalypse started, she, along with her staff, established a gathering place that only took female survivors. Chen Luo thought was good, but the problem was that Mutian Jie refused to let her underling fall in love, as upon getting caught, they got severely punished. Chen Luo also shares that Mutian Jie became the #1 lover due to her erotic desires. Lastly, Mutian Jie died also in saving Mi-ling, after which Mi-ling took the head place and let male survivors join. Chen Luo was happy thinking that Mutian Jie could be a good underling, especially as an underling of his own. He was smilingly staring at me at that time. Mi-ling asks why he is looking at her. Suddenly they were found out by Mutian Jie and her team. A girl asks who was hiding there. When Chen Luo looked up, he remembered that the girl's name was Shu Yun, and she was a very strong ice ability user, but in her last life, she died early. Mutian Jie came to Mi-ling, introduced herself, and also asked about Mi-ling. The Mutian Ge shares that they were a team formed with all girls and asks Mi-ling about joining their team. Chen Luo got furious hearing that Mutian was daring to recruit his underling. But for relief, Mi-ling denies the offer, saying that she already had a team. Mutian Ge asks Mi-ling whether Chen Luo is his boyfriend. Off, Chen Luo responds that it was none of her business, and then asks Mi-ling to let go and check on others' progress. Mutian Ge was shocked, as she thought that Chen Luo was lustful by nature, yet he had the nerve to occupy such a beautiful girl. She decided to make Mealing see Chen Luo's true color. So Mu Tiange told everyone that they were going to stay there for the night and started wondering about the best way to make Mealing realize Chen Luo's true nature. The scene then shifted to night, when we saw Chen Luo and Mu Tiange talking with each other. Chen Luo says that he didn't think to spend a night like that chatting with each other, right? Off. Mu Tian said that she wanted to work with him on something. Chen Luo asks to be told. Mu Tiange then told her that they were going to a shopping mall in the east to take supplies, but according to her judgment, there would be zombies. So she needed him to accompany her, after which Chen Luo could take 30% of the supplies and they would take 70%. Hearing this, Chen Luo got tensed and wondered whether it wasn't the same mall where he and Millie encountered mutant zombies. As all supplies had been taken by him, what would Muti be going for? So Chen Luo denies saying that he was a coward and didn't dare get there. Hearing this, Mu Tiange got furious and wondered why such a beauty would fall in love with a loser guy like Chen Luo. Actually, Mu Tian thought of exposing Chen Luo in front of Mealing by doing something in the mall, but now she had no choice, so she thought of asking for help from a person. On the other hand, Chen Luo got that Mu Tiange was trying to eliminate him just because he was with Meiling. So Chen Luo also got furious and decided that if she had a hostile intention against him, then there was no point left for him to think about her and leave, eliminating his threat. Chen Luo was then thinking about whom to send to get rid of Mu Tiange. He saw Dharma on the way, so he decided to send him. On the other side, Mu Tiange knocks at a place and calls a person named Feng. When Feng came out, he asked her not to call him brother. Mu Tiange got pissed off, but for Mealing, she had to talk with Feng. Mu Tiange then told him that she had a favor to ask him, and a few minutes later, she explained everything. Lastly, she asks Feng to lure zombies to Chen Luo's place with his wind ability. Feng agreed with it, saying that it would be his honor to help CEO Mu Tiange remove trash like Chen Luo. Feng tried to put in some demand, but before he could say anything, Mu Tian offered him to join them after Chen Luo got eliminated. Feng agreed. Actually, Feng was getting ready to do that just for a girl named Wang Ling, as he had to be with her anyway. Feng also knew Sudhaju somehow and was thinking of searching for him at the mansion, as Sudhaju was a bodyguard there. In the next scene, Feng is luring zombies towards the mansion, but to his surprise, he was shocked to see that Sudhaju was also standing there with a dog and a boy. Dharma was going to attack, but Chen Luo asked him to wait. Feng asks Sudhaju why he is at the mansion. Feng then thought that just because Mu Tiange hadn't told him that his friend was inside, he couldn't let his friends get injured just for joining a girl's team. So Feng goes to lure those zombies away. Chen Luo, seeing Feng, remembers that he was also a friend of theirs, helping to lure zombies so they could take away some supplies. And it was bad that Feng got bitten off by so many zombies in his last life. Feng came back and asked for forgiveness for luring zombies. Off, Sudhaju responds that he knows Feng wouldn't do it purposely to harm him. Chen Luo there asks Feng whether Mu Tiange asked him to bring zombies to their mansion. Right? Hearing this, Feng was stunned and asked, how did he know? And soon realized that the trash guy she was talking about was Chen Luo. Chen Luo then asks if Feng knows anything else. Feng tensely responds that it was only him and her at that time, and she only said that she would come at a critical time. Suddenly, Chen Luo saw Mu Tiange coming with her teammates on a bus. Everyone looked at something else, and Chen Luo noticed that hearing the sound, a level 5 zombie became a mutant zombie and came towards them. From behind, Mu Tiange was coming, thinking that the zombies were lured by Feng. Actually, she came there to save Meiling, so she asked everyone to charge at zombies. Zombies also start fighting back, and surprisingly, they are using fireballs to attack them. The girls got scared, and Mu Tiange tensely asked everyone to get off the bus as the bus had a full tank in it. Mu Tiange then wonders why there are such strong zombies, but somehow she asks everyone to attack together. So Mu Tiange attacks with her sword, but Zombie dodges it and starts running towards Mu Tiange. Seeing this, she got scared, and without thinking, she dragged her comrade in front of herself as a shield. Chen Luo, seeing that, was stunned and decided that Mu Tiange deserved to die and also needed to get the mutant crystal. On the other hand, the girls were shocked to see Mu Tiange using their own people to block the zombie attack and weren't able to believe it. At that moment, Mu Tiange got stuck in a bad situation, but suddenly she thought of using Chen Luo to block the zombies. Mu Tiange was running towards Chen Luo, but to her surprise, Chen Luo furiously punched her so hard, asking whether it was right to use her own comrades as a shield. Mu Tiange was stunned seeing the power of Chen Luo, but now it was too late as she got attacked by the zombie. Shu Yun asks the girls to run away, as she would buy time for them. Seeing this, Chen Luo was impressed by Shu Yun and decided to save her, as this type of courage was very rare. So Chen Luo fights with that mutant zombie and slashes it in pieces in one go. Seeing this, everyone was shocked that the zombie got defeated in one slash only. Chen Luo asks Shu Yun to quickly throw away the gas as if she were waiting for it to explode. And the moment she threw it away, the gas tank blasted into the air. Upon getting saved, she started crying that the fight was finally over. On the other hand, Chen Luo takes out the crystals from the zombie's head and approaches Shu Yun, asking her to stop asking, as he would help her get up. He also asks Shu Yun to comfort her sisters as the dead also need to be buried. Off, Shu Yun felt impressed and said thanks to Chen Luo for the help. Chen Luo then asks Shu Yun what they all plan to do after this. Off, Shu Yun realizes that Chen Luo is right, as they need a plan because survivors need to continue living. After some time, Shu Yun came to Chen Luo's room and asked whether he was inside. Chen Luo hearing it got him happy as he was waiting for her, as it wasn't in vain to bait 50 tons of rice for contacting her. Actually, at the fighting place, he told Shu Yun that if they all joined him, he could guarantee that they didn't need to worry about starving to death for a short time. So Shu Yun asks for time to discuss it with her sister, so he could find him later for the reply. In the present, Shu Yun told Chen Luo that their remaining 20 people wanted to join him. Chen Luo responds that to join, they must obey some of his rules. First, they all need to obey his orders all the time, and if someone didn't listen, he would be ruthless with them. Second, he didn't distinguish between men and women, so they all would get treated equally while fighting. In the third rule, Chen Luo asks everyone that if they want to find a partner, they have to find one within their team, as being an outsider isn't possible until they marry and join the team. They confusingly ask the reason, off which Chen Luo shared that he didn't want his men to get abducted, and most importantly, to prevent people with ill intentions from exploring girls' bodies. So, Shu Yun and others got along with it. Chen Luo thanked everyone for joining and told them that he had a surprise for them. After some time, the girls were shocked to see so many supplies for them. Some even start sobbing in happiness. Yuanshen and the other boy felt that they were going to get a girlfriend soon, as there were only 7 men over 20+ girls. Feng there asks Chen Luo to let him join their team. Chen Luo then noted down everyone's ability and power, and lastly, he got that there were 6 with physical attributes, 4 with fire attributes, 2 with lighting attributes, 4 with ice attributes, 2 with earth attributes, and 1 with light and nature. Upon the light attribute, Chen Luo remembers that it was the girl that Feng liked, Wang Ling, and interprets that he would pay more attention to Wang and that Shu Yun had the potential to be at a king rank. Chen Luo then told Fang Yu and Xu Lan that he would take the team for training, so until that time, they had to guard the home. If someone came, they could beat him, but if there were many people, they should wait for him to come. The scene then shifted to some time later, when everyone was going to the training place in the bus and truck. Actually, Chen Luo chose that place because it had roughly 300 to 400 zombies only, which he thought would be great for training. Chen Luo then orders Feng to lure some zombies and says that it shouldn't be more than 30 at once. When Feng lured the zombies, Su Dezhu physically asked people's permission to follow him to fight with zombies. Meiling takes the command for magician users and asks them to attack, but while training, they were messing up, and some weren't able to attack, or some were fighting for their specific target. Some start crying while fighting. Seeing which, Chen Luo got tensed as the accuracy of the girls was so pure, but he was doing all that because of his boys. Otherwise, the girls would have been wiped till now. After 2 hours, the training was over, and Chen Luo praised everyone for their good work, despite being their first time. Chen Luo then orders everyone to go quickly and choose some suitable clothes for themselves. While everyone was picking clothes, Chen Luo secretly picked up a black cloth and hid it in his void. Meiling saw that Chen Luo was stocking black clothes. At first she thought that Chen Luo had a weird fetish for liking to wear that type of clothing, but soon she denied it and wondered to whom Chen Luo was going to give it. Whether it was for Meiling. Even though it was a guess, she got pissed off as the black color didn't suit her sister. A girl came and told every other girl that there were many supplies, so they could come and take a look. Everyone was happy to see the mineral water. But Shu Yun asks everyone to wait and goes to ask Chen Luo about distribution. Off, Chen Luo told her to distribute 2 bottles each. Seeing all that, Millie wondered if it was so good for them to be with Chen Luo, as since she joined him, she never starved and always been protected by him. Actually, she was holding something in her heart and decided to share it with Chen Luo at night. The scene then switched to night, where Chen Luo was playing a game, and suddenly Millie came there. Seeing her, Chen Luo got dazzled up as it was midnight. So Millie was there to let him have an opportunity to do bad things with her. Millie then shares that she realizes that she is so lucky to have him. Chen Luo got confused about why she was saying things like that. Millie then shared that she had something to say that she had been holding in her heart for a long time. Seeing her blush, Chen Luo was interpreting the situation. But before he could think of anything, Millie directly asked whether he wanted to be her boyfriend or his girlfriend. Hearing that, he got happy and got so close, pushing her towards the bed, saying, "Of course yes," as he had been waiting for that moment. Chen Luo then kissed her cheeks, which she was surprised and tensely shared that she wasn't ready yet for it. Chen Lu then shares that there wasn't any time for being ready, as they never know when they're going to die. And what if the day she was ready, he was already dead? He again kissed her forehead and asked, "Couldn't it be a pity for them?" Millie then realizes the situation and decides to do it, so he also holds Chen Luo in her hand, but Chen Luo noticed that Rice was still in the room, so Chen Luo throws her out of the room. Upon which Rice got furious and was scratching the door of the room. Milling came there and saw Rice in the living room and wondered why she wasn't with Chen Luo. Rice told Miling that Chen Luo was bullying Millie, and seeing Millie uncomfortable, he must have thought that she would help Millie, so Chen Luo threw her out. Hearing bullying, Miling wonders about the type of bullying Chen Luo is doing and is going to check. Dharma, seeing it, tried to stop her. But when Miling went to knock, he heard her sister's moan coming from inside. She understood that Millie and Chen Luo were having a romance, so she hesitated. If Millie wanted it, then it wouldn't be good to interfere, as it was something that would happen sooner or later. The next day, in the morning, Chen Luo asked Mayu to give team members 20 kilos of pig meat, as he was too happy. But Mayu asks about Millie, asking where she was and why she hadn't come down because she wakes up early in the morning. Off, Miling told me that it was all because of someone. Chen Luo got that Miling knew what happened last night. Mayu started wondering how Chen Luo was going to handle Miling. Chen Luo saw that the Rice was sitting quietly and angry and wasn't eating, so he asked her the reason. Rice responds that if Rice was angry, it meant the consequences were serious. Chen Luo laughs and asks how serious. Rice shares that she couldn't be coaxed with one dried fish, so Chen Luo offers him 10 and later 20 to make her up. On 20 dried fish, Rice was agreed upon and Chen Luo was forgiven for his work. He then asks her to sleep alone at night as she has matured, but deep down, Chen Luo says that because now he has family and he can't be with Rice. Then everyone was having dinner all together. While the dinner was going on, outside of Chen Luo's villa, a car came, smelling the smell of the food. A girl named Li Hui and a boy named Liming. After getting out of the car, Li Hui told Liming that she also wanted to eat, but Liming asked her to be patient, as first they needed to solve the water problem. Liming goes inside and asks whether they have water, which he could exchange for food. Chen Luo gets ready to exchange and asks Xu Yun to bring 2 bottles of water. After exchanging, Liming asks Li Hui to let go, but Li Hui asks Chen Luo whether they were all in a team and did their team still accepts people. Chen Luo said that to join, they needed to prove that they were qualified, so for that, they had to find and kill 10 zombies and bring the crystal, and after coming back, they could find him for the joining process. Hearing this made me happy, as it's possible for them to do it. Chen Luo also gets ready to give them a chance because they were a family of brothers and sister and didn't look like trash. After they got out of the villa, Li Hui told them that she thought only they knew about Crystal, but it wasn't a secret anymore. Liming shares that there were many smart and talented people. Moreover, Chen Luo was feeding everyone meat, which wasn't easy. So Liming knows that Chen Luo asked them to kill 10 zombies, but they would kill 20 to show their worth. After 1 hour, they came back with the crystals. Chen Luo praises them for their work and asks about their abilities. Off which Liming introduced himself and his sister as Liming, the ability was physical attributes, and Li Hui, the ability was like a magician. Chen Luo asks what type of magician she is, so Li Hui shows her magic. Chen Luo, seeing it, was impressed as it had dark attributes, so when she leveled up, she could curse, summon, undead, or attack, and it would be a great help for the team. So Chen Luo asks Mayu to cook braised pork for Liming and Li Hui. At night, Chen Luo was waiting for Melito absorb all the crystals, after which he could do romance with her. So he asked Rice to go find Millie and sleep with her, as he had some work to do. Rice told him that she was a good cat, so he could do his work and she would be quiet. On which Chen Luo furiously leaves the room. Rice was getting confused about why Chen Luo suddenly didn't want her at night. He then goes into Millie's room and romantically approaches her about doing it again for the night. But she hides herself in a blanket and responds that she couldn't do it as she was still in pain. So Chen Luo agreed to that and just hugged her for sleeping. Suddenly, he remembers her ability and asks her to try healing herself, which they could possibly do. Millie blushed, even being tensed due to the situation. The next morning, they were going towards some place with the bus. On the bus, Chen Luo told everyone that their goal for the day was to collect supplies from the Yulin community in the south area, so everyone had to be careful as there would be so many zombies. He asks them not to panic, as first, they would use vehicles to clear the zombies following them. Upon reaching, there were so many zombies outside on the road, so Chen Luo asked element ability users to attack, and the rest would protect them. She also asks Feng to lure away the zombies. After that, Xu Yun took charge of leading the attack, and they started fighting with zombies. Seeing that the accuracy was better this time, Chen Luo was happy. Sudaju and the other boys were putting stones on the other side to make a fence with that. Here Chen Luo was resting with Rice, and suddenly Rice mimicked the words of Mill. Hearing that, Chen Luo was stunned and asked where she heard those words. Rice told me that she secretly headed there to chat last night through the balcony. Off, Chen Luo asks her to be careful, as now she knows too much, so she could be killed by him. Hearing that, I got scared and tensed. After half an hour, when the outside gets cleared, Chen Luo asks everyone to take a weapon and prepare themselves to fight against zombies. Millie shares that she thinks it was a restaurant, so maybe there would be so many good things inside. Chen Luo agreed with her and told her that they were divided into 4 groups and didn't travel alone. Slowly, they fill the truck with rice, noodles, oil, and meat. A girl came and told Chen Luo that there was an unaffected supermarket. When Miling goes to the supermarket, she wants to look for something. Shuyun saw Miling doing something secretly, so she went to check and saw that Miling was putting protection with her. Seeing this, Shuyun wonders whether Miling had that kind of relationship with Chen Luo. Miling tried to make Shuyun understand that it was her misunderstanding, but before Miling could say anything, Shuyun left, saying that someone was calling her. After that incident, Miling was feeling very embarrassed, as if it weren't for Mill, she hadn't done it, and I was getting angry over Chen Luo. On the other hand, Chen Luo feels that someone is staring at him. When he looked up, he found that there were so many people hiding in the hotel. An aunt from above told Chen Luo that she knew he was a very kind boy and that she hadn't eaten watermelon, so could he provide some? Slowly, everyone starts asking for many things to be brought to them. Seeing this, Chen Luo got tensed, thinking that they were so shameless. Chen Luo responds that his legs were inconvenient as he couldn't climb the stairs, so he wouldn't give. Hearing this, everyone got angry and decided to go down and kill Chen Luo and others and take all the supplies, including the truck, with them. Someone asks them to call Chen Guang and his group, but a person named Lioli denies saying that Chen Guang is their enemy. They then ask Chen Luo to put down all the resources they had been snatching or stealing. Chen Luo responds that it wasn't their home, as if they were trying to give orders. Off! Lioli shouts that it was his brother's supermarket, and so it's his too. They even tried taking the truck, so Chen Luo asked them to get lost and not seek their deaths. But they didn't understand, and even Lioli goes close to Chen Luo, asking him to hit. As if Chen Luo hits him, then he would act like a dead person. Lioli was wondering if she was playing a victim card. Chen Luo got frustrated hearing it many times, so he slapped him, saying that he was going to satisfy Lioli's wish. Just from one slap, Lioli got killed, but his friends at the hotel thought of it as a drama and didn't realize that Lioli had died. Chen Luo laughs at their situation and then asks his comrades, what were they waiting for? And watching people who were trying to snatch their supplies. Just go and wipe them. Till now, the hotel person realizes that Lioli died, and so they try to scare Chen Luo and others by saying that they know magic. But the moment Fang and others started attacking, all of the hotel guys ran away. But soon they ran away. A boy came with 2 people's Chen Luo, seeing him, thought that he remembered that face and soon realized that it was Chen Guang. He hung with him when he was weak. Chen Luo Guang laughed and told them that those old craps were his neighbors, so he gave them a face, but never thought they would die by Chen Luo's hand. Chen Luo asks whether Chen Luo Guang wants to take revenge for the old crap. Chen Luo Guang asks Chen Luo not to misunderstand, as they come to make friends, and asks for a favor. Chen Luo asks, what type of help did Chen Guang want? Chen Luo Guang shares that there were many supplies in the neighborhood, but 2 days ago, a husky became a zombie. So when they were together, that husky hid, and when they were alone, that husky attacked, and as he could see, Chen Luo had so much manpower. So together, they could wipe that husky. Chen Luo asks about the reward, off which Chen Luo Guang shares that he would give 300 cats of rice and 5 barrels of water. Rice came to Chen Luo and asked him not to worry, as she could feel that they didn't have any hostile intentions. Chen Luo agreed and asked Chen Luo Guang to lead the way and Dharma to come with him. He also told his underlings to take care of the supplies. He would come back soon. Chen Guang was surprised and asked whether Chen Luo was really going alone. Off. Chen Luo asks whether Chen Luo Guang couldn't see the dog behind him. Chen Luo Guang noticed that Chen Luo was living a prosperous life and even had so many girls. Millie came to Chen Luo and asked if she could also come with him to help. Seeing which Chen Luo Guang feels pity for himself, for why was he still single, and Chen Luo has a dog, a cat, and even a wife. Then they all proceed further. And in a way, Chen Luo Guang asks Chen Luo if he has any way to deal with that husky zombie. Chen Luo responds that he is going to use a dog against a dog. Chen Luo Guang was shocked and asked if was Chen Luo really going to use the dog, as well as whether Chen Luo had any grudges against the dog for letting him go alone. Chen Luo asks Chen Luo Guang not to worry, as everything will be fine. Upon going further, they found a heavy smell of blood. So Dharma got those husky zombies in front of him, and Chen Luo asked Dharma to charge. Chen Luo used his speed to dodge the husky attacks and easily wiped that husky away with his lightning strike. Chen Luo Guang and his friends were stunned to see the speed. Even Chen Luo was impressed by Dharma, as Dharma learned new skills without him telling them. After Dharma defeats the husky, Chen Luo asks Chen Guang to hand over the resources he promised. Chen Guang was still stunned by the speed. Chen Luo Guang asks Chen Luo whether he would like to join forces with him, as his teammate has killed more than 10 zombies, and they even have food for more than half a month. But, as we all know, Chen Luo wants to be the leader. So Chen Luo responds to Chen Luo Guang that he didn't think they were all fit for him to join forces with, as he could easily wipe them out in one go. Off. Chen Luo Guang said that it was the reason he wanted to join with him, as only weak people want to join with powerful people. Chen Luo shared that they could join, but they all had to listen to him. Before Chen Luo Guang could reply, one of his comrades came and told him that his teammate Zhang Liang had been injured by a zombie that could shoot fireballs. Chen Luo Guang ran towards his teammate to see him. Chen Luo also asked Milito go with him to see the person. When Chen Luo reached Chen Luo Guang, Chen Luo asked if there was any way to save Liang. Chen Luo asks Millie to take care of the situation, and Millie, with her power, heals Liang. While going back, Chen Luo asks Chen Guang to consider his proposal. So Chen Luo Guang asks his comrades to ask Chen Luo to join forces, but Chen Luo demands that they all listen to him and think of him as a captain. One by one, everyone agreed to that demand, and after that, they went and told Chen Luo that they were all willing to listen to him. Chen Luo again shares that upon joining, they had to listen to him and fight zombies. Chen Luo then asks them, since they joined forces, whether it was okay for them to live at his place. Chen Guang and others agreed. The scene changed near Chen Luo's villa, where some boys were beating someone for not letting them enter the villa. Actually, they came to search the villa for supplies. After some time, Wei and others were approaching Chen Luo's villa, seeing which Shulan asks Fang what they should do as there are many people, and if they fight head-on, they are going to lose. Can Lu think of acting as if they couldn't see them, but Fang Yu denies it because they couldn't just see and get things robbed. Fang Yu gave them the idea that they should go and warn the survivors approaching the villa, and if it became the situation to fight or the survivors attacked them, they would run from there. But for their happiness, Zanlu saw that the bus of Chen Luo and others was coming back towards the villa, so they didn't need to be afraid. They go to face those Wei and others who came to their villa. On the other side, Chen Luo also noticed that there were so many vehicles, which meant so many survivors had come. But upon reaching the villa, he was surprised to see that the survivors had come to his entrance. When Chen Luo and others reached, there were so many girls. Seeing them, Chen Luo remembers that it was his last life enemies, Fang Wei and Chen Luo Jing. Harry, seeing the truck, asks Chen Luo and others to share the supplies with them. But surprisingly, she got slapped by Wei, asking who he was and why they shared with him the supply they obtained through hard work. Actually, Wei has eyes on the girls, so he asks for forgiveness from Chen Luo and others, and he asks his teammates to leave the villa and go back. Chen Luo shares that he remembers that Wei had a poison-type ability, which was a little dangerous for them. Rice tensely came to Chen Luo and told her that she felt weird and that others had hostile intentions towards her. On the other hand, Harry asks Wei if he got back without having anything. Wei slaps him again and tells him that it would be hard for them to take it head-on, so it would be better to attack at midnight. Harry was happily sharing that he had understood, but suddenly his happiness went in vain as he saw that his head had burst from some attack. So it's actually Chen Luo who attacked, and after that, he asks his comrades to wipe others. He shares with them that he knows they have hostile intentions, so leaving them and getting attacked first would be very naive of him. The scene then shifted to night, where Chen Luo was wondering about the next day, as some zombies would evolve to level 1, so he must get Chen Luo Guang and others to bring all the supplies back. Suddenly, someone knocked at his door. He thought that there was only Mealy and Mealing living on his floor, so it could be Mealy. But to his surprise, when Chen Luo opened the door, it was melting. Mealing without saying anything gave me a bag full of protection. Chen Luo is also shocked to see those, seeing which Mealing asks the reason for his shock as she was doing that for Mealy when she was young and had time. But she also told Chen Luo that if he was ready to be a father, then he could forget about using protection. And I ran away from there. After which Chen Luo thinks that he shouldn't wait for Mealing's hard work, so he goes to Mealy's room to make romance. The next morning, everyone had a meeting together. Chen Luo tells everyone that he thinks they all feel that zombies have learned magic, off which everyone agrees. So Chen Luo told them that he was going to share some useful information. Chen Luo then shares that rank 1 zombies had the same abilities as them, and to deal with them, the best formation would be of 4 people, 2 combat types and 2 mage types, so they could fight head-on and could even run after encountering a group of zombies. He then told me that he was going to show some ways of dodging attacks, and for that, he asked Shuyun and Miling to attack him. So, both girls attacked together, but to everyone's surprise, he easily dodged both attacks. Chen Luo explains that it's impossible to avoid a spell after seeing it, so to avoid and dodge them, they had to predict the trajectory by seeing the gesture of the attacker. So with this trick, they could easily defeat rank 1 zombies. Miling again asks Chen Luo to dodge her attack, but this time Chen Luo won't be able to dodge it because now Miling has predicted his trajectory of dodging. Chen Luo praises her, and deep inside, he is convinced that she is really a fire fairy. So, Chen Luo also asks them not to take tension as zombies don't have wisdom to predict, and if someone encounters a zombie with wisdom, then he should run away from there. Chen Luo then orders them to practice by making groups as they would leave after eating lunch. The scene shifted. In the evening, Chen Luo told everyone that they had to bring 3 rank 1 crystals, and the team that didn't complete would get the punishment of not getting dinner at night. While on the way, Chen Luo knows that the more zombies evolve, the more survivors slaughter each other. Suddenly, Chen Luo and Mili noticed that some guys were threatening a girl and her father. Seeing that Mili told her that she was her classmate and, moreover, that she is her best friend, and asks Chen Luo whether they can do something. Chen Luo responds that if she were her best friend, then they would definitely help. Chen Luo just said Dharma's name, and he got it, and he went to attack the threateners. Seeing Dharma, those boys were happy as they were going to have dog meat for dinner, but to their surprise, they got a sneak attack by Miling and Sudhaju. The threatener side also came, and they had a fight in which Yan Li got killed. So furiously, Chen Luo and others killed 3 to 4 guys who killed Yan Li. Suddenly the boss named Lu Yuan came and told Chen Luo that those who took the initiative had already died, and even Chen Luo wiped out one of his people. So Lu Yuan asks Chen Luo to end the matter. But Chen Luo denies, saying that it wasn't enough in revenge for Yan Li, as they all should die. Lu Yuan asks Chen Luo to be reasonable, but Chen Luo still denies it. Lu Yuan then shared that he had never seen someone as arrogant as Chen Luo before, and asked whether Chen Luo was sure to fight as they had killed zombies. So Chen Luo and his team went back before it was too late. At that time, Chen Luo thought that if he wanted to suppress his subordinates, he should show them his combat ability, as he had never fought since the new members' arrival. So Chen Luo asks everyone to go back, as he would fight alone. Hearing this, Lu Yuan was shocked, as Chen Luo wanted to get wiped by them. Chen Luo attacked Lu Yuan with his void sword. Off, Lu Yuan got scared and was using his sand ability to fight back, but was too late, as in one slash, Lu Yuan got wiped. Everyone else on the Lu Yuan team was shocked and scared. Chen Luo also got happy as Millie buffed him with her ability, and then Chen Luo started eliminating other people from Lu Yuan's team one by one. Chen Luoguang and others were stunned by Chen Luo's power. Even the new subordinate, Leng Chen Luo, Feng Chen Luo, was happy that he had not decided to fight with Chen Luo. Millie orders everyone to not leave any threats, so everyone also helps Chen Luo defeat the leftover people. After the fight is over, Chen Guang praises Chen Luo for his power and bravery. Chen Luo responds that it was nothing, as he feels pity for Yan Li's death, but his main motive was to train everyone by getting into fights. Moreover, no matter what, if anyone bullies his teammates, he's going to make them pay. Chen Luo then asks everyone to collect the resources, and because it'll soon be afternoon, whoever knows cooking should go back and cook. The scene then shifts to some time at Chen Luo's villa, where 2 boys named Miao Hui and Shida come searching for resources, and seeing Dharma, they get dazzled. They thought about having a good meal of dog meat for dinner by capturing Dharma. Shida, without waiting, went to attack Dharma, but Miao Hui stopped him, saying that they couldn't outrun that dog, so they had to lure the dog somehow. But look, what a crazy and cheap thought Miao Hui had. He thought of a plan, as he would shit out there because dogs like to eat shit. Really, which dog likes to eat shit, and how can he think of using shit as bait? It was ridiculous. Hearing this, Dharma's patience left as he was ignoring those guys, but the idea of using shit to lure him made him angry, so he used his striking on them to wipe them away. Seeing the lightning, both tried to run away, but it was too late for them, and lastly, they died. Chen Luo came there and asked Dharma what he was doing, that those guys were intruders, but Chen Luo got tense hearing the reply as Dharma responded that they were both shit. Chen Luo then wonders whether he should recruit more people if he encountered a team of 100. They would be eliminated by numbers because he couldn't save them, and with his current underlings, after 2 to 3 months, he didn't know how many would still be alive. Chen Luo then thought that he had so many resources that he could recruit some more members. He decided to make a recruitment notice outside of the villa. After some time, it shows that there was a hoarding in which recruitment news was written, and Chen Luoguang was sitting at that place to talk with the upcoming survivors. Some boys went from the car, saw the board stop, and started discussing. A boy named Liu Qi asks Wang Chao what he thinks. Wang Chao responds that they should join, but the problem is that only he and Liu Qi meet the requirements, and the rest are of level 1. So they decided to go and asked about whether they wanted to make their family members also join. When they ask Chen Luoguang responds with a sorry, as only blood-related family members were allowed, but a level 1 could also join by giving 3 level 1 crystals. Luigi came there and told them that he was a healer, so they could take it as an exception. Chen Luoguang was amazed as it was a rare power, so he told them that it was possible, but they had to listen to their captain's orders. So they went to Chen Luo, and Chen Guang told him that there were some people who wanted to get recruited, and one of them was a healer named Lui Qi. Hearing the name, Chen Luo recalls that he heard that name in his previous life. Lui Qi was a famous healer. Rice told Chen Luo that they didn't have any hostile intentions, so Chen Luo allowed them and asked Chen Luoguang to show them the rooms and let them settle down. At night, Chen Luo in his room was happy that he recruited a famous level 2 healer without doing anything, and so he felt so lucky. Chen Luo then takes out a crystal and sees it, thinking that if nothing bad happens, then he could reach level 5 easily. Actually, after becoming rank 5, he could easily fight with a large number of zombies without getting hurt, and even a level 1 zombie couldn't hurt him. And for his happiness, he reached rank 5 by absorbing that crystal's power. He was happy to become ranked 5 within a month, but he knows that he still has a long way to go, so without any opportunities, it would be difficult for him to grow. But soon he decided to think about it later, as first he had to celebrate his happiness with Mill, so he told Rice that he was going to spend time with Millie. Rice got frustrated as she had to sleep alone again. The next day, Chen Luo said that now they're going to have a collective action, and he also going to join them and aim for the vegetable market on Xingfu Road. He also orders Chen Luoguang to take his subordinates and Dharma King to guard the home, after which they leave the villa to reach the destination. On the way, Chen Luo shares that the market they were going to had a small cold storage, grain and oil store, and agricultural products, and due to the large flow of people, there would be so many zombies. So they had to act in groups to fight with zombies. He also told them that due to the use of spells together, it would be hard to avoid through anticipation and positioning, so the 4-person group theory wouldn't work, and therefore they had to act slowly. He then orders Jiang Feng to lure the zombies, and everyone has to wipe them one by one. Millie even begged Feng to help him. Feng then started luring zombies. At that time, Chen Luo shared that as long as everyone was 20 meters away from zombies, they wouldn't get hurt, so they also had to use it in the future whenever they encountered more zombies than now, but also be careful as if there were too many, then run. Otherwise, he wasn't responsible for their deaths. Everyone starts cleaning up the path to the vegetable market door. After an hour, Chen Luo reported that 100 zombies had cleared, so Chen Luo decided to go below and lure the zombies. Actually, Chen Luo remembers that in his previous life, he heard that the vegetable market had a sand-mutated zombie, and its combat ability was ranked 4-5. So he was wondering about the hiding location of that zombie. Suddenly, Chen Luo feels that something is being given to him at a very fast speed. When Chen Luo turned back and saw that, he got happy as he encountered that zombie so quickly. Chen Luo uses his void space, goes towards the backside of that zombie, and slashes out his head. After which, he takes out the crystal from inside. Everyone is stunned to see that Chen Luo killed that mutated zombie in one go, but to their surprise, Chen Luo starts running and also asks them to do the same. He was doing that because a horde of zombies was coming towards them. Chen Luo also orders them to prepare spells while running, turn back to attack with a rough aim, and then again start running. After some time, somehow they did it. They wiped out 200 zombies in very little time. They were interpreting that, being together, they could kill and wipe out any zombie type. But Chen Luo told them that the main premise was that they all had to keep up with the pace of zombie evolution. Everyone was still celebrating, so Chen Luo shouted at them to stop being stunned and take the supplies in the truck. On the other hand, Chen Luo thought the outage of cold storage lasted so long, which meant the meat inside would be smelly. But he was still fine as he had his void, so for the time being, he would store it, and later he could serve it as a fresh dye to his void. The scene then shifted to 2 hours later, when Chen Luo was heading back to the villa. But somehow, someone named Sulong saw their bus and came in front to stop them. Seeing that, Chen Luo asks that boy to get aside and not block the way. Suddenly, Chen Luo noticed that a boy was also coming with a bike towards them. When the boy took out the helmet, Chen Luo was surprised, as the boy's name was Xiao Hao Ran, and he would be known as an invincible iron fist in the future. Actually, Xiao Hao came there to talk with Sulong. Xiao Hao asked Sulong if he heard that Sulong got a live chicken, so whether Sulong would give him one as his mother couldn't live long and before she passed away, she wanted to drink a bowl of chicken soup. Xiahao also told him that as long as Sulong would help him, he could sell his life to him. But Sulong denies that offer, and even Sulong's comrades started making fun of the fact that Xiahao wanted to get fed for his entire life. Chenlo hearing it got him happy as it was such a good trade to do, so Chenlo goes toward Xiahao and asks that he have chicken. As a chef, he could fulfill his request, so what about selling his life to him? Xiahao got ready and demanded that the chicken be of high quality. Chenlo then orders Sudhaju and Mili to exchange vehicles with Xiahao and go with him to help him get his mother to villa, and until then, he will drive that bike. When they reached Xiahao's house, Chenluo noticed that Xia's mother had cancer. Chenluo got sad as Mili's skill wasn't able to heal Xia's mother. Chenluo then told Xiahao that he would arrange for the chicken soup when he came back. Upon reaching the villa, Chenluo asks Shuyun to take care of the room allotted for Xiahao and his mother, and also take care of her personally. Until then, he will go and find someone to cook chicken soup. Chenluo finds Mayu and asks her to make a chicken soup more delicious with his housekeeping skills and tells her the ingredients she needs. Hearing this, Mayu got angry and asked, "Do you think she didn't make it delicious?" Chenluo responds that he meant it had to be more delicious than ever. Mayu then told me that it would take 3 hours, so Chenluo added some more food to be cooked. He did that because he thought maybe Xia's mother wanted to eat with her son. After 3 hours, many types of chicken dishes had been served in front of Xia's mother. His mother thanked Chenluo and started to cry with happiness. Xia's mother told Chenluo that she knew he was a good person and asked her son to value him, so he should never let down Chenluo. Then an emotional moment happens between mom and son. Chenluo gets out of the room, and after some time, Xiahao comes to Chenluo and is sadly told that his mother has gone, but it is good that she didn't need to suffer more. He also told Chenluo to watch his performance for the time being. Chenluo then starts wondering if, with Xia's talent and ability, it's just a matter of time before he becomes an invincible Iron Fist. He then realizes that the team's strength is getting stronger, so he needs to start managing the team's rationality. He decided to establish a set of rewards and punishment regulations, and establish a hierarchy to mobilize everyone's enthusiasm. Chenlu then recalls the hierarchy system of gathering places, as the duty ranks were divided into leader, deputy leader, elder, elite, ordinary member, and new member. And there would also be a place for special members like Sudhaju and Mili. Chenluo decided to give elite rank to those who reached level 3, and the rest, all ordinary members. In the future, new members could be promoted based on their performances. Later, everyone could change their points with supplies, and the points would be awarded on the basis of performance, so all positions would be based on points no matter what. The next day, Chenluo shares with everyone that he is starting the point system for everything, and any elite members who have commanding ability could be divided into captains and lead a small team. He said that in view of the current situation, Shu Yun leads the women's team, while Fang Yu and Chen Guang are going to serve as temporary captains and lead the men's team. And that hierarchy system is getting started, so as long as they perform, they will live a good life. Hearing this, everyone gets excited and is full of courage to kill the zombies to have a good life. On the other hand, somewhere else was coming towards Chenluo's villa area. A man in a car named Zhao Hai asks a boy whether he knows what's going on and why they didn't see any zombies in their surroundings. The boy responds that all the zombies got killed as there was a team in the villa area who were very good at fighting, and they even ate meat during dinner time. Hearing about meat, Zhao Hai got shocked and asked his companion Jin Tao, "Shall they go and take a look?" Zhao Hai even asks about being friends with them. Jin Tao agreed, thinking that maybe they would give them some meat. On the way, Jin Tao shares with Zhao Hai that he remembers that a rich man named Chen Luo, the major shareholder in his company before his death, asked for $300 million. Suddenly, they saw that there was a mortgage in front of the village. Zhao Hai asks Jin Tao, "What's the use of money at the end of the world?" Jin Tao then thought that maybe Chen Luan had died a long time ago. On the villa, Len Chen Luo was standing outside as a guard, and seeing so many people, he got tensed and called Chen Luo for help as a large number of people were coming towards the villa. So the moment Chen Luo came out, Zhao Hai and Jin Tao were shocked to see him. Chen Luo also got tensed realizing that it was the creditor and was wondering what was going on. They both then greet each other, and Zhao Hai asks Chen Luo whether he is in charge of that villa. Chen Luo responds with a yes, so Zhao Hai makes him remember the debt he had taken and that now it is 330 million with the interest charge. But still, Zhao Hai asks Chen Luo to pay the original debt of $300 million. Chen Luo smiles and wonders what makes Zhao Hai think that he will repay him, so Chen Luo responds to Zhao Hai that he already paid him back, but it looks like due to a network problem, he didn't get the message. So for that, Zhao Hai couldn't slender Chen Luo or his bank account. Jin Tao from back shouts at Chen Luo, how could he fool them as it's a very large amount of money. Chen Luo smiles and asks Jin Tao to show him the evidence that he didn't pay back by going into the back. Deep down, Chen Luo knows that it isn't possible to get any proof. Chen Luo then told them that, in a way, they helped him, so to repay his kindness, he would give them a ton of rice for cooking as a thank you. Zhao Hai responds that Chen Luo wasn't being honest, but he would still give him a chance if he just gave him some meat. Zhao Hai calculates and asks for 15 tons of meat as repayment. Jin Tao interrupted, saying that if Chen Luo didn't have that much meat, he should pay for it using the girl behind him. Hearing this, Chen Luo got furious and angrily asked, "What if he wouldn't give it?" Seeing the attitude Zhao Hai got, Chen Luo's attitude was coming because of his power, so he must not act rashly. So Zhao Hai agreed that he didn't want meat. Hearing this, Jin Tao got furious and asked Zhao Hai what he was doing. Chen Luo got happy and asked Zhao Hai to get back safely before something happened. Zhao Hai was doing that because he knew Jin Tao just wanted the women standing behind Chen Luo, but he also wanted to look closely at Chen Luo's power, so he would leave for the time being. Jin Tao got furious and asked Chen Luo to fight with them. Chen Luo gives an ultimatum to others. If they don't want to get wiped, then they should stand with Zhao Hai. Jin Tao was shocked to see everyone back off with Zhao Hai, so he started using his power and summoned some skeletons. Chen Luo, seeing it, was impressed, as Jin Tao was a user of dark abilities. But still, it was a pity that he wasn't going to live. Jin Tao then laughs over Chen Luo, thinking that they are seeing it for the first time, and shouts that they are going to be devoured to hell. Chen Luo got furious and told his comrades that this time they had to fight, and upon clearing one enemy, they would get 5 points, and for capturing Jin Tao alive, they would get 100 points. Suddenly, Dharma came there and started barking. So Chen Luo asks from Rice what Dharma is saying. Rice said that Dharma said he also wanted a point system for the dogs, and if not, he would sue Chen Luo for discrimination against dogs. Hearing this, Chen Luo got pissed off, as when did he not give meat to Dharma that Dharma wanted? So he told Dharma that he would get a point similar to others. Dharma was happy sharing that he was on for fighting. Dharma then furiously starts wiping enemies, thinking of earning 20 points to become an elder. Chen Luo uses a lightning splash attack and destroys so many. Till then, Myling asks everyone to prepare spells to prevent enemies from rushing. Dharma was just using his speed to defeat every enemy, which Tin Zhao was shocked, and Chen Luo wasn't happy as he originally wanted it to be training for his underlings. But a dog ruined his plan. Dharma then ran towards Tin Zhao, seeing that he got scared and asked Dharma to stop, closing his eyes in fear. But to his surprise, he felt nothing. And when Tin Zhao opened his eyes, he was shocked to see that the dog was peeing in front of him. Actually, Dharma wanted to make a sign that Tin Zhao was his point. He then again starts wiping others' thoughts about points. On the other hand, Chen Luo feels shamed by the scene and wonders whether Dharma really needs to pee in front of everyone like that. Tin Zhao got scared and held Chen Luo's leg, asking for forgiveness and letting him live. Whereas Zhao Hai was relieved that, fortunately, he didn't mess up with Chen Luo. Chen Luo told Tin Zhao that he wouldn't kill him, but deep down, Chen Luo was happy because the summoned creatures of Tin Zhao could be used to obtain crystals. But the problem was that only level 3 summoned had crystals, so for that, Chen Luo needed to level up Tin Zhao to level 4. Tin Zhao, upon getting saved, got happy and asked Chen Luo to tell him what he wanted him to do. Chen Luo then told Tin Zhao that he was very optimistic about him and asked Chen Guang to lock Tin Zhao in a room and treat him as a new member. After that, Zhao Hai came to Chen Luo and asked for forgiveness for offending him so many times and gave him a gun as a gift for previous disrespect. Chen Luo knows that the gun isn't of his any use because now he is at rank 5, so he decides to use it to stun Zhao Hai. So he shot with it, and Zhao Hai really stunned by it. But to his surprise, he saw that Chen Luo used a void space to send the bullet somewhere else. Due to that incident, Zhao Hai got to understand that Chen Luo was at a very high level, and in comparison, he was nothing in front of Chen Luo, so he needed to be careful. Zhao Hai tensely came to a handshake with Chen Luo, saying that his strength completely changed his perception of him. Chen Luo also told Zhao Hai that they could both work together in the future if he didn't have any bad intentions. Then Chen Luo asks the comrades of Zhao Hai whether there were any members of dark, earth, or natural elements present, and also whether the auxiliary elements would be considered, so whoever wants to join could consider it. Chen Luo then looks at Leng Chen Luo, hoping for him to say something as a leader, he had to maintain his integrity. And surprisingly, Leng Chen Luo got it with one look. He came forward and told everyone that they had 3 meals a day and occasionally meat, so for joining, it all depends on their strengths. Hearing this, many got happy and started telling us about their abilities and how pleasing it was to let them join. Chen Luo then asks Zhao Hai whether he has any problems with it, which Zhao Hai denies due to his fear of Chen Luo's power. Everyone was now serious and telling Chen Luo their abilities and level, wondering whether they could join or not. So Chen Luo shares that they just had to wipe 10 zombies and bring the crystals as proof, and just after this, they could all join. Everyone leaves happily from there to fight zombies. After that, Zhao Hai told Chen Luo that if he wanted to meet him, he could come to Jinlong Garden and that he hoped that Chen Luo would help him in the future. The scene then shifted to night, where Mila told us that she thinks the new members were performing well, so why didn't he let them clear the nearby zombies? According to her calculation, they were all enough to kill all the zombies, and possibly all zombies would get eliminated before evolving. Chen Luo responds that there were many survivors who wouldn't want to fight, and moreover, if everyone gathered together and encountered a mutant zombie, everyone would die. But deep down, Chen Luo knows that it was half of the reason because he wants the zombies to get mutated, as it was the only way to get evolved by getting crystals of high power. Otherwise, they would have no choice but to wait for death when those powerful monsters arrive. The next day, in the morning, Chen Luo was asking everyone to be careful as the zombies were getting smarter. Chen Luo said that because he knows, zombies are going to level up. After they were gone, Chen Luo wondered if, due to natural selection, death and injury were inevitable. What's more, if someone didn't go through enough battles and absorb enough combat experience, they would die in the end. Suddenly, Rice shares with Chen Luo that she had an ominous feeling that Milling was going to get injured, but her life was not in danger. Chen Luo remembers that Milling, Mil, Sudhaju, and Dharma were working together, so under normal circumstances, there wouldn't be any possibility of injury. Chen Luo tensely asks Rice whether it is life-threatening. Off, which Rice denies. Then Chen Luo wonders whether he should follow them or not. But soon Chen Luo thought that if he went for help, then they weren't going to grow. And even if Myling reached king level, she wasn't going to be the spirit flame fairy. Chen Luo then pats Rice for being such a powerful cat. But deep down, he was wondering that only level 10 spiritual power users could detect a danger in advance, which means Rice got to that level of things. So he thought of giving Rice some more powerful crystals to let her level up fast. The scene then shifted towards Myling and others, where they were fighting with zombies. Myling shares that she remembers that in the past, with one punch, zombies easily got killed, but now she thinks level 2 zombies were more powerful, so the crystal effect should also be better than level 1 crystal. Sudaju responds that he didn't feel like that, as level 2 wasn't much greater than level 1. Lastly, after clearing up everything, Mila said that she thinks they gained a lot today. But there was a problem coming to them, as a mutant zombie was looking at them from far away. The zombie learned that they were very different from humans he had eaten in the past. So he decided not to rush and asked other zombies to get towards them and attack. Dharma felt the presence of other zombies and told everyone by barking. Millie asks them not to panic, and Milling and Sudhaju decide to kill the zombies one by one. They tried to attack, but there were too many zombies, so Milling decided to take some rest. But the mutant zombie uses his power to speed up zombies. Seeing the zombies walking so fast, they got tensed and wondered what happened suddenly. So now Myling and others have no more choice, rather to fight. They started fighting, but the mutant zombie left Millie alone, so he thought of attacking from behind. But Myling saw that mutant zombie and came in between the zombie and Myling to save her. Due to this, Myling got a scratch on her arm, but without wasting time, she attacked back. So the mutant zombie thought of escaping from there, thinking that it wasn't safe. Sudhaju then asks Myling to take on the ordinary zombies, hoping that he will hold on to the mutant zombie and then they both will work together. Millie also gets ready to buff Sudhaju, and when Dharma came back, they were shouting so much, hearing which Dharma got stunned and wondered what was happening as he had just been gone for a while. When he saw that they were fighting with mutant zombies, he also attacked, thinking that if something happened to those three, Chen Luo would make a lot of dog meat. Because of Dharma's attack, the mutant zombie's attention got directed towards him, and Sudhaju got a chance to attack, but still, after a slash at the head, the mutant zombie didn't die. So Dharma started attacking the mutant zombie, and the zombie was trying to run away. But Dharma makes him fall down, and then they all attack together to make it go to hell. After defeating them, they got tired, so Myling asked them to end today's search, whereas Dharma was happy to obtain a pink crystal from that mutant zombie. The scene shifts to some time later, when Dharma goes to Chen Luo for the crystal and asks Rice how many points he would get for the crystals. Chen Luo saw the pink crystals and noticed that it was level 4. Chen Luo shares that Dharma would get 100 points for it. Hearing this, Dharma got happy, but soon his happiness turned into frustration when he saw that Chen Luo asked Rice to absorb that crystal to become level 4, upon which he furiously asks what. Chen Luo just gave a crystal he worked so hard to obtain to a cat. Chen Luo then told Dharma that if Dharma wanted to give him the crystal, he would give him the points, but if Dharma wanted to use it, he had to take away the points. Off, Dharma denies that he didn't need crystal, he just needs points. Chen Luo smiles because he knows how to handle Dharma easily. He does that because he wants Rice to have that crystal, as in the past, she helped him at the time of Milabai predicting the future. but he was tensed because he hadn't told him about the Sudhaju injury. So Chen Luo wonders whether it was due to her level or Sudhaju's injury, which wasn't so big. That's why Chen Luo decided to upgrade that heaven-defying ability anyhow. The scene then shifted to some days later, when Dharma came to Chen Luo and asked others to look at him. So when they looked at him, Millie asked whether it was her imagination or if Dharma had grown bigger. Myling responds that he has really grown bigger. Off. Sudhaju asks whether it was because of Mayu's food, but Dharma barks furiously. So Rice shares that Dharma said it's because he got to level 4 and his body underwent a change. Everyone was stunned by that news, and even Myling felt frustrated realizing that her progress was actually worse than that of a dog. Rice said that Dharma asked about the number of points Chen Luo would give him for the upgrade. Chen Luo was curious to know why Dharma needed so many points, so he asked, "Off?" Dharma said that he wants to become an elder, and then one day he slowly gets to deputy chief, so in the future everyone will call him Dog Chief. Hearing this, Chen Luo got furious and kicked him, saying that he thinks Dharma wants to take his position. Suddenly he got a call, and after talking on the call, Chen Luo shared that Zhao Hai sent someone over again, and they were saying that they wanted help. When Chen Luo goes to meet them, a boy offers an envelope and tells them that his name is Song Ling Hai. So he comes there to pay homage to him with that envelope. Song Ling Hai also said that Zhao Hai asked him to give the envelope, no matter if Chen Luo accepted to help or not. Chen Luo then asks Song Ling Hai to tell them what happened, off which Song Ling Hai shares that it was a supernatural being named Jiang Wu, who suddenly appeared on their side to fight them. Even Zhao Hai didn't want to conflict with Jiang Wu, but there was something wrong as Jiang Wu kept shouting that if Zhao Hai didn't become his little brother, he would keep destroying them. Song Ling Hai also says that Jiang Wu single-handedly destroys their 10 men alone, and his teammates have level 2 powers. Hearing this, Chen Luo was stunned and wondered how Jiang Wu was defeating 10 people alone, and interpreted that Jiang Wu must be of level 4. Chen Luo then thought about the way Jiang Wu evolved and whether it was his talent, but he himself denied thinking that it must be that Jiang Wu was lucky, like Lengchen Luo, to get a level 4 crystal. Chen Luo then wonders that if he wiped that Jiang Wu, he would get a level 4 crystal, and with that, he could also become level 6, or maybe level 7. Chen Luo then asks so many questions from Song Ling Hai about Jiang Wu's power, and lastly, he decides to help Zhao Hai and go check out Jiang Wu by himself. Chek told Song Ling Hai that he would come back soon, just after packing bags. Inside the villa, Chen Luo asks Rice if she thinks it would be dangerous for him to go out this time. Rice responds that she doesn't know yet. Chen Luo tensely asks what, saying whether it would be good or not. After thinking for a second, Rice responds that he could go with peace of mind. So Chen Luo takes Rice with him and asks Dharma to take care of the house. In the car, Chen Luo was impressed with the car. Upon hearing the song, Ling Hai told Chen Luo that he could take it when he came back home. So when Chen Luo gets to their place, he just needs to tell them, as Zhao Hai wouldn't deny it. Upon reaching, Zhao Hai thanks Chen Luo for coming. And when Chen Luo saw Jiang Wu, he laughed, as Jiang Wu was just relying on some abilities. So Chen Luo attacks Jiang Wu. In one go, Jiang Wu was defeated. Seeing this, everyone was stunned by Chen Luo's power, and even Jiang himself wasn't able to believe it. Chen Luo then searched for the crystal, but wasn't getting it. Song Ling Hai asks whether Chen Luo is searching for something. If yes, let him help, as he is very good at hiding things. Surprisingly, Song Ling Hai easily thought about the place. Jiang Wu could hide that thing, and soon he got a crystal. Song Ling Hai happily gave that crystal to Chen Luo. Chen Luo noticed that it was a level 6 crystal, but only 1/4 of power was left, and also that it was of a spiritual type, so he decided to give it to Rice. Zhao Hai was wondering about the power of the crystals. Soon, Zhao Hai asks everyone standing there that they should unite and clear out the zombies. He even offers Jiang Wu's teammates to come and join. Chen Luo came to Zhao Hai to tell her that he was heading back. Zhao Hai asks Chen Luo whether he wants someone to escort him back home, so Chen Luo demands the golden Bentley. Zhao Hai, without any hesitation, gives it to Chen Luo. After Chen Luo was gone, Zhao Hai told Song Ling Hai that there were so many benefits to knowing a powerful person and asked him to pass everyone the information that they all needed to be polite when meeting Chen Luo, as at a time of critical moments, Chen Luo could save them. On the way back, Rice was watching a show, upon which Chen Luo asked about why she and Dharma King watched too much and whether it was too good. Actually, it's a show where a person is predicting the future, so Rice asks Chen Luo whether that person is more powerful than her. Chen Luo makes her understand that it was a real life and everyone was acting, so there's no comparison for her. After that, Chen Luo wonders whether Rice got inspired by watching the series and knows fortune-telling. Suddenly, Rice shouts that she senses a big breast omen. Hearing this, Chen Luo got tensed and asked whether it was good or bad. Chen Luo again asks whether it was really a bad omen and didn't scare him. Rice responds that it is a big breast and a bad sign. Chen Luo tensely moves towards the villa. Upon reaching home, he saw everyone injured, so he tensely asked what happened to everyone. Off. Liming responds that when they went to the artificial lake for training, they encountered a dense swarm of more than 2,000 bees, and it was really hard to face off. Chen Luo realized that he needed to check the villa's surroundings carefully. Chen Luo then asks Millie about her and her sister. Millie responds that it was nothing serious. They were all fine, and Milling was coughing, which wasn't very serious. She then murmurs in his ear that Milling got bitten by bees on that part, so she goes to her room. Chen Luo didn't understand and asked which part. Millie embarrassingly aims at her breast. Chen Luo realized that the big breast and bad thing Rice was talking about was that bees were biting at Miling's breast. They shifted after some time to another place, where two boys were discussing while one of them was very injured. Mac asks Sak to go and join the villa area, as it is very safe, but Sak asks him to also join. Off, Mac responds that he couldn't because the requirement was 3 crystals, and they were 1 short. So after he died, Sak could take his crystal and go to join Villa. Lastly, Mac died, after which Sak was furious about why they had to put that requirement as they couldn't go in groups and kill zombies, why he needed to go alone and fight with zombies, and because of those Villa's people, his brother died. Chen Luo decided to kill Chen Luo and others as revenge. So at night, Sak goes to Chen Luo Villa and tells her that he wants to join their team. Off, Rice told Chen Luo that Sak had a killing intention towards him. Chen Luo wonders what hatred takes Sak to come to kill him, so he asks Sak to come and roam around with him. Upon going further, Chen Luo slaps Sak and asks the reason for the killing intention. Sak responds that he didn't, so Chen Luo asks him to tell fast as his time is limited. Sak knew that Chen Luo was going to beat him to death, so he stood up and started preparing for an attack. Seeing this, Chen Luo was amazed, as Sak had double powers. Sak then ran towards Chen Luo, shouting that it was Chen Luo's fault for setting such hard conditions that his brother died, and Chen Luo himself was sitting at home, just playing with a cat. Chen Luo got angry and asked how he could make it sound like he had caused the end of the world. Sak asks him to shut up and attack, but as we know, Chen Luo is so powerful that Sak is defeated in one slash. The next morning, Chen Luo was standing at the gate of the villa and staring at an underling of himself. Actually, the reason he was staring at that boy was because Rice told him that she felt the boy was going to die. Chen Luo shares that he remembers that the boy's name was Xu Mingqing, and he was a wind element specialist. Xu Mingqing asks his group to go into the forest and experience some new moments. Chen Luo was waiting there to check whether he could avoid death and save him with Rice prophecies. Suddenly, Chen Luo saw that a black cat was attacking Xu Mingqing. Off, he thought about whether it was what Rice was talking about. So Chen Luo beats that cat to save Xu Mingqing. But the moment he beats that cat, on the other side, Rice coughs blood and faints down. Seeing this, Dharma was stunned and started crying, wondering what had happened to the Rice. Dharma tries to wake her up, but due to the non-response from her, he decides to tell Chen Luo quickly. On the other side, Chen Luo was wondering if the prophecy to come true and to be able to intervene and circumvent Rice was too powerful. Suddenly, Chen Luo saw Dharma coming towards him while crying. So Chen Luo tensely wonders why something bad happened at home. He also ran back towards home with Dharma, and upon reaching it, he was shocked to see Rice in a fainted position. When he checked, he was relieved that his heartbeat was still pounding. Chen Luo then wonders that none of the guards on the door were injured, so there's no chance of being an intruder. Then who did that with Rice? Dharma was stunned and responded that he really didn't know what was going on. Suddenly, Milla came and asked Chen Luo why he called her back, but upon noticing Rice, she asked what happened. Chen Luo told her to leave everything and first focus on healing Rice. Chen Luo then thought that it was because he saved Xu Mingqing and caused the prophecy to backfire, but then he remembered about Mealy and mealing time, so he denied his thinking. Rice wakes up and is told that it happened because the prophecy was tempered, which caused him to vomit blood and faint. Chen Luo asks for forgiveness for her situation. Rice again said that she thought there was a track around her, and only he, Millie, and Mealing were on it, and other people were outside of it, so only in time for them could she strengthen up. But if it was about others, she had to take a big risk. She also told her that Dharma King was desperately trying to run towards the track, but he was farthest away from her. Chen Luo understood that the prophecy level could be changed, but only when the intimacy level was reached. So, in short, the ability should be used with caution. Chen Luo then told Dharma King to be friendly with Rice, as it would be beneficial for him. Dharma denies saying that he wasn't a bootlicker, but upon hearing the benefit that it could save him from dying after Dharma got ready, Chen Luo shared with Rice that from now on, Dharma would be her mount part-time. The scene then shifted to 1 month later, when Chen Luo was giving a speech to everyone. Chen Luo said that, as everyone had seen in previous days, over a month ago, Some of the zombies who evolved to level 2 started evolving again. Hearing it, everyone starts panicking and taking tension about it. Off, Chenluo asked them not to panic, as zombie evolution means some improvement in attributes and a little wisdom, and it wasn't the same concept as them, so he would give them time. He then told them about the rule change, as now they need to get only 1 level 3 crystal for the next few days, and after that, they need to get 2 level 3 crystals. Till then, his one underling came and told him that someone from Zhao Hai's side had come again, saying that he had some news with him. Chenluo then disbands the meeting and goes to meet the person who came. When Chenluo went, he saw that it was Song Ling Hai. Song Ling Hai shared that someone organized a trade fair next to the toll station on National Highway 99, and he said that he wanted everyone to discuss how to overcome difficulties. The time would be the next day. Song Ling Hai also told Chenluo that Zhao Hai was going to attend, and also asked Chenluo whether he wanted to go. Off, Chenluo got ready, thinking that he had heard about many in his last life, but didn't attend any as, after being reborn, his purpose was to collect and conquer all elites from all walks of life. The next day, at the trade fair, a boy asks Chenluo whether they want to play as their shop sells everything at a reasonable price, which would be 10 pounds of rice or super crystals. So actually, that boy was asking them to play with girls, seeing which Chenluo got furious, as even at the end of the world, that boy was using girls to earn money, and Chenluo denies playing that game because he is loyal to his partner. In fairness, Chenluo's underlings were trying to set up a shop for some earning. They told everyone that they didn't need so many people so they could go around in fairness. Chenluo also told them to buy and play whatever they wanted, and if they saw something good, they had to contact him. Chenluo asks Sudaju, Fang Yu, Xiao Hai, and Chen Guang to follow him. Upon going further, Chen Luo noticed that there were many people gathered up for something, so he decided to take a look. Chen Luo then throws away some people to make space for going into that crowd and notices that it was Jiang Long, and he still had the chicken, which Xiao Hao begged for. A boy named Zhou Mingliang was having a chat with Jiang Long. Actually, Zhou Mingliang wanted that chicken, for which Jiang Long was asking for money, but Zhou Mingliang denied it, saying that his brother's head got burned by Jiang Long. Still, he wants money. Zhou Mingliang was ready to give 100 kilos of rice and nothing else, but Jiang Long wasn't getting ready for it, so Chen Luo interrupted them and told them that he would give them 20 level 2 crystals for that chicken. Hearing this, Zhou Mingliang furiously asked Chen Luo whether he was looking for trouble, but Chen Luo didn't pay attention to him, so he furiously went to touch Chen Luo, but before he could do that, he got launched by Xiao Hao. Zhou Mingliang asks Xiao Hao to get away, as he is the one who bullies others, and if Xiao Hao gets into the matter, he is going to be killed. So Xiao Hao asks Chen Luo to let him handle the whole situation, which Chen Luo agrees because he wants to make Jiang regret his decision for his whole life. Slowly, in some seconds, Xiao easily defeated many of them, and seeing his speed and lunch power, everyone was tensed, thinking what to do. Lastly, many ran away from there without fighting. Jiang Lung saw Xiao Hao fighting, was stunned, and wondered if he knew Xiao Hao was a boxing champion, but didn't expect that the gap would be that big in terms of superpower. And as Chen Luo wanted, Jiang really regrets his decision not to give him chicken. Chen Luo then, without asking Jiang Long again, does the trade and takes the chicken away with himself. But the chicken was pecking up on Chen Luo, so he held his feathers and took out one feather from him so it could feel pain. Chen Luo then makes the chicken scared by saying that he could remove all his feathers. Suddenly, Chen Luo heard an announcement asking people to go to the toll station on the east side of the meetup, and it was best for every group leader to bring 2 people with them. So Chen Luo chooses Xiao Hao and Sudhaju to go with them, asking others to move freely. In the meetup, when Chen Luo reached Zhao Hai, he asked Chen Luo to sit near him. Zhao Hai then shares about the organizer, whose name was Ye Gaofei, the heir of the Ye group, who was engaged in foreign trade. But deep down, Chen Luo was wondering that for him, Ye Gaofei wasn't important, as what was important was the president beside Ye Gaofei, named Long Yu, a metal-based superpower that could transform into various forms of weapons to assist others. He also shared that Long Yu was also a king in his previous life. Chen Luo then wonders if he gets him, whether he will ask him to turn into a sword or staff. Ye Gaofei then started sharing that his name was Ye Gaofei and that there were 1,252 survivors in his base, with 812 at level 2, 56 at level 3, and 4 at level 4. Hearing this, Chen Luo got a little upset, and in his group, only 4 people and a dog and a cat had reached level 4, so the Gaofei is powerful and holds high-grade crystals in his hands. Ye Gaofei then shared that he was going to share 2 good news stories. The first was that upon reaching level 4, they didn't have to worry about water, and even level 3 could use it a bit. Chen Luo knew that it was true, but the problem was that polluted water sources would permanently reduce human potential, and whoever drank it would be unlucky. Ye Gaofei then takes out a crystal and tells him that the second great news was the crystal he was holding in his hand of level 6 and that he didn't know the specific grade, but as with a level 6 crystal, they could get upgraded to level 4 quickly. Hearing this, Zhao Hai was stunned and relaxed, saying that it meant Chen Luo had used more high-power crystals to be so powerful. Ye Gaofei then also shares many things about the crystal and evolution. Seeing this, Chen Luo wonders why Ye Gaofei was telling everything and being so kind. Ye Gaofei then shares that he was telling everything because he didn't want to see everyone killing each other, so he was gathering everyone to unite and form a collective. He also said that he wasn't forcing anyone to join, as the collective would be formed collectively to establish an elder council. Any powerful leader could become an elder, and all decisions would be taken by voting. Chen Luo understood that it wasn't just a show. It was that Ye Gaofei wanted to recruit followers. Other groups start discussing and wondering about joining the Gaofei. Suddenly a girl came and shouted that their leader, Ye Gaofei, said that time was voluntary, but if someone didn't want to join, whenever they would meet while obtaining supplies, no one could blame them for bullying the minority. Suddenly, everyone started murmuring about something. It was actually that they got a pamphlet from Ye Gaofei requesting to make an alliance and be together. Chen Luo understood that the Gaofei was distributing the pamphlet to every member of the group because of the temptations of others, as even if the leader denied it, they could probably join privately. Ye Gaofei then ruthlessly told everyone that if they were interested, they could come to him and sign up. Chen Luo knows that Ye Gaofei was very ruthless, but he recalls that in his previous life, he didn't hear much about Ye Gaofei, which means Ye Gaofei soon played himself to death. Chen Luo then smiles, thinking that once Ye Gaofei dies, he will try to pursue Long Yu. Suddenly, a man came to Zhao Hai and asked, how about they team up against Ye Gaofei to deal with it together, and whether he should recruit more people, as he observed that many people hate Ye Gaofei. So Zhao Hai asks Chen Luo about the offer, which Chen Luo denies, saying that he wouldn't participate when kids fight. After that, the scene shifted to a later time, where Chen Luo Guang shared that 3 more people wanted to join them, but also murmured in Chen Luo's ears that their scheme of having level 3 recruitment attracted many people, so they needed to be careful. Chen Luo thought of them as intruders, intending to infiltrate their ranks, so he thought of letting them be checked by Rice, asking everyone to head back home. In this way, Chen Luo saw a girl and recalled that the girl he had just seen was Meng Yin, the natural ability user who had mastered the skills of improving seeds. So Chen Luo stops the girl, thinking that he needs to collect the treasure from her as soon as possible. Meng Yin got scared seeing so many people surrounding her, so she started running away. Chen Luo even tried to tell her to stop, so she transformed herself into a rabbit to run faster. But as we know, Chen Luo had a superpower of void space, due to which he easily captured her. Meng Yin was stunned after getting caught. Still, Chen Luo asked her not to worry as he wouldn't hurt her. He then asked her to come with him, but she wasn't saying anything, so he shared that he would take the silence as a yes. In the villa, Millie asked Chen Luo where he found that chicken and rabbit. Chen Luo shared that in between, Meng Yin came back to her original form. Millie was shocked to see magic like that. Meng Yin was getting angry at Chen Luo, but Chen Luo called Shu Yun and asked her to take care of Meng Yin and give her some food. Meng Yin denied she would starve to eat but wouldn't eat something given to them. The scene then shifted to after some time where Chen Luo saw that Meng Yin was having breakfast. So Chen Luo tried to taunt her, but she was very straightforward in giving replies. Chen Luo then calmly sat beside her and apologized for bringing her forcefully and told her he saw her using her ability, so he knew she was a natural ability user and his base was in great need of someone like her. He then shared with her that as long as she grew vegetables, she would get meat for dinner every day. Meng Yin agreed as she had no other choice, but deep down she thought of checking first as if everyone was good, then she would have Chen Luo bring a little fish over. Chen Luo then left some seeds to her to let her grow vegetables. After that, Chen Luo told Sudaju that the guys who joined their team at the trade meeting were all spies. Sudaju asked Chen Luo to not worry as he and Xia Hao had beaten them to confess. Sudaju shared that 2 of them were sent by Ye Gaofi and 1 by Qi Lin, so Chen Luo asked Sudaju to wipe them out without making any fuss. Song Linghai again came to Chen Luo's villa and shared that Qi Lin suddenly sent an invitation to Zhao Hai to go to his place to discuss how to wipe out Ye Gaofei. He also said that Qi Lin had been insisting Zhao Hai bring Chen Luo with him, so Zhao Hai wanted to know Chen Luo's opinion. Chen Luo agreed because he wanted to know about their plan as if Long Yu was in danger. He could help. The scene shifted to Qi Lin's place, where Qi Lin was saying that he would go and confront Ye Gaofei, and after defeating him, he would take 30%, and the rest would be distributed between everyone else. Qi Lin then was going to say further, but Chen Luo interrupted him and told him that he wasn't going to join because he had very few people. Qi Lin asked Chen Luo to be careful and shared that there was a tradition of killing the person who watches when 2 sides fight. Hearing this, Zhao Hai got tense and wondered whether Qi Lin wanted to die as, despite his warning, he was provoking Chen Luo. Shilin again asked whether Chen Luo was wondering about getting both sides hurt so that he could take advantage by stealing their supplies. Zhao Hai stood up and shared that he could guarantee Chen Luo wasn't going to do anything. Chen Luo just wanted to get out of conflicts. Shilin then said that he never believed what people said, and if it wasn't for Zhao Hai, then Chen Luo wouldn't be able to sit there as Chen Luo had to kneel in front of Shilin to speak. Zhao Hai understood that it was the end now, so he got aside from that matter. Chen Luo then said that he wanted to see what made Shilin believe in making him kneel down and get up and make a gesture that he was ready for a fight. Shilin laughed, saying that Chen Luo could also be at level 4 like Ye Gaofei, but he couldn't defeat 100 people alone. Shilin then asked Chen Luo to hand over the crystals he had and take charge whenever they were going to fight Ye Gaofei, then they would think of sparing his life. Chen Luo understood why Shilin planted spies and made Zhao Hai invite him as it was a plan to come after him. Shilin asked his team members to take out whatever Chen Luo had, to which Chen Luo replied that he never wanted to lay hands on them, and if Shilin died, then maybe Ye Gaofei might not die. But still, Chen Luo used his void space and got behind Shilin, seeing which Shilin was surprised and asked whether Chen Luo wanted to die. But before he could complete it, Chen Luo slapped him and asked him to stop saying nonsense. Chen Luo also asked about the plan by which Shilin was going to kill Ye Gaofei. But still, Shilin responded that if Chen Luo dared to kill him, then Chen Luo wasn't going to get out of the base. Every team member of Qilin came there and started shouting at Chen Luo to leave their brother Qilin. Chen Luo said that he dislikes threats the most, so was Qilin going to tell the plan or not? Everyone was asking Chen Luo not to cause trouble, otherwise he was going to die. But Chen Luo didn't stop and asked Qilin to tell the plan or die, to which Qilin told Chen Luo to kill him and die together. Chen Luo got angry and then proceeded to wipe him, seeing that some more people rushed towards Chen Luo to avenge their brother Qilin. Chen Luo found it annoying, thinking that now he had to take care of Ye Gaofei on his own. But for now, Chen Luo started chasing and wiping the people attacking him one by one, seeing which others were shocked, and Zhao Hai was just sitting because he knew it was going to end like this. After wiping many people, Chen Luo wasn't having any fun, so he decided to leave everyone alive. Chen Luo asked everyone not to take tension, as he wouldn't hurt those who didn't cause him trouble because he only wipes out those who cause trouble first. Chen Luo also said that he would be like Ye Gaofei, harboring ulterior motives for people's manpower. So now everyone had no choice but to ask for forgiveness from Chen Luo, so Chen Luo could leave them alive. After Chen Luo went from there, everyone started discussing Chen Luo's power and ability, as they were shocked that a level 4 had that much power. Everyone decided to pursue Ye Gaofei because he had 4 level 4 players, including him, so they could deal with Chen Luo, as Ye Gaofei wouldn't tolerate someone uncontrollable like Chen Luo. So they go to find Ye Gaofei to chat. The scene then shifted to Ye Gaofei's base where a boy was crying, saying to Long Yu that he would make the decision and he had to manage that. Long Yu asked what happened, to which the boy shared that 3 days ago he went to kill zombies, and when he came back, his wife was missing. And now someone secretly told him about his wife, and he found her in a pit. Lastly, the boy said that it was Yu Lingjie who had done that with his wife. Long Yu first confirmed it, and then got furious and went to Yu Lingjie to get some answers. When Long Yu was searching for Yu Lingjie, he heard someone saying that unfortunately, the girl died without playing much, and now he had to find someone else. Hearing this, Long Yu furiously opened the door and asked what was going on. Yu Lingjie got scared and asked what happened, to which Long Yu furiously went towards Yu Lingjie shouting that he asked what happened as he forcefully had an affair with someone else's wife. Ye Gaofei stopped Long Yu and asked him to calm down. Ye Gaofei then said that he heard about the incident and Yu Lingjie was at fault, but he didn't think that punishment warranted death as Yu Lingjie was still greater than others and could give more value. Hearing about the value, Long Yu said that he knew he had greater value than Yu Lingjie, so he was going to kill him. Yu Lingjie got scared and asked Ye Gaofei to save him as he was taking the blame. Long Yu was shocked and asked about the reality. Yu Lingjie asked that Ye Gaofei was busy during the day killing zombies, so what's wrong with having some fun with women at night? Hearing this, Long Yu got furious and shouted at Ye Gaofei, saying that he didn't lead everyone to kill zombies, gather resources, and strive for a better future for the nation. Instead, he was spending time with women. Long Yu got pissed off, so he decided and announced in front of Ye Gaofei that he was going to leave, and from now on, their paths were different. Yu Lingjie asked Ye Gaofei to do something, otherwise they would be in trouble if Long Yu exposed the truth. Ye Gaofei tensely asked how he could take action against Long Yu, as in the base, there were some people who had a good relationship with Long Yu. Ye Gaofei had an idea, so he asked Yu Lingjie to go spread the news that Long Yu was a madman who preys on the weak and lost his humanity, and that he would spare Long Yu this time as a reward for his previous contributions. But Long Yu should take his brothers and leave the base. So Long Yu left the base with his people and wondered about the place they should go, as he was too naive to think that everyone would follow along to kill zombies. Meanwhile, after some time, the people from Qilin's side came to Ye Gaofei and shared that there was a person named Chen Luo who was joining the force to go against Ye Gaofei. On the other hand, Xia Hao came to Chen Luo and told him that he reached level 4. Chen Luo then shared that once the physical strength reached level 4, the crystals continuously emit power to temper the body, and this kind of power would allow him to control where the tempering occurs. So Chen Luo asked Xia Hao to temper the rest of the strength on his fist. Suddenly someone interrupted their talk, saying that Zhao Hai had come and was asking for refuge as Ye Gaofei was after him. Chen Luo asked them to let Zhao Hai in. Chen Luo then asked Zhao Hai how did Ye Gaofei find his base, to which Zhao Hai responded that it was the Qilin's guys whom Chen Luo had spared. Hearing this, Chen Luo got angry, as whenever he spared future troubles, it caused him problems. Zhao Hai asked Chen Luo to prepare as early as possible because Ye Gaofei and others were coming very furiously. So Chen Luo ordered everyone to be ready to defend against the enemies. After some time, many cars were coming towards the villa, and Ye Gaofei was happy because he had gathered many people, just saying that it was for the sake of fostering unity and better survival. Ye Gaofei provoked them by saying that some people were selfish and didn't want to see them unite, causing trouble, so they had to get rid of this restless factor. After reaching Chen Luo's villa, Ye Gaofei announced that this time they had over 2,000 people, 76 at level 3, 1,500 plus at level 2, and 2 at level 4. He also asked everyone to surrender, as those who surrender would be their brothers in the future. He even tried to offer tempting deals, but surprisingly, no one came out. Chen Luo, upon hearing the offer, laughed, as even ordinary members of his villa ate more than that, and he noticed that Long Yu was not with them. So he wondered where Long Yu was, and should he and his team go first. Here, Ye Gaofei went furious, as no one was listening and responding to him. So he asked Zhang Hao to take his people and attack Chen Luo. If Zhang Hao was able to kill them, Ye Gaofei himself would reward him. Zhang Hao tensely asked why his people. Hanya asked why he wasn't willing. Zhang Hao responded that even if he was willing, his team members weren't, as they knew the first one to go meant the first one to die. Ye Gaofei found it disappointing, and when he looked at others, he was stunned to see that everyone was hiding their faces in the name of going first. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Luo was getting angry, wondering whether they would attack or not, and whether these guys were clowns sent by monkeys. So, Chen Luo just throws away the core of the fruit he was eating, surprising everyone and making them wonder where the fresh fruits were coming from. Ye Gaofei then goes to Hanya and asks why she went to attack without him enhancing her defense. That way, the attack couldn't harm her. With a pleased face, Ye Gaofei asks Hanya if she would help him. Hanya agrees and orders an attack on everyone. Luwen tells everyone that whoever doesn't follow them will be electrocuted. The moment they get inside, Chen Luo's side starts attacking them, but they use earth shields to dodge the attacks. When Hanya opens the gate, she sees a tall, mountain-like ridge between the gate and the villa. She wonders what it's for, and meanwhile, they get attacked by Shuyun and Mealing. Even Dharma attacks Hanya. Slowly, everyone starts dying, and Ye Gaofei realizes that Chen Luo's side is stronger than his. Before Ye Gaofei can run, he gets chased by Dharma, who uses electric balls to attack him. Dharma also uses kicks and punches to take Ye Gaofei down. Seeing Ye Gaofei die, everyone starts crying and surrendering, asking Chen Luo for forgiveness. Chen Luo asks them to bring Hanya's partner to him. Luwen, crying, asks Chen Luo not to kill him as he is a priest. Chen Luo agrees, but in return asks Luwen to tell the truth about whether Long Yu was guarding the base. Luwen responds that Long Yu got kicked out of the base because of bullying and being domineering. Chen Luo is surprised as Long Yu wasn't that kind of person. Luwen agrees, saying it was Ye Gaofei who framed Long Yu. After that, Chen Luo asks Zhao Hai to bring the people he had in the past and help clean the place, then keep an eye on the door. Chen Luo promises that when he comes back, they will have a treat. Chen Luo then asks everyone to get in the car as they were going to Ye Gaofei's place to get supplies. Dharma asks about points, and Chen Luo tells him to guard the place. They will discuss that after they return. Song Ling Hai asks Zhao Hai about joining Chen Luo, but Chen Luo surprises everyone by saying that the world has changed and just relying on skills won't cut it. Zhao Hai's members are hesitant to join Chen Luo because they would become juniors. Zhao Hai responds to Song Ling Hai that if they could obtain an advanced crystal, there might be a chance for them to rise in the future. At Ye Gaofei's place, Chen Luo tells everyone to collect the supplies while he looks around nearby. Suddenly, Chen Luo sees a golden dog and happily pats her on the head. Seeing that it's a female dog, Chen Luo is happy because he found a wife for Dharma King, which would cost him 1,000 points. The scene then shifts to sometime later at Chen Luo's villa, where Chen Luo thanks Zhao Hai for his help and announces they will have a barbecue the next day. Chen Luo enters the room and sees Dharma waiting to talk about points, but before that, Chen Luo tells Dharma that he brought back something good for him. Upon seeing the golden dog, Dharma starts tearing up. Chen Luo gets confused, wondering if Dharma is this excited to have a female dog. In reality, Dharma thought that Chen Luo wasn't just having rice, but also keeping some dogs outside. Dharma mistook the golden dog as his substitute and felt angry at Chen Luo, questioning his efforts till now. Seeing Dharma cry, Chen Luo asks what's wrong and if he didn't like the wife he brought. Chen Luo also asks if Dharma prefers large dogs or small dogs so he can get it right. Dharma then feels a little relieved, knowing that the dog was meant to be his wife. Dharma King denies accepting the golden retriever as his wife, so Chen Luo asks Rice to come and help him confront Dharma King about the point calculation. Rice gets ready for the translation. Chen Luo tells Dharma that he will give him 300 points for killing Ye Gaofei. Rice translates that Dharma says he killed some others as well. So Chen Luo gives a total of 500 points to Dharma and tells him that his total now is 1,500 points. Rice translates that Dharma wants to exchange all his points for the position of elder dog. Hearing this, Chen Luo gets tense but agrees, saying he didn't understand why Dharma was fixated on being an elder. Rice shares that Dharma wants the news to be quickly announced in front of everyone. Chen Luo then tells both of them to go to sleep as it's getting late. The next morning, Zhao Hai and others are very happy that they are really going to have a barbecue. Chen Luo also shares that when Zhao Hai leaves the villa, he will give him 200 pounds of meat. Chen Luo is doing this because the meat is about to expire and he wants to use it up. After some time, Chen Luo gathers a meeting and announces that recently, one member has shown exceptionally outstanding performance and accumulated 1,500 points to meet the elder qualification. So he will give that member the elder position. Hearing this, everyone is surprised as the elder position requires 1,500 points, and they wonder who could have become an elder since they only gain 3 to 4 points daily. They start guessing that it might be Xiaohao, Meiling, or Shuyun. Chen Luo then welcomes their new elder, and everyone is relieved to see that it is Dharma King. They are relieved because they know the power of Dharma King, as even teaming up, they couldn't beat him. Chen Luo praises Dharma for his work and asks everyone to call him Elder Dog. Everyone then calls Dharma Elder Dog, while Zhao Hai feels like they are playing house games. Chen Luo then shares that Dharma is giving them a chance at the bar to drink to their heart's content. Everyone thanks Dharma for the gift. On the other side, a boy tells Long Yu that someone has killed Ye Gaofei and Hanya. Long Yu can't believe it, but the boy asks him to go and take a look as the base is just nearby. Upon reaching, they see that they are having a barbecue, and they wonder about joining in. The guard tells them that they have to contribute something before eating, or at least become members. The requirements are to be level 3 and, after joining, to fight with zombies. Hearing this, Long Yu smiles as the idea and philosophy align with his own. But soon he becomes sad because the requirements are a bit strict, and they still have 2 level 2 members in their group. First, they think about letting the level 3 members join first, and Long Yu would stay behind to help the rest reach level 3. But later, they decide to give it a try by explaining that they only have 2 level 2 members and 1 level 4. They want to know if the villa group would allow them to join. So Long Yu goes to the guard and asks him to tell the leader that he is Long Yu, a level 4 elementalist, and wants to have a chat. The scene shifts to Chen Luo, where he is telling Dharma that everyone drank a total of 1,568 beers, which means his points are now at minus 1,568. Hearing this, Dharma is shocked and wonders how it happened, thinking everyone must be pigs to consume so much. The guard comes and tells Chen Luo that there is a group that wants to join, and the leader of that group, Long Yu, wants them to take their 2 level 2 comrades in. Hearing the name, Chen Luo gets happy and runs towards the entrance to meet Long Yu. Chen Luo meets Long Yu and asks him why they want to join. Long Yu responds that they want to join because Chen Luo's philosophy aligns with theirs. Chen Luo then asks about Long Yu's strength. Long Yu explains that he can transform himself into metal, which provides strong physical defense and decent strength. Chen Luo thinks that Long Yu is still a child who doesn't know his true powers, so he decides to give Long Yu a reality check. Long Yu gets ready, and Chen Luo throws a punch at his chest. Long Yu is surprised that his metal body gets deflected by a single punch from Chen Luo and wonders how this is possible, as he has been attacked by level 3 elementalists before without such an impact. Chen Luo then mentions that he has heard that metal-based elementalists can convert metal into various shapes, making them stronger and sharper. Long Yu shares that he can do this as well, but Chen Luo surprises him by asking him to try changing the metal into gold. Long Yu gets tense as he hasn't done that before. Chen Luo asks him to look at a gold ring, familiarize himself with the atomic structure of gold, and give it a try. Long Yu tensely tries, and to his shock, he successfully changes the metal into a gold ring. Chen Luo smiles and asks Long Yu if he now understands his true worth. He explains that the reason the metal transformation was short-lived is because Long Yu's level is low, but as he levels up, he will gradually be able to solidify metals. Chen Luo also explains many more benefits of his ability. Long Yu responds that he understands now, so Chen Luo happily welcomes him and his team, inviting them to have dinner as they are celebrating with a barbecue. Meanwhile, a girl named Leafish comes to Chen Luo's villa, searching for Meng Yin using her ability to be invisible. The scene shifted to Meng Yin, who was eating without any hesitation. Suddenly, Meng Yin heard someone sobbing nearby. When she looked up, she was surprised to see that it was her friend Leafish. Leafish was shocked to see that Meng Yin was eating chicken fried rice freely while she was worried about her. Outside the room, Dharma discovered that someone had intruded, so he decided to inform Chen Luo quickly. In the next scene, Chen Luo was running towards Meng Yin's room because he didn't want to lose hope for his future with Meng Yin. Upon entering the room, Chen Luo furiously asked Leafish who she was and how she got in. Meng Yin explained that Leafish was her friend and had entered using her ability to become invisible. Hearing this, Chen Luo was happy, as he believed having someone with such a great ability could be beneficial. Chen Luo then shared that he brought Meng Yin out of concern for her safety, but he didn't expect Leafish to worry about Meng Yin. He offered Leafish the option to stay with them if she wanted. Leafish asked what she would have to do if she stayed. Chen Luo told her that she would need to use her invisibility ability to locate more mutants. Leafish asked if he meant those who stand out and look different from others. Chen Luo tensely asked how she knew that. Leafish explained that on her way, she saw a dead zombie that was still moving. Because the zombie looked completely different, she didn't dare to go close. Chen Luo realized that it must be a high-level mutant zombie, so he asked Leafish for the location. After getting the address, Chen Luo was about to investigate the place. However, Zhao Hai stopped him, saying something wasn't right. Seeing Zhao Hai's body trembling, Chen Luo asked what had happened and why he was so tense. Zhao Hai said he saw a zombie 100 meters away, but in the blink of an eye, it came so close and killed some of their members. Chen Luo was surprised to hear about such a powerful zombie and wondered if it could be the mutant who killed Xiao Yu. Everyone in Zhao Hai's group was talking about the mutant's power and speed. Suddenly, to Chen Luo's shock, Rice came and said that he was done. Rice asked what she was talking about and how he, the mighty Void King, could be done. In tension, Chen Luo took Rice into a black space and asked her to sense it properly. After a few seconds, Rice shared that she felt it was almost dead. Although it was extremely dangerous, it seeed to have some incredible benefits. Chen Luo got tense, realizing that the powerful mutant that had appeared was actually after him. Chen Luo then interpreted that, according to Zhao Hai and his group's information, the zombie must be a level 7 wind-type mutant. However, he wondered why he didn't remember encountering such a type of zombie before. He also pondered the words, incredible benefits, thinking that even if the crystal was level 7, it wouldn't provide much benefit now. Chen Luo then asked about Meiling and Meili, wondering if they were also in danger. Rice responded that they were not. It was only Chen Luo who had to suffer this time. Upon coming out, Zhao Hai asked Chen Luo whether they should move out quickly. Chen Luo asked them to stay with him in the villa, saying he would go first to take a look at the zombie. Meanwhile, Sudaju, Meili, and Meiling were returning with some supplies and crystals. Surprisingly, the mutant was following them as they entered the villa. The mutant attacked the guards at the gate, prompting them to sound the alarm, notifying Chen Luo of the incredible mutant's attack. When Sudaju and the sisters turned back to see, they were stunned by the sight of the mutant. Without wasting time, Chen Luo attacked the mutant with his void sword, but to his surprise, even after the slash, the mutant didn't sustain any cut or damage. Seeing this, Meili got scared and asked what was going on. Chen Luo found himself in a bad situation because Meili and the others were also there, so he couldn't leave them behind. At this moment, Chen Luo was attacked by the mutant zombie, causing everyone to become tense. Chen Luo saw that the mutant was about to attack Meili and Meiling. Realizing he couldn't defeat the mutant, he decided to escape by taking the others through void space. However, it would be his first time traveling in void space with 4 people. Despite the uncertainty, he decided to give it a try and asked everyone to hold on to him properly. He tried to escape, but his prediction was correct, only he got transported and the rest were still there. The zombie then moved to attack Meili, causing Chen Luo to become tense. He transported back to fight, hoping the mutant's lifespan would expire and it would die. The mutant was getting very close to Chen Luo and he was hoping for it to die quickly. Suddenly, a crystal glowed in his head and the zombie died. Before Chen Luo could think and interpret what happened, he fainted. Seeing this, Meili and the others became tense. Meiling asked the remaining guards to close the main gate tightly until Chen Luo woke up and asked Sudhaju to carry Chen Luo to his room. When they got back to the room, Dharma was shocked to see Chen Luo like that and shouted, asking how they were looking after the master and why he was the only one getting into trouble. Rice told them not to worry, as she had already calculated that Chen Luo would run into trouble but wouldn't die and might even benefit greatly in the end. Millie was still sobbing, worried about whether he would be all right. Seeing this, Rice got tense and asked why no one was believing her. The scene then shifted to 2 days later, when Chen Luo regained consciousness. Seeing him awake, Millie and Dharma were relieved. Hearing about his unconsciousness, Chen Luo wondered how he fainted and then remembered that it seemed like he used some kind of skill to accelerate the death of the mutant. He was now confused about what kind of ability it was, wondering if it was time acceleration. Chen Luo then tried to focus on using that power again, wondering if he had gained a second power. Surprisingly, he had indeed gained a special ability of time acceleration. Hearing the word acceleration, Millie confusedly asked, "What?" Chen Luo tensely responded that it was nothing. He then recalled that in his previous life, he had met only one person with the ability to accelerate time. The scene then shifted to his past life, where he was stealing something and Myling came to stop him. He reminded her not to forget that he was the Void King. Suddenly, he felt that he couldn't move. A girl asked, "What if she stops time?" And then Myling kicked him in the butt. Returning to the present, Chen Luo remembered that the girl's name was Jiang Chuche, and she could only use one move to stop time for a single target. Chen Luo also shared that in his previous life, when Jiang Chuche died, he somehow took her body from the zombies and placed it in a dimensional space. However, he didn't absorb her crystals at that time. He decided not to dwell on it because, in the present time, his crystal had shattered and it would take at least 3 months to recover. Chen Luo then asked Millie if the mutant crystal had been taken out. Millie gave him the crystal, and Chen Luo's mood dropped as he wondered why he had to work so hard for an 8th grade crystal. He offered the crystal to the Dharma King, asking him to absorb it to upgrade to level 5. The Dharma King declined, saying Chen Luo would charge points for that, and he was already in debt. Chen Luo got pissed off and responded that he wouldn't deduct any points, and that the first one to reach level 5 would be awarded 500 points. Hearing this, the Dharma King hastily grabbed the crystal, happy about the prospect of getting 500 points. Millie then told Chen Luo that she was going to ask Mayu to make some food, but he asked her to stop and told the Dharma King to go and ask Mayu to prepare some food. He also asked the Dharma King to inform everyone that he was awake and to enjoy beef and mutton for 3 days as a celebration. After the Dharma King left, Chen Luo hugged Millie, feeling lucky to have someone caring about him. The scene then shifted to another place, where Chen Luo's underlings were fighting with a boy named Anchen Luo. Anchen Luo laughed at them, saying he had given them a chance to run, but they didn't, so now they couldn't blame him for the consequences. Chen Luo's side started making jokes about Anchen Luo, saying he was only great because of using that elephant, but their elder dog was more powerful and impressive than him. They taunted Anchen Luo, saying if he dared to confront it, he might die without knowing how. Hearing this, Anchen Luo was shocked and couldn't believe it, thinking it was impossible for there to be anything braver than his invincible elephant. After all, it was just a dog, for goodness sake. After wiping out Chen Luo's men, Anchen Luo decided to go in front of the villa to find that dog. However, there was a surprise as 2 wolves were following Anchen Luo and his group. Meanwhile, in Chen Luo's villa, the girls were playing with the golden retriever dog when suddenly they saw a big elephant coming towards their villa. They announced it in the villa to prepare everyone for battle and defense. Hearing about the elephant's arrival, Chen Luo recognized that it could be the elephant handler, Anchen Luo. At the door, Miling asked Anchen Luo how she could help. Anchen Luo, upon hearing they had a very awesome dog, mistook the golden retriever as that dog and made fun of it, saying that the dog was indeed brave. Hearing this, the Mi sisters were tense and wondering which dog Anchen Luo was talking about, realizing it was a case of mistaken identity. The golden retriever was really brave as she stood in front of the elephant without any fear. Again, Anchen Luo made a joke about the dog, questioning whether it really wanted to fight. Myling accepted the challenge in place of the golden retriever. Dharma also tried to intervene in the fight against the elephant, but Chen Luo asked him to stop as it was Miling's training time. The fight started, and when the elephant came to attack with its trunk, Miling used the Red Lotus Burst. Chen Luo was impressed as Myling had really learned the signature move, Red Lotus Burst. Enraged by the attack, the elephant threw Anchen Luo from its body. Seeing this, Anchen Luo got tense and asked his members to attack Miling together. Chen Luo got frustrated seeing that Anchen Luo wasn't playing by the rules, as it should have been a one-on-one fight. Despite the joint attacks from Anchen Luo's side, Miling managed to hold her ground, but Chen Luo ordered his people to join the fight. And in just a few minutes, Anchen Luo's side got defeated. Seeing this, Anchen Luo got tense and started running away, so Chen Luo asked Dharma to chase down Anchen Luo. Dharma happily agreed, thinking about the points he would get after killing Anchen Luo. Surprisingly, Anchen Luo encountered wolves from the opposite side and got attacked by them. Seeing this, Dharma got confused, but first, he decided to score his points by defeating Anchen Luo. The wolves were stunned to see Dharma's power, but here's the twist. Dharma fell in love at first sight with the female wolf. He tried to pursue, but they started running, so Dharma captured the white female wolf and asked her to be friends. Meanwhile, Chen Luo and the others arrived and noticed that they were wolves, not dogs. Chen Luo noticed Dharma had a crush on the white wolf, as Dharma was acting like a love-struck puppy. So Chen Luo took those wolves with him to the villa. In the villa, Chen Luo was shouting and asking about her wolf. Chen Luo kicks him and asks him to behave, as the wolf wasn't going to be approachable. Chen Luo explained that they admire strength, and if they didn't submit, they should fight until they yield or take a forceful approach to get the best. Dharma was happy and praised Chen Luo, saying he truly deserved to be a master. Chen Luo then kicked him off and asked him to go and stop embarrassing himself. After that, Chen Luo started wondering that based on the current situation, it looked like the zombies would evolve to level 4 in just over a month. Level 4 zombies not only show improvement in physical strength, but also a bit increase in intelligence. So he thought the villa was currently secure. But since it was within the city, there was a possibility that they would face a large-scale zombie attack in the future. Chen Luo then decided to search for a new base, as last-minute decisions wouldn't work. So he took out a map. On the map, Chen Luo found a village 30 miles away from the city to make their new base. So he decided that he would go the next day to that place and first clear out the zombies. The scene shifted to the next day, where everyone was visiting that village, and on the way, Chen Luo was asking everyone to be careful of zombies and the mutated ones. Chen Luo told them that he was going to check the surroundings first. When Chen Luo inspected the area, he found that the water quality was good, but the fish he found in the water were very bitter and sour in taste. Suddenly, they got attacked by a mutant, and they started retreating, but some of them got captured by the mutant zombie. Chen Luo went to check on the mutant. Surprisingly, the mutant could speak and said his name was Iron Head, and his head was really tough, so if someone didn't want to die, they should get out of the way. But Chen Luo kicked at the private part of the mutant Iron Head. Iron Head got hurt and said it's his head which was tough, not that part. Still, Chen Luo continuously hit that part, and Iron Head kept saying that his head wasn't there. Chen Luo decided to beat him on the head, and after that, he continuously punched Iron Head's face. Finally, Iron Head started crying and asked for forgiveness from Chen Luo, saying that he wouldn't hurt anyone. Chen Luo then thought that Iron Head could serve as a training subject for Xia Hao, Sudhaju, and Miling, so he decided to keep him. Chen Luo then asked Iron Head to get in the truck and not dare to run. The scene shifted to somewhere else where some mutated crabs were heading towards a place. In a base, everyone started telling their leader that the area suddenly had a tide, flooding a large area nearby, and asked whether they should go to the city side. Everyone kept insisting on going to the city. Their leader, named Feng Zhengqing, a level 5 player, announced that everyone should pack their bags and prepare the vehicle as they were going to the city the next morning. The scene then shifted to 1 month later, where Chen Luo was shouting at a guy named Lei Hao, accusing him of keeping all the resources for himself despite agreeing to share them. Lei Hao tensely denied it, saying he wouldn't dare to deceive them. He explained that a group of people, led by Feng Zhengqing, came out of nowhere and forced him into a partnership under duress. Hearing the name, Chen Luo recalled that in his previous life, Feng Zhengqing was also a high-ranking figure and a regional overlord. He had quite talented underlings, and they all reached beyond level 10. While they were chatting with Lei Hao, a guard came and told Chen Luo that a group had arrived outside the villa, saying they wanted to meet him, and the leader's name was Feng Zhengqing. Chen Luo agreed to let Feng Zhengqing in. Upon arrival, Feng Zhengqing apologized for the mistake he made by taking things from him. He also mentioned that he had obtained 600 tons of rice and flour and was willing to share half of it as compensation. If Chen Luo wasn't happy with it, he was ready to share everything. Chen Luo agreed to accept the gift of 300 tons of rice and flour. He then asked Feng Zhengqing why he really came there. They decided to talk in private. At the beginning of the discussion, Feng Zhengqing shared that he had just come from Cloud City, and that he was the overlord of Cloud City. He emphasized that any leader of a base wouldn't dare to say no to him. He then shares that other big places like the Marine Sea and coastal cities weren't suitable for survival, so they all needed to relocate on a large scale. Feng Zhengqing also talked about the city named Divine City being the only major city nearby, so it might become a gathering place for everyone in the future. Feng Zhengqing then asked Chen Luo to join forces and clear out the storms together in the future. Chen Luo understood, but he was wondering about Feng Zhengqing's real intentions as he was easily swayed. Feng Zhengqing then shared that he had seen Chen Luo's base outside the city, and to be honest, he was quite envious of it. So Feng Zhengqing asked Chen Luo to allocate half of the area to him, and his underling, Ouyang Lu, would help in growing vegetables there. He offered to give half of the vegetables so they all could sustain easily. Hearing this, Chen Luo got furious as he could tolerate Feng Zhengqing calling him brother, but asking for the base wasn't something he liked. Chen Luo responded that he would agree to it if Feng Zhengqing didn't have any ill intentions, but if things changed, then his people would suffer a lot. So, for an alliance, everything had to be on his terms, or there was no point in discussing. Feng Jingqing told Chen Luo that it was very arbitrary of him, as in forming an alliance, it's natural to listen to the one with higher and stronger power. Chen Luo furiously asked whether Feng Jingqing thought he was better than him. Feng Jingqing shared that he reached level 5 over half a month ago and admitted that he couldn't face Chen Luo's base head-on alone, but as long as he gradually attacked in parts, dozens of people would get killed every day, and sooner or later, everything would be his. Chen Luo asked whether it was a threat, and deep down wondered that Dharma King reached level 5 1.5 months ago, and Miling, Sudhaju, and others also reached level 5 a month ago. So what was Feng Jingqing boasting about? Feng Jingqing then suggested setting up a duel of 3 games, and whoever wins would take charge of the alliance. Chen Luo agreed and asked Feng Jingqing to do it on the present day. After it, Chen Luo thought that it would be hard for him to defeat Feng Jingqing, and decided to accidentally make a mistake during the duel to kill Feng Jingqing. Surprisingly, Feng Jingqing also thought the same, that he would accidentally kill Chen Luo during the duel, and everything would be fine. On the battleground, Feng Jingqing shared with Chen Luo that anyone who reneges on their agreement would face punishment. Chen Luo agreed with it and sent Sudhaju to fight in the first round. Seeing this, Feng Jingqing thought of sending a level 4 element type, so he asked Sun Yu to go and fight. At the start of the fight, Sun Yu used earth pillars to form a defense, off which Sudhaju got a little tense, as if he were slimmer, he could have gone right through that pillar. Sun Yu then used swamp art attack. Seeing this, Chen Luo was impressed by Sun Yu, as he could become a prominent player in the future. But Sudhaju easily broke through Sun Yu's defense with some punches, causing Sun Yu to concede from that duel. Feng Jingqing got furious after losing right at the beginning, so he asked his team members to bring the truck. Surprisingly, it was a mutant zombie of level 3, seeing which everyone was shocked. Even Chen Luo thought that he had underestimated Feng Jingqing, as he didn't expect him to have a zombie like that. Chen Luo decided to send a zombie to fight against a zombie, so he asked Sudhaju to bring Ironhead. When they brought Ironhead, he was shouting that he was starving, as Chen Luo only promised him food tomorrow, but never gave any. Surprisingly, Chen Luo again kicked him in his private parts, saying that he was pleased with his obedient behavior for the past month, but didn't like his present behavior. Chen Luo then asked to go ahead and kill Feng Jingqing's zombies. Seeing this, Feng Jingqing was shocked, as like him, Chen Luo also controlled a zombie, and he didn't know about the power of Ironhead. So the brawl between zombies started, but just after one fire attack from the zombie, Ironhead goes towards a girl to eat her instead of fighting the other zombie. Chen Luo, seeing this, ran towards the girl to save her. Chen Luo asked Ironhead to go back, to which he started shouting that he wanted to eat people. Chen Luo told him that it was promised for tomorrow, but Ironhead knew that tomorrow wasn't going to come, and he would never see tomorrow. So Chen Luo was contemplating killing Ironhead, but surprisingly, Ironhead mutated. Chen Luo got a little tense and decided to first cut down his legs. But nothing happened after one attack from Chen Luo, and Ironhead shouted that he had grown up now and was more powerful. Ironhead tried to crush Chen Luo under his paws, but Chen Luo dodged the attack and went to attack Ironhead's weak point. Surprisingly, it didn't work, and Ironhead said that he had become stronger even at that point. Chen Luo understood that Ironhead's weakness had now become his hardest part to beat, and that even the level 8 zombie he killed last time with the acceleration time ability wasn't that tough. Chen Luo decided to use his acceleration time ability on Ironhead and ran towards him to slash with the Void Sword. At the same time, he thought and dreamed about attacking Ironhead, imagining him moving backward. Suddenly, Ironhead was stunned to see his body starting to tear apart by itself. Chen Luo, also confused, wondered if the slices on Ironhead's body were from the dream he had a few seconds ago. As Chen Luo was about to deliver the final blow, an attack came towards them. It was none other than Feng Jingqing, who was trying to use the opportunity to kill Chen Luo and later claimed that he accidentally killed him while aiming for Ironhead. However, Feng Jingqing was shocked to see that Chen Luo wasn't even hurt by his ultimate attack. Chen Luo told him that if he wanted to attack again, he should speed up his attack. Feng Jingqing apologized, saying it was a mistake. Meanwhile, Ironhead was begging Chen Luo not to cut his waist, apologizing for everything. But Chen Luo didn't listen and cut down his waist to wipe him out. When Chen Luo was extracting the crystal, Feng Jingqing was stunned by its size and inferred that Ironhead must have been a level 8 or 9. Still, Chen Luo had defeated him so easily. Feng Jingqing then approached Chen Luo and declared him the winner and their leader. Chen Luo, however, questioned him about the ethics of sneaking an attack on a friend. Feng Jingqing insisted it was a mistake and begged Chen Luo to trust him. Enraged, Chen Luo started slapping Feng Jingqing and finally asked who the leader was. Feng Jingqing, sad and tense with a crying face, admitted that it was none other than Chen Luo. Chen Luo then asked the girl and the other people on Feng Jingqing's side if they would join him as per the agreement. The girl agreed, and Chen Luo asked her to introduce herself and tell everyone's talents. Meanwhile, Feng Zhengqing felt angry and frustrated as he had lost all his subordinates. However, he thought that if he could somehow reach another city, he could start fresh. So he asked Chen Luo to spare him, promising that his subordinates would join Chen Luo voluntarily. Chen Luo agreed and promised that neither he nor his people would harm Feng Zhengqing. Feng Zhengqing announced to his subordinates that he was no longer their leader and ran away, hoping Chen Luo would keep his word. Chen Luo just gave a look at Dharma, and Dharma understood that Chen Luo's promise meant his people wouldn't harm Feng Zhengqing, but a dog could. As Feng Zhengqing ran some distance away, he felt relieved that Chen Luo didn't send anyone to chase him. However, he was surprised to see a dog charging to attack him. Realizing what was happening, Feng Zhengqing tensely asked what the dog was going to do, and finally understood that he wasn't even as good as Chen Luo's dog. After taking care of Feng Zhengqing, Dharma wondered about the points he was going to get. On the other side, Chen Luo was checking the list of Feng Zhengqing's people. If he accumulated them all, he would have 3,000 members in his team. So Chen Luo decided to test everyone, and only those who passed would get to join. Chen Luo asked Ling Chen Luo to announce this information to everyone. Meanwhile, Dharma returned and asked about the service fee and burying the target. To cover the crystal and service fee, Chen Luo gave 500 points to Dharma. He then asked Dharma to accompany him to the new base to check the environment and progress there. The scene shifted to the new base, where Xia Hao was being attacked by bugs. Xia Hao started killing them, but finally the mutated one asked for mercy, apologizing. Chen Luo arrived and saw that it was a dung beetle. He thought it would be beneficial for improving the environment, so he decided to keep the mutated beetle alive. Chen Luo then made a deal with the beetle. The beetle had to help whenever needed, and in return, it would get to eat dung whenever it wanted. The beetle agreed and settled for 200 points of dung a day. The scene then shifted to Zhao Hai and Song Ling Hai, who were discussing Chen Luo's new base outside the city. Their discussion ended with the decision to disband their group and join Chen Luo altogether. When Zhao Hai and his comrades reached Chen Luo's new base, they were stunned by its size and impressive appearance. Seeing them, Chen Luo asked Zhao why they had come. Zhao Hai responded that they came to join his group and asked if it was okay for them to join. Chen Luo agreed because he thought Zhao Hai would be a good leader and would help in locating and gathering people's information. So Chen Luo told Zhao Hai that he just happened to have two teams. One left by Zhang Feng, and the second team needed a leader, so it was allotted to him. The scene then shifted to outside Chen Luo's new base, where two boys were talking, and one of the boys' names was Lin Tian. Lin Tian's comrade told him about Chen Luo's base, which was very advanced and was recruiting level 4 and above. So Lin Tian asked his comrade to check the supplies as he would go to the person in charge with a good sort of gift for a meeting. In the house, Chen Luo and Zhao Hai were discussing when they were interrupted by Chen Guang, who shared that a person named Lin Tian wanted to meet with Chen Luo. Chen Luo asked Chen Guang to bring the person. Upon meeting, Lin Tian introduced himself and gave the gifts he had brought. But surprisingly, Chen Luo was furious, thinking that in his previous life, it was Lin Tian and his subordinates who had blocked him and Big Sudaju. The next scene was from the previous life, where Chen Luo and Sudhaju were surrounded by Lin Tian and his subordinates. When they tried to pursue them for killing, Sudhaju asked Chen Luo to run and, while saving Chen Luo, gave his life. So in this life, Chen Luo was very furious after seeing Lin Tian and decided that even if Lin Tian did not lay a hand on them in the present life, he still needed to die for what he had done in the past. Only then would Chen Luo find some relief. Chen Luo needed to wait for Lin Tian to gather everyone who had surrounded them in the previous life. So Chen Luo shared that he liked the gifts Lin Tian brought. Lin Tian was happy and told Chen Luo that he was new in the area, so he hoped Chen Luo would look after them. Chen Luo agreed and asked Chen Guang to spread the word that anyone who opposed Lin Tian was opposing him. Lin Tian thanked Chen Luo and shared that he had brought something else for him. He then asked his subordinates to bring the gift and explained that several thousand large sea turtles had come to the seashore, so he grabbed the opportunity to hunt them. Lin Tian gave the turtle shells, saying that even level 4 evolvers would find it hard to break them. Seeing this, Chen Luo thought of taking a trip to the beach. While on the way, he encountered a mutant zombie. The zombie asked Chen Luo about cooperating. Chen Luo was impressed, and then the mutant zombie asked Chen Luo to lure humans towards him. Chen Luo asked what he would get in return, as he would not help without a benefit. The mutant zombie became furious and asked if Chen Luo didn't value his guts anymore, daring to ask for a benefit. Hearing this, Chen Luo got angry and started beating the zombie. After continuous beating, the zombie was stunned and wondered why the human was so fierce. Lastly, the mutant zombie apologized. Still, Chen Luo made a deal that the mutant had to lure powerful zombies, and in return, Chen Luo would give him some meat to eat. The scene then shifted to the beach, where Chen Luo was approaching the sea turtles. Seeing him, the sea turtles got scared and tried to attack Chen Luo's private parts in defense. Chen Luo got furious, took his void sword, and with a few slashes, wiped out the sea turtles. Afterward, Chen Luo was taking out the shells and keeping them in void space when he suddenly saw the Turtle King and got tense because of its size. The turtle was very huge and seemed to have the strength of a level 7 or 8. Surprisingly, Chen Luo saw that the Turtle King was laying eggs. He thought that the lineage of the Turtle King must be impressive, and if he could steal some eggs and raise them from a young age, it would be a benefit for him. But while Chen Luo was thinking, he got spotted by the Turtle King, so he had no choice but to try killing the turtle and take the eggs. Before Chen Luo could attack, the Turtle King attacked first, stretching its neck up to 5 meters. Chen Luo dodged it somehow and was stunned to see this ability, but he felt somewhat reassured since he knew that turtles typically had strong defenses. However, to his surprise, a water cannon came towards him, shocking him for a second. Now Chen Luo realized that the turtle was a Blastoise-like turtle. He considered going all out to kill the turtle, but decided against it as it would exhaust his ability. Chen Luo noticed that even teleporting through the void would be difficult in that environment, and he understood that he couldn't fight the Turtle King head-on. So, he decided to take the eggs by baiting the Turtle King away. Chen Luo started running away from the eggs so that the Turtle King would follow him. This plan worked as the Turtle King was baited away, and Chen Luo easily took the eggs. When the Turtle King saw this, it got furious and confused, wondering how Chen Luo had reached the eggs, but it was too late. As the Turtle King tried to attack, Chen Luo used his void space to escape. Now, the Turtle King was stunned and searched everywhere for Chen Luo, wondering where he had disappeared to. Meanwhile, Chen Luo, at a little distance away, was laughing, thinking that there's nothing the Void King couldn't obtain. The scene then shifted to 2 days later, where Chen Luo recalled that it was the day he had to meet with the mutated zombie. So he asked Rice if she could sense anything. Rice responded that it would be safe and that his luck had exploded. Hearing this, Chen Luo left for the meeting. After he was gone, Rice got confused, wondering why she couldn't continue sensing Chen Luo anymore, while she could still sense Millie and Mealing. The scene shifted to the place where Chen Luo and the mutated zombie were going to meet. The mutated zombie had brought his boss this time and told him about Chen Luo. Without wasting any time, the boss zombie attacked Chen Luo with a space cut. Seeing this, Chen Luo was stunned as the zombie had actually brought a mutated zombie with space-based abilities. Upon seeing the speed of the mutated zombie, Chen Luo became more tense as it was very fast. He was tense because he was confident in dealing with a level 8 zombie alone, but he wasn't sure about handling a level 9 or 10. On the other side, the mutated zombie was shocked to see the ability Chen Luo used to dodge the attack and asked if Chen Luo was also a spatial ability user. Hearing this, Chen Luo was surprised that the mutant zombie knew about it. The mutant zombie attacked Chen Luo again, and this time Chen Luo used his void sword, but to his shock, the mutant zombie didn't get a small cut on its body. Chen Luo wondered what to do as he couldn't cut through a level 9 defense. He even got a cut from the mutant zombie's attack, so now he had no other option but to use his time acceleration ability despite the risk of crystal rupture. Believing in Rice's words, he decided to use it. By dodging the attack, Chen Luo attacked from behind and accelerated time with his power. To Chen Luo's surprise, the attack actually worked as the zombie's lifespan was rapidly consumed. But it was still taking time, and Chen Luo continuously hoped for the zombie to die. However, the zombie still tried to take revenge on Chen Luo. Just a moment before the mutant zombie could reach Chen Luo, it fell to the ground, wondering why this was happening to it. In the end, Chen Luo succeeded in defeating the mutant zombie. The zombie, seeing this, started running to save its life. However, Chen Luo easily chased it down and asked whether the zombie didn't want to play with his guts. The zombie started crying, asking Chen Luo to leave him and not kill him. Chen Luo laughed and said that he wouldn't kill him since it benefited him to lure good-level zombies every week. When Chen Luo returned to the base, Wang Hao told him that he had gathered 2 new pieces of information. First, there had been mutants around the base, and second, the boss of the western base appeared to have a level 7 crystal. Song Linghai came with a list of names of the evolvers he had collected. Chen Luo responded that there was no need to worry about the information, but he was shocked upon seeing the name Jinyuan Jiang and thought that he could be a future king-level evolver. Although he was only at mid-level, Chen Luo asked Wang Hao and Song Linghai to collect all the information about Jinyuan Jiang they could. Suddenly, Chen Luo received a call from Chen Guang, who shared that there was a person named Jiashan being pursued. He also shared that he thought Jiashan would be willing to give level 7 crystals in exchange for their protection. Chen Guang even considered taking the crystal from Jiashan and then sending him away. Hearing this, Chen Luo wondered when Chen Guang had become like that. Chen Luo thought of using the opportunity to create a sanctuary where, no matter how big their mistake, he could settle it for them. So Chen Luo asked Chen Guang to alert everyone, saying that he himself was taking care of Jiashan, and whoever wanted Jiashan or something from Jiashan could take it themselves. On the other side, at the western base, a boy came running towards Jiang, telling him that Jiashan had run to Chen Luo's base, and that Chen Luo was now giving him protection. They got tense as they couldn't face Chen Luo head-on, so they called a mutant zombie named Iron Leg, telling him that it was his turn. Ironhead asked why he should help them, as if he didn't, he wouldn't get to eat. Before Jung could say anything, his underling came running, saying that someone had infiltrated their base and they couldn't do anything. But before he could finish speaking, he was killed by the enemy. Jung tensely asked who it was. A person named Mo Ning appeared and asked whether Jung was the leader and whether he wanted to take care of the fight or if Mo Ning should start the fight. Iron Leg began moving towards Mo Ning, shouting that it was Iron Leg's territory, but Mo Ning transported himself behind Jung and wiped him out. Soon after, a girl named Mo Lai arrived and remarked that she thought she was late. Mo Ning shared that the mutant zombie was very powerful, but no one could win against his sword. Mo Li mentioned that she found something, a notice sent by Chen Luo's side. After reading it, Mo Ning laughed and decided to prove them wrong. After that, Mo Ning and the others returned to their base. The scene shifted to Chen Luo, who was near the eggs of the Turtle King, waiting for them to hatch. After they hatched, when Chen Luo tried to meet the baby turtles, one of them threw a water ball at his face. Chen Luo was stunned but happy to see that the baby turtle had a level 2 ability. He later thought of using time acceleration to make the baby turtles grow quickly. While Chen Luo was playing and training with the baby turtles, he got a message that 10 patrolling people were attacked by a level 4 person. There were 2 survivors. One was sent back to report, and one was still a hostage at the enemy's base. Chen Guang also shared that the leader's name was Mo Ning, and that Mo Ning said if they wanted to save the hostage, they needed to go to the top of Mount Wuyun, and only 3 people were allowed. Otherwise, they would kill the hostage. Hearing the name, Chen Luo wondered whether he had ever met someone with that name, and if not, why Mo Ning was doing that. Chen Guang also mentioned that the survivor said the other side had a mysterious sword, and one slash cut the captain in half. Hearing this, Chen Luo was surprised and wondered whether Mo Ning could also use the Void Sword. The scene shifted to night at Wuyun Mountain, where Mo Li said that he didn't think anyone was going to come, so they should leave early. But Mo Ning denied this, as he was sure they would come since the enemy was planning to surround them with numbers. If that was the case, there was no way it wouldn't be interesting. Suddenly, someone responded, saying that after drinking a few beers, such thoughts came to mind. Mo Ning was shocked to see Chen Luo near them and wondered when he had arrived at their base. Seeing Chen Luo, the hostage became happy. Noting that Chen Luo came alone, Mo Ning praised him for his bravery. Chen Luo then asked why Mo Ning was targeting him. Mo Ning replied that it was because he found Chen Luo's arrogance amusing and wanted to have some fun. Chen Luo smiled, thinking it was the same as in his previous life. Whenever he got bored, he sought out similar excitement. Mo Ning then took out the Void Sword. Chen Luo praised Mo Ning for having such a spatial ability, and remarked that it was too bad Mo Ning was seeking his own death. When Chen Luo took out his own Void Sword, both Mo Ning and Mo Li were stunned, unable to believe that someone else could also use it. Chen Luo laughed, thinking they were very foolish. Suddenly, in fear, Mo Li summoned some creatures. Seeing this, Chen Luo was happy, thinking that Mo Li could be a useful pawn in the future. He wiped out the summoned creatures with one slash. Mo Li was shocked, but Mo Ning's underlings and comrades decided not to panic and attack together. However, Chen Luo easily and quickly cleared all the enemies. Mo Ning was tense because, despite being level 6, he couldn't see Chen Luo's movements. Chen Luo told Mo Ning that just as Mo Ning killed his members, he would wipe out Mo Ning's members the same way. Suddenly, Chen Luo was hit against a wall. When he looked, it was Mo Li using his dark ability, asking Mo Ning to run away. Chen Luo then shared that he would let Mo Ning run for a while as his 400-meter-long sword was waiting for him. Seeing the size of the sword, both Mo Li and Mo Ning got scared and started apologizing. Chen Luo then told them that he also had the ability of spatial manipulation, which he could teach Mo Ning. Mo Ning responded that he knew it was a very useful skill. In response, Chen Luo started slapping Mo Ning, asking if he was worthy enough to be taught. Chen Luo thought of not killing Mo Ning. Instead, he decided to break his limbs and take him back as an example. Upon reaching back at the base, Mo Li asked for forgiveness and pleaded with Chen Luo to spare her brother Mo Ning, offering herself in exchange for any punishment. Chen Luo approached her, patted her on the head, and told her to behave and listen. He assured her that if all went well, he would let her reunite with her brother after 2 months. Mo Li agreed, and Chen Luo instructed the girls to take care of Mo Li and not let her die. Chen Luo was doing all this in the hope of obtaining level 7 crystals. After that, Chen Luo noticed Zhao Hai waiting for him, so he told Zhao Hai to be more cautious from now on. Zhao Hai then shared that last night they absorbed a small team of dozens that had just arrived in the capital. His brother's name was Zhao Zichin Luo, and his sister's name was Zhao Zi. He mentioned that his brother was a wind user and his sister had the ability of mental interference. Hearing this, Chen Luo was pleased. Zhao Hai also shared that Song Ling Hai brought information about Jin Yuanjiang, who was ready to submit but had a request for 30 cans of powdered milk and scheduled vegetable supplies. Chen Luo agreed to the demand and asked Zhao Hai to send Sudhaju and Xia Hao with 3 luxury cars, as Chen Luo himself wanted to check out and secure the area. The scene shifted to Chen Luo telling Jin Yuanjiang about the place of supplies and then asking him about joining. Jin Yuanjiang responded that he would join, but on one condition. He knew none of the bases kept idle people, but his wife was pregnant, so he hoped she could live peacefully in the base, doing some logistics work. Chen Luo agreed but told Jin Yuanjiang that to earn points he had to kill zombies. The scene then shifted to the sea, where the Turtle King was crying and asking someone for help because his children had been stolen. When the clamshell opened, a beautiful lady named Haiji emerged. Seeing her, the Turtle King was stunned and asked about her appearance. She told him she had leveled up and could now easily transform between human and clam. The Turtle King told her he could sense where his children were and asked her to help him get them back. She agreed, but asked the Turtle King to make sure her clamshell was guarded by his turtles. The scene then shifted to Chen Luo, who was on his way back home. While he was on the way, he started hearing the voice of a girl, who introduced herself as his new underling, Zhao Ziyi. She told him that Millie asked him to get back home fast, otherwise she and Milling would be dead. Hearing this, he got tense and wondered what could threaten Millie and Milling, given that the base's Dharma King was level 7 and all 3, Millie, Milling, and Sudhaju, were level 6. In a tense situation, he told Sudhaju that he was heading back to the base first and that they should all come quickly. When Chen Luo reached back home, he got angry upon seeing Millie and the others so calm. He asked why they were so calm when Millie had said there was a life-threatening situation. Reese responded that if Chen Luo was back, then there was no danger. Suddenly, Zhao Zi shared that an 8-meter-long creature, like a sea turtle, was standing near the base. Hearing this, Chen Luo realized it was the same turtle whose eggs he had stolen. Chen Luo then ran outside to fight the turtle, feeling at ease because he was now level 7, and with the support of the base members, he could easily win. Upon getting outside, he shouted, calling the turtle a beast and demanding to know how it dared to come in. But Haiji asked who he was calling a beast. Seeing her, Chen Luo was shocked, as she was the future king-level powerhouse and the killing god. Upon seeing Haiji flying in the air, Chen Luo was stunned, interpreting that she was level 10. He was a little bit relieved, as in his previous life he had somehow killed her and knew her fatal weakness was darkness. Suddenly, Haiji created a wall, and Chen Luo asked whether she really thought she could stop him with her broken boundaries. While thinking about a way to get out, Chen Luo was attacked by Haiji with the Annihilation Light, which he somehow dodged. Chen Luo managed a surprise attack on her, but to his surprise, she dodged it, making it harder for him to catch her. The Turtle King took the chance and tried to eat Chen Luo from behind, but Chen Luo used his Void Walk to escape. Haiji laughed and asked if Chen Luo thought he could harm her with his silly skills. At the same time, she tried to grab Chen Luo with her ability of big hands, but Chen Luo was dodging her attacks with Void Walk. At that moment, he was thinking about what to do, as he couldn't perform any other attack in midair, and ordinary skills had no impact on her. Moreover, Void Walk could only be used 100 times. Seeing Chen Luo using Void Walk every time, Haiji surprisingly asked if he could do it without limits. On the other side, Chen Luo thought of using his time ability, but when he tried, nothing happened, worsening his condition. On the other hand, the Turtle King decided to wipe out Chen Luo's underlings. So Millie came and started commanding everyone, wondering how Chen Luo could get involved with perverts like that. Suddenly, the Turtle King saw that a dog was carrying his child in its mouth. The Turtle King got a little emotional seeing the child, but realized that the dog's strength was formidable. Dharma asked the Turtle King that if his paw were to slap the baby turtle, he couldn't guarantee what would happen. Did the Turtle King want anything bad to happen to the baby turtles? Chen Luo was impressed with that idea, so he jumped towards the Dharma King and took the baby turtle in his hands. He then shouted to the Turtle King and Haiji that if they dared to attack him, they wouldn't know who would die first. Even the baby turtle shouted that if they wanted to kill its mother, they would have to kill it first. The Turtle King, hearing this, got sad that his kids could recognize Chen Luo as their mother. Haiji told the Turtle King that now his child was useless and tried to attack the Dharma King. Seeing this, Chen Luo got tense, as he didn't see any way to deal with it, and it seemed to be the end for the Dharma King. But when Haiji came so close to the Dharma King to attack, Chen Luo jumped in between and shouted that she should get lost to the ends of the earth. Haiji looked at him with an angry face. Suddenly, a spatial exile opened, and Haiji disappeared, indicating that Chen Luo had used another unknown ability. Dharma was relieved because he knew he would have been dead if his master hadn't saved him. Chen Luo was also shocked, wondering if he had just successfully used spatial banishment to send Haiji away. However, He was extremely drained, and his crystal was showing signs of cracking. Chen Luo knew Haiji would come back, so his first task was to find her weakness, the clamshell. He approached the Turtle King and asked about the shell. Hearing the question, the Turtle King was shocked and asked how Chen Luo knew about it. Chen Luo told him not to worry about that and just answer because Haiji had tried to harm baby turtles, which was very ruthless. The Turtle King realized Chen Luo was right. She had actually tried to harm baby turtles, so the Turtle King agreed to tell but asked Chen Luo to give him back his babies in exchange. Chen Luo refused, saying that once he revealed the clamshell's location, Haiji would be angry and might attack him. And didn't the Turtle King want to avoid a tragic fate for his children? Chen Luo also mentioned that he had some feelings for those baby turtles, so he suggested that the Turtle King live nearby Rice, where he could also get protection from them. The Turtle King agreed and then gave Chen Luo a turtle shell from his back, saying that with the shell, his people wouldn't trouble him. Chen Luo was happy as he had obtained a valuable asset with an easy trick. After that, he told Mealy that with the 4 baby turtles, the Turtle King wouldn't dare to act rashly, and he needed to go to Haiji's lair first. Mealy asked to accompany him to provide physical acceleration, but Chen Luo declined, saying he wasn't going to confront Haiji directly. The scene then shifted to another place where Chen Luo was waiting for Haiji, contemplating that destroying the clamshell would only prolong Haiji's life and not kill her immediately. If she lost her reason and went on a killing spree, he wouldn't be able to stop her. When Haiji arrived, Chen Luo greeted her, and she asked, confused, how he knew her name. Chen Luo responded that he also knew that once her clamshell was destroyed, she wouldn't live long. Haiji was initially shocked, but then realized the Turtle King must have told Chen Luo everything. She asked Chen Luo what he wanted. Chen Luo responded that they both knew they had no real grievances against each other, so they didn't need to decide between life and death. He then asked her to consider how long she had lived and how long she wanted to live. Haiji was confused and asked Chen Luo to clarify. Chen Luo shared that he had the power of time and could accelerate its passage and, in the future, he was sure he could also reverse time. Hearing this, Haiji was amazed and asked if he could really do that. Chen Luo responded that she was right, but he could only do it once he reached her level, which would take at least a year. Chen Luo then asked if she could wait for 1 year. Haiji agreed and also said that if he couldn't do it a year later and she had waited for nothing, then he couldn't blame her for being rude. Chen Luo agreed because he knew that who would be rude to whom in a year was uncertain. Chen Luo then told her that he would return her clamshell, but she also needed to prove her sincerity by giving him the pearl on her head. Surprisingly, Haiji agreed to that term as well and said she hoped that, a year later, Chen Luo could truly master the ability to reverse time. Otherwise, he couldn't blame her for being strong in the apocalypse, stating it was wisdom. Chen Luo laughed because, with his wisdom, he had easily gotten both the Turtle King and Haiji on his side. The scene shifted to somewhere else where a rare mutant zombie was using its radiant attack to incinerate people, drying them up in seconds. Suddenly, a boy arrived and tensely delivered a message. Their leader was willing to offer sacrifices to him, and he could eat as much as he wanted. The mutant zombie laughed and asked if there was really such a good thing. The mutant zombie shared that if it wasn't enough, he would eat them and they should be fresh. The scene shifted to Chen Luo's new base, where Zhao mentioned a new luminous-type mutant zombie currently absorbed by the Changyuan base, located in a small village of North City. Chen Luo thought that no matter how terrifying the mutated form was, with his time ability, it was nothing for him. Chen Luo then asked Rice about the attack and how she felt about it. Rice responded that Mealy had an opportunity, and as for what would happen to him, he should stop asking. Chen Luo was happy, as this time Mealy would get an upgrade. The scene then shifted to the Changyuan base, where Changyuan was happy thinking about the future. Once he wiped out the luminous zombie, he could get a level 6 crystal, which would help him level up. To Changyuan's surprise, his underling came and reported that someone had forcefully entered their base, heading directly towards the room of the mutated form zombie. Changyuan tensely asked if everyone on guard duty had died and how they let Chen Luo in. The boy explained that Chen Luo suddenly entered by cracking the wall, and some guys were surrounding him, so Chang Yuan should go and check. In the zombie room, the luminous zombie was having his meal. Suddenly, Chen Luo broke the door and came inside. Seeing this, the luminous zombie asked if Chen Luo was his next meal and suggested Chen Luo should cut off his ears to give them to him. Chen Luo furiously asked how he dared to talk like that to his father. Hearing this, the luminous zombie got angry and attacked Chen Luo. Chen Luo laughed at the speed of the attack and transported away. The luminous zombie was shocked and wondered where Chen Luo had gone. Before the zombie could find him, Chen Luo attacked from behind and interpreted that the zombie was of level 8 or 9. Chen Luo realized he could only use his special move. The zombie again attacked Chen Luo, shouting that he wanted to wipe him out. Without waiting, Chen Luo started using his time acceleration ability move. Suddenly, to his surprise, The zombie started feeling pain in every part of his body and slowly died. Chen Luo took out the crystal and realized it was a level 10. Suddenly, Chang Yuan appeared and shouted at Chen Luo for putting down his crystal. Chen Luo asked what he meant by his crystal. Chang Yuan recognized Chen Luo, and in response, Chen Luo asked if he could take the crystal as a meeting gift. Chang Yuan acknowledged that Chen Luo's base was formidable, but noted that Chen Luo was alone at the moment. He gave Chen Luo an ultimatum: either put the crystal down or lose his life. Chen Luo, frustrated, declared that if Chang Yuan didn't want to live peacefully, then so be it. Chang Yuan ordered his underlings to attack Chen Luo, promising great rewards to whoever could take him down. Everyone prepared to attack, but before they could act, Chen Luo used his new ability, Spatial Slash, and wiped out Chang Yuan in one strike. Everyone was shocked, and Chen Luo warned that anyone who dared to block his way would be wiped out. A boy named Zhang Chuang stepped forward, stating that Chang Yuan deserved to die and declared Chen Luo as his new boss. Chen Luo was pleased to hear Zhang Chuang call him boss and praised him. Zhang Chuang was thrilled, thinking his position as boss was now secure. Indeed, Chen Luo made Zhang Chuang the new boss of that base. The scene shifted to some time later, where Chen Luo was giving the level 10 crystal to Mili. Mili refused to take it, saying it should belong to Chen Luo as he was the anchor of the base. Chen Luo responded that he was going to reach level 8 soon, and the crystal wouldn't help him get to level 9, so it would be better used by her. He added that for his sake, she needed to keep up in terms of strength. Hearing this, Mili blushed, knowing Chen Luo was teasing her about romance. The scene then shifted to 1 week later, where Chen Luo finally reached level 8. Chen Luo noticed that under the influence of his spatial temporal dual abilities, the upgraded energy had increased by 2.4 times. He thought that even though his physical qualities had barely reached level 10, he could start his plan. The next day, Chen Luo had a meeting with everyone and shared that their base members had successfully improved a batch of seeds, enough to increase production by 50%. He decided to hold an exchange conference at the South Stadium in the Divine City in 5 days. He needed everyone to reach nearby places and spread the news. Deep down, Chen Luo was very happy, thinking that once the preaching and persuasions were successful, he could make a fortune by selling seeds. Hearing about the improvement, everyone was happy and praised Chen Luo, feeling good about their decision to stay with him. Chen Luo asked everyone to calm down as he had another announcement. From that day onward, anyone who provided him with enough chips would receive his attention and assistance. The scene then shifted to 5 days later at the exchange conference where Chen Luo Guang took the initiative to be the anchor and hold the meeting. He called Ouyang Lu to the stage and announced that she would explain how to plant and the necessary precautions. Ouyang Lu began explaining that planting was only possible for natural ability users and that their level needed to reach level 4. After planting, regular use of abilities was needed to neutralize the soil's pollution. Chen Luo was watching from a distance and noticed that very few people had come. He hoped that after this, natural ability users would be highly valued. Suddenly, Chen Luo noticed a person named Wang Lie. He shared that Wang Li had pursued Mili in a past life and had once crazily pursued her, wanting to take over her base. Chen Luo also mentioned that he remembered Wang Li intentionally creating a crisis, hoping to play the hero at a critical time. But it backfired as Mili was the one who died then. Mili had used resurrection for the first time to bring Mili back to life. Chen Luo then wondered whether he should directly kill Wang Li or wait for him to grow stronger, so his crystal level would be higher. When the seeding topic ended, Chen Luo Guang introduced another topic known as the Peace Plan. He explained that their base would handle various matters as long as someone provided items of sufficient value. They would take care of everything. Suddenly, a person named Deng Xianhong said that he had a level 7 crystal and would like to ask Chen Luo for help in killing someone. Chen Luo Guang asked who Deng Xianhong wanted to kill. Deng Xianhong replied that he wanted help in wiping out a food monster, Crazy Dragon, as that monster had eaten his brother. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. The Crazy Dragon was actually a person named Fenglong, so his big brother asked him what was going on. Crazy Dragon said that Deng Xianhong had escaped last time, but this time he would kill him. Deng Xianhong shouted back, revealing Crazy Dragon's identity and pointing a finger at him. At that moment, Chen Luo Guang was wondering what to do and looked at Chen Luo. Chen Luo nodded his head in agreement. So Chen Luo Guang responded that they had accepted the request, stating that every ogre should be killed. Wang Li stood up and said that Feng Long was under his command, questioning how Deng Xianhong could claim that Feng Long had eaten someone without any proof. Deng Xianhong asked if witnessing it with his own eyes wasn't proof enough. Wang Li argued that it could still be a lie. Everyone started murmuring about the possibility of deceit. Finally, Chen Luo had to step in and told Deng Xianhong not to worry. Since Deng Xianhong had given them a level 7 crystal and they had taken up the job, it didn't matter whether Feng Long had eaten someone or not. Feng Long needed to die. Wang Li accused Chen Luo of being unreasonable, saying they had no grievances. Chen Luo simply responded that he wanted Feng Long's life, so Wang Li had to decide whether to give it up voluntarily or face the consequences. Wang Li became tense, knowing it was Chen Luo's territory and that he would definitely lose in a fight. He also considered that Feng Long was still his ace, but fighting for him wasn't worth it. He thought Chen Luo's arrogance would attract criticism from others, and after reaching level 7, he could join forces with others to oppose Chen Luo. As Wang Li backed off, Feng Long started running away. Chen Luo asked Xiahao to handle the situation. Xiahao blocked Feng Long's way, and Feng Long furiously asked if Xiahao knew who he was. Without responding, Xiahao punched him down with one hit. Seeing this, Wang Li got scared, as Feng Long was his second in command, yet he was defeated in one punch. Xiahao continued to disable Feng Long with a few more punches. Chen Luo then told Deng Xianhong that he could do whatever he wanted with Feng Long. Chen Luo addressed everyone, acknowledging that some might think he was too arrogant and doubt his strength. To avoid such doubts, he revealed that he was at level 8. Everyone was shocked, knowing that a level 8 individual was considered a regional overlord. They wondered if Chen Luo was akin to a marquis in the presence of an emperor. The crowd started asking Chen Luo to demonstrate the strength of a level 8 player. Chen Luo agreed and asked Deng Xianhong how much he hated Wang Li. Deng Xianhong responded that he wished Wang Li were dead too, but he knew that a level 7 crystal wouldn't be enough. Chen Luo had been waiting for this moment and announced that because Deng Xianhong was their first customer, he would offer a buy one, get one free deal. Chen Luo then told everyone to look at Wang Li as he decided to gift Wang Li to Deng Xianhong. Wang Li became scared and wondered tensely whether Chen Luo was going to come after him. Wang Li decided to run because he knew he couldn't defeat Chen Luo. However, the moment he turned to flee, Chen Luo used his Void Exile attack to slash off his head. Chen Luo then held Wang Li's head in his hand and asked if everyone saw that. The crowd was stunned and shocked by the incident. To calm everyone down, Chen Guang explained that Wang Li stored zombies, which is why they did what they did. But Chen Luo shouted, "No!" and shared that he always cut off all possibilities and never let anyone who offended him live. He warned everyone that if they didn't have 9 lives, they should not offend him. Seeing Chen Luo's angry face and hearing his warning, everyone got scared and assured Chen Luo that no one would provoke him. Suddenly, Chen Luo's demeanor changed and he told everyone not to worry, as he wouldn't harm others unless they harmed him. Chen Luo then asked everyone to register and take their seeds, stating that he believed in their credibility and trusted that no one would refuse to give what was owed after growing the seeds. Everyone agreed to Chen Luo's demand out of fear. The scene then shifted to some time later when Sudaju informed Chen Luo that he had news from Da Zhuang about a zombie named Icelin who had established the zombie base Icelin Club. Hearing the name, Chen Luo remembered that Icelin was a formidable zombie and that the club was a formidable organization created by intelligent advanced zombies. Sudaju also shared that Icelin had taken the opportunity while Chen Luo was away to gather zombies and was probably planning to attack at night. Chen Luo instructed Sudaju to tell everyone to return to the base and prepare for battle. As Chen Luo was leaving, everyone surrounded him and asked to join his base. Chen Luo responded that there might be a zombie horde attack on his base that night, with the number of zombies potentially reaching 10,000. He said that the home couldn't be abandoned and that their arrival on time meant they would all participate in the defense. If they survived, they could directly become ordinary members. Chen Luo also warned them that they could leave now, but if someone fled during the battle, he wouldn't be polite with that person. After everyone made their decision, Chen Luo shared that those who were undecided had been excluded, and those who left had made the right choice. He assured the remaining people that he wouldn't let his people suffer losses. Hearing this, those who chose to stay were happy they made the right choice. The scene shifted to night, where the zombie Da Zhuang reported that they had collected 6,000 zombies so far. Icelin praised Da Zhuang for his work, saying that those companions were enough to tear the enemies apart, and they could quietly watch from behind. Icelin then instructed Da Zhuang to lead the zombies to their destination and return afterward. Da Zhuang agreed but was tense about leading the people against a big shot like Chen Luo, finding being an undercover very difficult. On the other side, Chen Luo was ready, having seen the zombies, as the battle time finally arrived. Chen Luo asked everyone to get ready and then release skill 1. Everyone attacked with fireballs, but to their surprise, due to the zombies' obstruction skill, their shots weren't hitting well. Still, the fire ability users kept fighting. After some minutes, Mealing shared that the wide-range fire spell could be cast only twice, and the elemental members were also running low on resources, so it was about time for their next step. Chen Luo then ordered the physical members to prepare to engage in the fight. Sudhaju and the others ran outside to fight the zombies. Seeing the fight from above, Icelin was impressed that the opponents had some skills. Another zombie told Icelin not to panic, as the enemy wall was almost collapsing, and by sending one more batch, they could easily defeat them. But Iceland got furious and said that since the enemies came prepared, there must be a traitor among them. Iceland looked at Da Zhuang, suspecting him of betrayal. The scene shifted to Chen Luo, where Chen Luo Guang told Chen Luo that Da Zhuang had shared a message that the reality of him being the mole was about to be exposed, and according to Da Zhuang, Iceland planned to kill him and then organize a new batch of zombies. Chen Luo thought that he hoped to make Da Zhuang the leader of that clan, and if Iceland killed him, it wouldn't happen. So he decided to face Iceland himself. Before going, he asked Chen Luo Guang to have Meili and Miling take over the situation. On the other side, Iceland was beating Da Zhuang, asking why he had betrayed them. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Chen Luo came up behind Iceland and asked if he was the leader of the zombie base daring to fight against him. Iceland attacked with his ice crystal attack at Chen Luo, but Chen Luo smiled and just slashed away his head. Then, Chen Luo waited for Da Zhuang to come and attack him to clear his traitor identity. Da Zhuang understood what Chen Luo wanted him to do, so he stood up and started shouting about how Chen Luo could kill his big brother, and he was coming to take revenge with everything he had. So Da Zhuang gives a punch to Chen Luo, and Chen Luo acts like he got defeated. Chen Luo then runs away, saying that he will come back to take revenge on Da Zhuang and the others, but deep down, Chen Luo is happy that no one will suspect Da Zhuang as a traitor anymore. Everyone is impressed with Da Zhuang for punching Chen Luo without any fear, and asks if he wasn't afraid that Chen Luo would use his sword to kill him. A zombie named Black Thunder says they can't afford to offend Chen Luo for now, but they need a leader and suggests calling the group Thunder Black Group. Da Zhuang punches Black Thunder and asks what he means, as their big brother just died and he is already eager to take the position. Da Zhuang then continues to punch him until he apologizes. Black Thunder apologizes, but Da Zhuang now needs to wipe him out to set an example. Everyone starts calling Da Zhuang their leader, but Da Zhuang tells them not to, saying they are all equal with no big or little, and from now on, their clan name will be Brotherhood Alliance. Da Zhuang then goes back to Chen Luo and asks about his performance. Chen Luo praises him and tells him that he will help him grow and to never forget to recruit more high-level intelligent zombies. Lastly, Chen Luo gives a crystal to Da Zhuang as a gift. Chen Luo is wondering why the zombies are retreating so quickly, thinking the crystal harvest will be quite abundant for some days. Suddenly, he gets a telepathic message from Zhao Zi that Haiji has sent her a message saying she found a level 10 creature. Chen Luo should come and help himself get the crystal to harvest and promote quickly as promised. Chen Luo is happy and asks Zhao Zi to tell Haiji that he is coming. The scene then shifts to the sea where Haiji meets Chen Luo. Chen Luo greets Haiji, calling her sister. Haiji says that recently some nuisances were bothering her, so she took care of them for him. She then gives him some crystals as a gift. Seeing this, Chen Luo is happy as he got 2 level 7, 2 level 8, and 1 level 9 crystals just by calling her sister. Chen Luo asks her not to worry as he will work hard to advance soon and help her. He then asks about the level 10 creature. She tells him it's in the sea and asks Chen Luo to wait by the shore. Later they will join forces to kill it. After 10 minutes, Haiji returns with the creature out of the sea. They start fighting together, and Chen Luo directly uses his spatial cut, but the fish dodges it and attacks back with an ice beam. Chen Luo gets tense because the attack is so close and he can't dodge it. Chen Luo got frozen due to that ice beam and became tense as he had underestimated the mutated fish. When the mutated fish used the ice beam again, Chen Luo used his space exile attack and sent the fish away somewhere. Haiji asked where Chen Luo had sent the fish, noting it seemed uncertain, much like her earlier experience. Chen Luo assured Haiji not to underestimate him, as this time it was about 30 miles away to the east. They then went to harvest the crystal. Chen Luo was happy after getting a level 10 crystal from the fish, thinking that he needed just 4 or 5 more crystals to reach level 9. Haiji then asked Chen Luo to try eating that giant mackerel fish. Chen Luo, hearing this, was stunned and asked if the flesh of a mutant wasn't difficult to eat. Haiji then explained why she had undergone a mysterious evolution and why her evolution far exceeded that of humans. She recounted how, a year ago, while resting at the bottom of the sea, something fell into her body, which seemed like a piece of meat. She felt pain, and the piece of meat slowly digested into her body. She was sure that if it continued, she would die. Fortunately, her old friend, the Turtle King, seeing her situation, immediately ate the remaining meat. Haiji shared that they both gained a huge advantage from that, as although it caused immense pain, it had a miraculous effect. Chen Luo was still confused about the mysterious meat. Haiji responded that since she devoured that mysterious meat, ferocious fish species started targeting her. The giant mackerel also ate the mysterious meat. Chen Luo thought about it very carefully, but for power, he was ready to do it. Haiji also told Chen Luo that she could feel the mysterious meat's power was still within the mackerel's body. Chen Luo said he was ready to eat it despite its bad taste, but deep down, he was thinking of asking Mayu to cook it to improve its taste. The scene shifted to the other side of the sea, where a seal came to a girl, shouting her name as Frost's sister. The seal, crying, told her that his brother had been killed. Frost asked if his brother had been killed by that great bloodthirsty white shark that claimed to be the sea god. The seal denied it and said it was a giant clam and he could sense her scent. Hearing the words, giant clam, Frost wondered if it could be the accomplice of the pseudo-god. The seal asked Frost to avenge his brother. Frost asked the seal to take her to the person, and upon reaching the location, the seal pointed to Haiji, saying it was she who had killed him. Now, what happens next is uncertain. Will Haiji get into trouble and Chen Luo save her, or will Chen Luo team up with Frost to act against Haiji? Anything could happen, as Chen Luo could do anything for his growth.